Chapter 18. Sonny Boy was sprung, and I was now the full-time operator of a bait shop and boat rental business that, on a good year, cleared $15,000. He found me at Red Lareel's gym in Lafayette. "Jail wasn't that bad on you, Sonny. You look sharp," I said. "Get out of my face with that patronizing attitude, Dave." He chewed gum and wore a tailored gray suit with zoot slacks and a blue suede belt and a T-shirt. "I'm off the case, off the job, out of your problem, Sonny." I'd forgotten my speed bag gloves at home, but I began working the bag anyway, creating a circular motion with each fist, throbbing the bag harder and harder against the circular board it was suspended from. "Who appointed you my caretaker?" he asked. I skinned my knuckles on the bag, hit it harder, faster. He grabbed it with both hands. "Lose the attitude. I'm talking to you. Who the fuck says you gotta quit your job because of me?" he said. "I didn't quit. I'm suspended. The big problem here is somebody pulled you down from your cross, and you can't stand it." "I got certain beliefs, and I don't like that kind of talk, Dave." I opened and closed my palms at my sides. My knuckles stung. My wrists pounded with blood. The gym echoed with the smack of gloves on leather, the ring of basketballs against the hardwood floor. Sonny's face was inches from mine, his breath hot on my skin. "Would you step back, please? I don't want to hit you with the bag," I said. "I don't let anybody take my bounce, Dave." "Well, that's copacetic, Sonny. I can relate to it. Hey, I don't want to offend you, but you're not supposed to be in here with street shoes on. They mark up the floors." "You can be a wise ass all you want, Dave. Emil Pogue is the guy who once put a flamethrower down a spider hole full of civilians. You think you're on suspension? In whose world?" He walked across the gym floor through a group of sweating basketball players who looked like their muscles were pumped full of hardening concrete. I hit the speed bag one more time and felt a strip of skin flay back off my knuckle. It rained hard the next morning. Lightning struck in the field behind my house, and my neighbor's cows had bunched in the coulee and were lowing inside the sound of the rain. I read the paper on the gallery, then went back inside to answer the phone. "You got to hear me, Dave," Sonny said. "Once they take me out, it'll be your turn. Then the woman cop, what's her name, Helen Swallow, and then maybe Purcell, then maybe your wife. They don't leave loose ends." "All right, Sonny, you made your point. Another thing. This is personal. I'm no guy on a cross. In medieval times, I would have been one of those guys selling pig bones for saints' relics. The reality is I got innocent people's blood on my hands. I don't know what to tell you, partner. I'm not going away, Dave. You'll see me around." "That's what I'm afraid of," I said. He didn't answer. For some reason I imagined him on a long, empty beach where the waves were lashed by wind but made no sound. "Goodbye, Sonny," I said, and replaced the receiver in the cradle. An hour later the thunder had stopped, and the rain was falling steadily on the gallery's tin roof. Cleet's chartreuse Cadillac convertible, with fins and grill work like a torn mouth, bounced through the chuck holes in the road and turned into my drive. He ran through the puddles under the trees, his keys and change jingling in his slacks, one hand pressed on top of his pork pie hat. "They gave you the deep six, huh, Big Mon?" he said. He sat in the swing and wiped his face on his sleeve. "Who told you?" "Helen." "You're on a first-name basis now?" "She met me at my office last night. She doesn't like seeing her partner get reamed. I don't either." He looked at his watch. "Don't put your hand in it, Cleet." "You afraid your Pa Joe's gonna leave gorilla shit on the furniture?" I made a pocket of air in my cheek. "You want to go partners in my agency?" he said. "Hey, I need the company. I'm a grunt for Wee Willie Bimstein and Nig Rosewater. My temp's an ex-nun. My best friend's a mutz in the city prison. The desk sergeant at 1st District wouldn't spit in my mouth." "Thanks anyway, Cletus. I don't want to move back to New Orleans." "We'll open a branch here in New Iberia. Leave it to me. I'll set it up." Several nightmarish visions floated before my eyes. Cleet looked at his watch. "You got anything to eat?" he said. "Help yourself." He walked through the house to the kitchen and came back on the gallery with a bowl of grape nuts and a tall glass of coffee and hot milk. His teeth made a grinding sound while he ate. His eyes glanced at his watch again. "Who are you expecting?" I said. "I'm meeting Helen in town. She's photocopying Sonny's diary for me." "Bad idea." He stopped chewing, and his face stretched as tight as pig hide. He raised his spoon at me. "Nobody fucks my Pa Joe. Pardon the word in your house," he said. I felt like the soldier who enlists at the outset of a war, then discovers, after his energies and bloodlust have waned, that there's no separate peace, that he's a participant until the last worthless shot is fired on the last worthless day. Sonny was right. There are no administrative suspensions, no more so than when pistol flares burst overhead and flood the world with a ghostly white light, and you turn into the skeletal, barkless shape of a tree. When the rain stopped and the sky began to clear and gradually turn blue again, I took Alifair's pirogue and rowed it into the swamp. The stands of cypress were bright green and dripping with rainwater, and under the overhang every dead log and gray sandspit was covered with nutrients. I slid the pirogue into a cove and ate ham and onion sandwich and drank from a cold jar of sun tea. Oftentimes, when you work a case and the players and events seem larger than life, you leapfrog across what at first seems the minuscule stuff of police procedural novels. Details at a crime scene seldom solve crimes. The army of miscreants whose detritus we constantly process through computers and forensic laboratories usually close their own files by shooting themselves and one another, ODing on contaminated drugs, getting dosed with AIDS, or busted in the commission of another crime, or perhaps turning over a liquor store where the owner had tired of being cleaned out and introduces the robber to Messrs. Smith and Wesson. Several years ago, the wire services reported rumors that Jimmy Hoffa's body had been entombed in concrete under the goalposts of a football stadium. Each time someone kicked the extra point, Hoffa's old colleagues would shout, "This one's for you, Jimmy." It makes a good story. I doubt that it's true. The mob isn't given to poetics. A New Orleans hitman who admitted to murdering people for as little as $300, told me Hoffa was ground up into fish chum and thrown by the bucket load off the stern of a cabin cruiser. Then the deck and gunnels hosed and wiped down a pristine white, all within sight of Miami Beach. I believed him. The body of the man named Jack had probably been mutilated by a professional, or at least the directions to do so had been given by one. But sinking the body with a tangle of fish line and scrap iron on the edge of a navigable channel had all the marks of an amateur, and probably a lazy one at that, or we would never have found it. I called Helen at the department. "What's ruthless, lazy, and stupid all over?" I asked. "The guy taking your calls?" "What?" I said. "The old man assigned you open cases to Rufus Arsenault." "Forget Rufus. We missed something when we pulled the floater out. He was tied up with scrap iron and fish line." "I'm not following you." "Let me try again. What's perverse, is not above anything, looks like a ghoul anyway, and would screw up a wet dream." "Sweet pea chason," she said. "Cleet and I went to his house on the Brobridge Road before we had that run-in with him and Patsy Dapp in Lafayette. I remember a bunch of building materials in the lot next door. Building materials, or maybe junk from a pipe yard." "Pretty good, Strake." "It's enough for a warrant," I said. "Then we toss his caddy, and maybe match the blood on the rug to the scraping you took from the trailer behind the juke. Dave, square your beef with the old man. I can't partner with Rufus. It's not my call. You heard Patsy Dapp's in town?" "No." "Nobody told you?" she said. "No." "He got stopped for speeding on East Main yesterday. The city cop made him and called us. I'm sorry, I thought somebody told you." "Where is he now?" "Who knows, wherever disfigured paranoids hang out." "Keep me informed on the warrant, will you?" I said. "You're a good cop, Dave. You get your butt back here." "You're the best, Helen." I walked down to the dock. The air was hot and still, and down the road someone was running a weed-eater that had the nerve-searing pitch of a dentist's instrument. So, Patsy Dappolito was in New Iberia, and no one had bothered to tell me, I thought. But why not? We did it all the time. We cut loose rapists, pedophiles, and murderers on minimum bail, even on their own recognizance, and seldom notified the victims or the witnesses to their crimes. Ask anyone who's been there. Or better yet, ask the victims or survivors about the feelings they have when they encounter the source of their misery on the street, in the fresh air, in the flow of everyday traffic and normal life, and they realize the degree of seriousness with which society treats the nature of their injury. It's a moment no one forgets easily. My thoughts were bitter and useless. I knew the origins of my self-indulgence, too. I couldn't get the word disfigured out of my mind. I tried to imagine the images that flashed through Patsy Dapp's brain when he saw his face reflected in the mirror. I helped Matiste fill the coolers with beer and soda and scoop the ashes out of the barbecue pit. Then I sat in the warm shade at one of the spool tables with a glass of iced tea and thought about Cleet's offer. Chapter 19. The next morning, I drove out to the Bertrand plantation to talk to Ruthie Jean, but no one was at home. I walked next door to Bertie's and knocked on the screen. When she didn't answer, I went around the side and saw her get up heavily from where she'd been sitting on the edge of the porch. Her stomach swelled out between her purple stretch pants and oversized white T-shirt. She unhooked a sickle from the dirt and began slicing away the dead leaves from the banana trees that grew in an impacted clump against the side wall of the house. I had the impression, however, she'd been doing something else before she saw me. "I'm worried about Ruthie Jean, Bertie," I said. "I think she nursed a man named Jack who died in the trailer behind the juke. She probably heard and saw things other people don't want her to talk about." "You done already told her that." "She's not a good listener." "There's two kinds of trouble. What might happen and what done already happen. White folks worry about might. It ain't the same for everybody, nope." "You lost me." "It ain't hard to do," she said. She ripped a tangle of brown leaves onto the ground, then lopped a stalk cleanly across the middle. The cut oozed with green water. On the planks of the porch I saw a square of red flannel cloth with a torn root and a tablespoon of dirt in the middle. I saw Bertie watch me out of the corner of her eye as I walked closer to the piece of flannel. Among the grains of dirt were strands of hair, what looked like a shirt button, and a bright needle with blood on it. "I'm going to take a guess. Dirt from a grave, root of a poison oak, and a needle for a mess of grief," I said. She whacked and lopped the dead stalks and flung the debris behind her. "Did you get Moline's hair and shirt button out of the shack by the tree line?" I asked. "I ain't in this world to criticize, but you come out here and you don't do no good. You pretend like you know, but you playin' games. It ain't no fun for us." "You think putting a gree-gree on Moline is going to solve your problem?" "The reason I put it on him is 'cause she ain't left nothing out here so I can put it on her." "Who?" "Julia Bertrand." She almost spit out the words. "She already been out here once this morning with that man worked down the hall from you. Ruthie Jean ain't got her house no more. How you like that?" I blew out my breath. "I didn't know," I said. She tossed the sickle in the flower bed. "That's my point," she said, and went in her house. A few minutes later, almost as though Bertie had planned Julia's appearance as part of my ongoing education about the realities of life on a corporate plantation, I saw Julia's red Porsche turn off the highway and drive down the dirt road toward me. Rufus Arsenault sat next to her in a navy blue suit that looked like pressed cardboard on his body. When she stopped next to me, her window down, her face cheerful, I tried to be pleasant and seem unknowing, to mask the embarrassment I felt for her and the level of vindictiveness to which she had devoted herself. "Bertie doesn't have you digging holes after pirates' treasure, does she, Dave?" she said. "She told me something disturbing," I said, my voice bland as though she and I were both concerned about the ill fortune of a third party. "It looks like Ruthie Jean and Luke are being evicted." "We need the house for a tenant family. Ruthie Jean and Luke don't work on the plantation, nor do they pay rent. I'm sorry, but they'll have to find a new situation." I nodded, my face blank. I felt my fingers tapping on the steering wheel. I cut my engine. You already dropped the dime on her and had her locked up, isn't that enough? I said. Whatever do you mean? She said. I opened my door part way to let the breeze into the truck's cab. I felt my pulse beating in my neck, words forming that I knew I shouldn't speak. With y'all's background and education, with all Moline's money, can't you be a little forgiving? A little generous with people who have virtually nothing? I said. Rufus bent down in the passenger's seat so I could see his face through the window. He'd taken off his pilot's sunglasses, and his eyes looked pale green and lidless, the pupils as black and small as a lizard's, the narrow bridge of his nose pinched with 2 pink indentations. You're operating without your shield, Dave. That's something IA doesn't need to hear about, he said. She placed a hand on his arm without looking at him. Dave, just so you understand something, my husband is a charming man and a wonderful litigator who also happens to be a financial idiot, she said. He has no money. If he did, he'd invest it in ski resorts in Bangladesh. Is Ruth Jean home now? Her eyes fixed pleasantly on mine with her question. Her lipstick smile looked like crooked red lines drawn on parchment. I dropped the truck into low and drove under the wisteria-hung iron trellis of the Bertrand plantation, wondering, almost in awe, at the potential of the human family. That afternoon, Baptiste called me from the phone in the bait shop. Dave, there's a man out on the dock don't belong here, he said. What's wrong with him? I asked him if he want a boat. He says, give me a beer and a sandwich. An hour later, he's sitting at the table under the umbrella smoking a cigarette. He ain't eat the sandwich. He ain't drunk the beer. I asked him if there's anything wrong with the food. He says, it's fine. Bring me another beer. I say, you ain't drunk that one. He says, it's got a bug in it. You got the afternoon paper here? I say, no, I ain't got the paper. He says, how about some magazines? I'll be down in a minute, I said. I ought to brought him a paper bag. What do you mean? Put over his head. He looks like somebody took a sharp spoon, stuck it real deep all over his face. Stay in the bait shop, Baptiste, you understand me? Don't go near this man. I hung up without waiting for him to reply, called the department for a cruiser, took my .45 out of the dresser drawer, stuck it through the back of my belt, and hung my shirt over it. As I walked down the slope through the broken light under the pecan and oak trees, I could see a strange drama being played out among the spool tables on the dock. Fishermen who had just come in were drinking beer and eating smoked sausage and boudin under the umbrellas, their faces focused among themselves and on their conversations about big-mouth bass and goggle-eye perch. But in their midst, by himself, smoking a cigarette with the concentrated intensity of an angry man hitting on a reefer, was Patsy Depolito. His mouth hooked downward at the corners, his face like a clay sculpture someone had mutilated with a string knife. I remembered a scene an old-time gunboat had once pointed out to me on the yard inside the block at Angola Penitentiary. Inmates, stripped to the waist, their ape-like torsos wrapped with tattoos, were clanking iron throwing the shot put, and ripping into heavy bags with blows that could eviscerate an elephant. In the center of the lawn was a tiny, balding, middle-aged man in steel-rimmed spectacles, squatting on his haunches, chewing gum furiously, his jaws freezing momentarily, the eyes lighting, then the jaws moving again with a renewed, snapping energy. When a football bounced close to the squatting man, a huge black inmate asked permission before he approached to pick it up. The squatting man said nothing, and the football remained where it was. "Forget about them big uns," the gunboy told me. "That little fart yonder killed another convict while he had waist and leg chains on. I won't tell you how he done it, since you ain't eat lunch yet." I looked down at Patsy Dappolito's ruined face. His pale eyes, which were round like an outraged doll's, clicked upward into mine. "You made a mistake coming here," I said. "Sit down. You want a beer?" he said. He picked up a bottle cap from the tabletop and threw it against the screen of the bait shop. "Hey, you, color guy. Bring us a couple more beers out here." I stared at him with my mouth open. Baptiste's head appeared at the screen, then went away. "You've pulled some wiring loose, partner," I said. "What? I don't got a right to drink a beer in a public place?" "I want you out of here." "Let's take a ride in a boat. I ain't never seen a swamp. You got swamp tours?" he said. "Adios, Patsy." "Hey, I don't like that. I'm talking here." I'd already turned to walk away. His hand clenched on my forearm, bit into the tendons, pulled me off balance into the table. "Show some courtesy. Act decent for a change," he said. "You need some help, Dave?" A heavy-set man with tobacco in his jaw said at the next table. "It's all right," I said. People were staring now. My .45 protruded from under my shirt. I sat down on a chair, my arms on top of the spool table. "Listen to me, Patsy. A sheriff's cruiser is on its way. Right now, you got no beef with the locals. As far as I see it, you and I are slick, too. Walk away from this." His teeth were charcoal-colored and thin on the ends, almost as though they'd been filed. His short, light brown hair looked like a wig on a mannequin. His eyes held on mine. "I got business to do," he said. "Not with me. With you." The fishermen at the other tables began to drift off toward their cars and pickup trucks and boat trailers. "I want part of the action," he said. "What action?" "The deal at the plantation. I don't care what it is. I want in on it. You're on a pad for Johnny Carp. That means you're getting pieced off on this deal." "A pad for... or you'd be dead. I know Johnny. He don't let nobody skate unless it's for money." "You're a confused man, Patsy." He pinched his nose, blew air through the nostrils, looked about at the sky, the overhang of the trees, a cloud of dust drifting from a passing pickup through a canebrake. "Look, there's guys ain't even from the city in on this deal, military guys that think they're big shit because they cool out a few gooks and tomato pickers. I did a grown man with a shank when I was 11 years old. You say I'm lying? Check my jacket. It's Johnny you want to bring down, isn't it? I said. He kept huffing puffs of air through his nostrils. Then he pulled a wadded handkerchief from his pocket and blew his nose in it. Johnny don't show it, but he's a drunk, Depolito said. A drunk don't look after anybody but himself. Otherwise, you'd be fish bait, motherfucker. I walked out to meet the cruiser sent by the dispatcher. The deputy was a big redbone named Cecil Aguilar, whose face contained a muddy light people chose not to dwell upon. You think he's carrying? Cecil said. Not unless he has an ankle holster. What's he doing? Nothing so far, I said. He walked down the dock ahead of me, his gun belt, holster, and baton creaking on his hips like saddle leather. The umbrella over Patsy's head tilted and swelled in the wind. Cecil pushed it at an angle so he could look down into his face. Time to go, Cecil said. Patsy was hunkered down over the tabletop, scowling into a state fish and game magazine. He made me think of a recalcitrant child in a school desk who wasn't going to let a nun's authority overwhelm him. Dave don't want you here, Cecil said. I ain't done nothing. His shoulders were hunched, his hands clenched into fists on the edges of the magazine, his eyes flicking about the dock. Cecil looked at me and nodded his head toward the bait shop. I followed him. Clear everybody out of here, Dave. I'll take care of it, he said. It won't work on this guy. It'll work. No, he'll be back. Thanks for coming out, Cecil. I'll call you later if I have to. It ain't smart, Dave. You turn your back on his kind, he'll have your liver flopping on the floor. I watched Cecil drive down the road in the deepening shadows. Then I helped Baptiste seine the dead shiners out of our bait tanks and hose down the boats we'd rented that day. Patsy Depolito still sat at his table, smoking cigarettes, popping the pages in his magazine, wiping bugs and mosquitoes from in front of his face. The sun had dipped behind my house, and the tops of the cypress in the swamp had turned a grayish pink in the afterglow. We're closing up, Patsy, I said. Then close it up, he said. We've got a joke out here. This fellow woke up on his houseboat and heard two mosquitoes talking about him. One said, let's take him outside and eat him. The other one said, we better not. The big ones will carry him off for themselves. I don't get it, he said. Have a good one, I said, and walked up the slope to the house. 2 hours later, it was dark. I used the switch inside the house to turn on the string of lights over the dock. Patsy Depolito still sat at his table, the Cinzano umbrella furled above his head. His hard white body seemed to glow with electrified humidity. Later, Bootsy and Alifair pulled into the drive, the car loaded with bags of groceries they'd bought in Lafayette. Dave, there's a man sitting on the dock, Bootsy said. It's Patsy Dap, I said. The man you... she began. That's the one. I can't believe it. He's on our dock? He's not going to do anything, I said. He's not going to have a chance to, not if I have anything to do with it, she said. I think Johnny Giacono's cut him loose. That's why he's here, not because of me. He couldn't think his way out of a wet paper bag, much less rejection by the only form of authority he's ever respected. But she wasn't buying it. I'll get rid of him, I said. How? Sometimes you've got to make their souls wince. Dave? I carried a sack of groceries inside, then wrapped both my .45 and 9mm Beretta inside a towel, took a tube of first aid cream from the medicine cabinet, and walked down to the dock. Patsy's elbows were splayed on the table, his face pale and luminous with heat and perspiration. The tide was out, and the current was dead in the bayou. Patsy worked a thumbnail between his teeth and stared at me. Put some of this stuff on those mosquito bites, I said. He surprised me. He filled both palms with white cream and rubbed it into his forearms and on his face and neck. His round chin pointed up in the air. I unfolded the towel on the table. His eyes dropped to the pistols, then looked up at me. What? You got cold pieces for sale? He said. I released the magazine from the butt of each automatic so he could see the top round, inserted it again, chambered the round, set the safety, and placed both weapons butt to butt in the center of the table. Then I sat down across from him, my eyes stinging with salt. Up the slope I could see Bootsy under the light on the gallery. If you want to square what I did to you, now's the time, I said. Otherwise, I'm going to mop up the dock with you. He smiled and screwed a fresh cigarette in his mouth, crumpled up the empty pack. I always heard you were a drunk. That ain't your problem. You're fucking stupid, man, he said. Oh? I want to make somebody dead. I don't even have to get out of bed. Don't try to shine me off, worm man. Tell Johnny and those military asswipes they piece me off, or I leave hair on the walls. He walked on the balls of his feet toward his automobile, lifting his arm to smell himself again. Sometimes they don't wince. Chapter 20. Even inside the dream, I know I'm experiencing what a psychologist once told me is a world destruction fantasy. But my knowledge that it's only a dream does no good. I can't extricate myself from it. As a child, I saw the sun turn black against a cobalt sky and sink forever beyond the earth's rim. Years later, the images would change, and I'd revisit my brief time as a new colonial. See Victor Charles in black pajamas, sliding on his stomach through a rice paddy, a French bolt-action rifle strapped across his back, 2 GIs eating sea rations in the shade of banyan trees after machine-gunning a farmer's water buffalo just for meanness' sake, 3 of our wounded after they'd been skinned and hung in trees like sides of meat by NVA. In my dream tonight, I can see the Louisiana coastline from a great height, as alluvial and new as it must have been after Jehovah hung the archer's bow in the sky and drew the waters back over the earth's edges, the rivers and bayous and wetlands shimmering like foil under the moon. But it's a view that won't hold at the center, because now I realize the cold light of the moon is actually the fire from chemical plants and oil refineries along the Mississippi. The shook foil of a dead Jesuit poet, nothing more than industrial mercury, systemically injected into the earth's veins. The roadways and ditches are blown with litter. The canal's a depository for rubber tires, beer cans, vinyl sacks of raw garbage thrown from pickup trucks. A fish's gills are orange with fungus. I wake from the dream and sit alone in the kitchen. I can hear Thunder out on the Gulf and Tripod pulling his chain along the clothesline. Through the window, my neighbor's freshly cut lawn smells like corn silk and milk. I sit on the back steps until the trees turn gray with the false dawn. Then I go back inside and fall asleep, just as the first raindrops ping against the blades of the window fan. At noon, Bootsy and I were eating lunch in the kitchen when Ruthie Jean Fontenot called. "Moline's at Dot's in St. Martinville. You know where that's at? I'm talking about in the black section," she said. "I'm not his keeper, Ruthie Jean. You can get him out." "Get him out yourself." "Some secret's supposed to stay secret. You know the rules about certain things that go on between white and black people." "Wrong man to call," I said. "The man owns the place is a friend of Luke's. He said Moline's got a little pistol stuck down inside his coat. The man doesn't want to call the police unless he has to." "Forget Moline and take care of yourself, Ruthie Jean. He's not worth—" She hung up. I sat down at the table and started eating again. Bootsy watched my face. "Moline's a grown man," I said. "He's also a hypocritical son of a bitch." "He got her out of jail," Bootsy said. "He paid somebody else to do it, which is Moline's style. 3 cushion shots." "Too harsh, Streak," she said. I drank out of my iced tea, sucked on a sprig of mint, finally squeezed my temples between my fingers. "See you before 5, I said. "Watch your ass, kiddo," she said. I took the old road into St. Martinville along Bayou Teche and through cane fields and pasture land where egrets stood like spectators on the backs of grazing cows. Dot's was a ramshackle bar toward the end of the main artery that traversed the Black District and eventually bled into the square where Evangeline was buried with her lover behind the old French church. Ironically, the bar's geographical location, set like a way station between two worlds, was similar to the peculiar mix of blood and genes in the clientele. Octoroons and quadroons, redbones, and people who were coal-black, but whose children sometimes had straw-colored curly hair. Moline sat in the gloom at the far end of the bar, on a patched, fingernail-polish red vinyl stool, his seersucker coat tied across his hunched shoulders, one oxblood loafer twisted indifferently inside an aluminum rung on the stool. I could smell his unwashed odor 3 feet away. "She's worried about you," I said, and sat down next to him. He drank from a glass of bourbon and melted ice, pushed 2 $1 bills out of his change toward the bartender. "You want a drink?" he said. I didn't answer. I peeled back the edge of his coat with one finger. He glared at me. "A .25 caliber Derringer? That's dumb, Moline," I said. "One of those is like bird shit hitting a brick." He pointed at his empty glass for the bartender. A deformed mulatto man with a shoeshine box came through the front door in a burst of hot sunlight, let the door slam hard behind him, vibrating the glass and Venetian blinds. His face was moronic, his mouth a wet drool, his arms like gnarled oak roots that were half the length they should have been. I looked away from him. "You want your shoe shined?" Moline said, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "I think a remark like that is unworthy of you," I said. I wasn't being humorous. His great-grandfather and mine were the same gentleman. If you think he's an eyeful, you should meet his mother. Hang around. She comes in about 7. I can't stop you from fucking up your life, Moline, but as a law officer, I want you to hand over your piece. Take it. I've never fired a shot in anger anyway. I slipped it from inside his belt, cracked open the breech below the lip of the bar. It's empty, I said. Oh, yeah, he said absently, and took 2 steel-jacketed rounds from his coat pocket and dropped them in my palm. They're going to take your friend Marcellus out. Who? He tilted the glass to his mouth. His eyes were red along the rims, his face unshaved and shiny with a damp sweat. What's the worst thing you saw in Vietnam, Dave? He asked. It's yesterday's box score. You ever leave your own people behind, sell them out, and scratch their names off a list at a peace conference, lie to their families? Quit sticking thumbtacks in your head. Go public with it. It is public, for God's sake. Nobody cares. Why do these guys want to kill Sonny? He's a one-man firing squad. He gets them in his sights, and they tend to dissolve in a red mist. A good woman cares for you, Moline. A guy could have worse problems, I said. Which woman? See you around, partner. Don't let them get behind you. I started to get up. You're always the wise guy, Dave. Try this. Ruthie Jean got her Aunt Bertie to file suit against the plantation. They retained a low sawed-off ACLU lawyer from New Orleans who can tie us up in court for years. Sounds like a smart move. Glad you think so. I know some gentlemen who probably won't agree with you. After they take Marcellus off the board, you may get to meet a few of them. I already have. They're just not that impressive a crowd, I said, got up off the stool and collided into the deformed man. His wood shoeshine box tumbled out of his hands, brushes, cans of wax and saddle soap, bottles of liquid polish clattered and rolled across the floor. His eyes had the panicked, veined intensity of hard-boiled eggs. He slobbered and made a moaning sound in his throat as he tried to pick up a cracked bottle of liquid polish that was bleeding into a black pool in the wood. But his torso was top-heavy, his arms too short and uncoordinated, and he stared helplessly at the dripping polish on his fingers as the bottle rolled farther from his grasp and left a trail of black curlicues across the floor. I got down on my knees and began putting his things back in the box. I'm sorry, partner. We'll go down to the store and replace whatever I broke here. It's going to be okay, I said. His expression was opaque. his tongue thick as a wet biscuit on his teeth. He tried to make words, but they had no more definition than a man clearing a phlegmy obstruction from his throat. I saw Moline grinning at me. "Racial empathy can be a sticky business, can't it, laddie?" he said. I wanted to wipe him off the stool. The anger, the inability to accept, wouldn't go out of Bootsy's words. There were pale discolorations like melted pieces of ice in her cheeks. I couldn't blame her. "Dave, she's only 13 years old. She could have killed someone," she said. "But she didn't. She didn't chamber the round either," I said. "That seems poor consolation." "I'll lock up all the guns," I said. It was 11 Friday night, and we were in the kitchen. I had turned on the floodlight in the mimosa tree in the backyard. Alifair was in her room with the door closed. I took another run at it. "I know it's my fault. I left the Beretta where she could find it," I said. "But what if this guy had tried to come through the door or window?" She washed a cup in hot water with her hands. Her skin was red under the tap. Her back looked stiff and hard against her shirt. "You want to install a burglar alarm system?" I said. "Yes." "I'll call somebody in the morning," I said, and went into the backyard where I sat for a long time at the picnic table and stared listlessly at the shadows of the mimosa tree shifting back and forth on the grass. It wasn't a good night to be locked up with your own thoughts, but I knew of nowhere else to take them. In the morning I drove to New Iberia with Alifair to pick up an outboard engine from the freight agent at the train depot. "You shouldn't have messed with the gun, Alf," I said. "I'd already called 911. What was I supposed to do next? Wait for him to kick the door in?" She looked straight ahead, her eyes dancing. "I couldn't find any footprints." "I don't care. I saw him. He was out there in the trees. Tripod got scared and started running on his chain." "It wasn't the guy who got Tripod out of the coulee." "He was thinner. A car went by and his skin looked real white." "Did he have red hair?" "I don't know. It was only a second." "Maybe it's time we learn how to use a pistol properly," I said. "Why is everybody mad at me? It's not fair, Dave." "I'm not mad at you, little guy." "Sorry." "Bootsy isn't either. It's just—" "Yes, she is. Don't lie about it. Makes it worse." "That's pretty strong, now." "Why'd y'all leave me alone, then? What am I supposed to do if bad people come round the house?" Her voice grew in intensity. Then it broke like a stick snapping, and she began to cry. We were on East Main in front of the Shadows. I pulled into the shade of the oaks behind a charter bus full of elderly tourists. The bus's diesel engine throbbed off the cement. "I screwed up. I won't do it again," I said. But she kept crying, with both of her hands over her face. "Look, maybe I won't go back with the department. I'm tired of being a punching bag for other people. I'm tired of the family taking my fall, too." She took her hands from her face and looked out the side window for a long time. She kept sniffing and touching at her eyes with the backs of her wrists. When she turned straight in the seat again, her eyes were round and dry, as though someone had popped a flashbulb in front of them. "It's not true," she said. "What isn't?" "You'll always be a cop, Dave. Always." Her voice was older than her years, removed from both of us, prescient with a joyless knowledge about the nature of adult promises. By Sunday morning, I still hadn't put the matter to rest. I woke early and tapped on Alifair's door. "Yes?" "It's Dave. You got a second?" "Wait." I heard her bare feet on the floor. "Okay." Her shelves were filled with stuffed animals, the walls covered with posters featuring cats of all kinds. Alifair had propped a pillow behind her head and pulled up her knees so that they made a tent under the sheet. The curtains puffed in the breeze and the screen hung loose from the latch. I sat in the chair by her homework desk. "I was upset for another reason yesterday, one that's hard to explain," I said. "You didn't do anything wrong, Alf. I did." "You already said that." "Listen. When you kill another human being, no matter how necessary it might seem at the time, something goes out of your life forever. I never want that to happen to you. I still have dreams of the war. I have them about men I ran up against as a police officer. Their faces don't go underground with them." Her eyes blinked and went away from mine. I saw the sheet ruffle and hump at the foot of the bed. It should have been a humorous moment, but it wasn't. "Let's get this guy out of here so we can talk," I said, and lifted tripod from under the sheet. He hung heavily from my hands and churned his paws in the air as I walked to the window. "He'll run down to the dock again," she said, as if she could open a door out of our conversation. "Baptiste can handle it," I said, and dropped tripod into the yard. I sat back down. It was sunny and blue outside. In a short while we would be driving to Mass at St. Peter's in New Iberia, then we'd have lunch at Victor's on Maine. I didn't want to address the question in her eyes. Her hands were pinched together on top of her knees. She looked at a poster of 2 calico kittens on the far wall. "How many people, Dave? How many did you—" "You never let yourself see a number in your mind, Alf. The day you do, the day it comes out of your mouth, that's the day you start being someone else," I said. Sonny Boy called the bait shop at 3 o'clock that afternoon. "You've got a serious hearing problem," I said. "I want you out of my life. Don't come around my house anymore, you understand? You want to be a guardian angel, go to New York, put on a red beret, and buy a lot of subway tokens." "What you mean, come around your house?" he said. I could hear waves breaking against rocks or a jetty, then the sound of a door on a telephone booth closing. "Friday night," I said. "I was in New Orleans," he said. "Don't give me that, Sonny. I'm telling you the truth. My daughter saw a guy in the trees. It wasn't Emil Pogue. It wasn't Patsy Dapp. Patsy wants to do business and screw Johnny Corp. That leaves you. But my words sounded hollow even to myself. They got a lot of guys working for 'em, Streak. A lot of 'em in Florida. They get gooned up like over-the-hill jawheads on a skivvy run, blow into town, give a guy a fatal accident, and catch the red-eye back to Tampa the same night. I could hear myself breathing against the receiver. Outside the screen window, the sunlight's reflection on the bayou was like a sliver of glass in the eye. "Why'd you call?" I said. "Oh, Ragnose used to work for Johnny Corp. Told me Johnny's in on a deal to get some land by a train track. He said he heard Johnny tell a guy on the phone the land's got to be by a train track. That's the key." "To what?" I said. "I don't know. You ought to see the Ragnose. He's got nostrils that look like tunnels going straight into his brain." "The real reason I called, if my string runs out, like I bounce back trays and boxcars, know what I'm saying? I wanted to tell you I'm sorry for the trouble I caused other people." "Come on, Sonny. You got your ticket punched a long time ago. You'll be standing on canal with a glass of champagne when they drive Johnny's hearse by." "Sonny?" I heard the phone booth door ratchet back violently on its hinges, the receiver clattering back and forth on its cord. Then, almost lost in the crash of waves against rocks or a jetty, a sound like a string of firecrackers popping. Chapter 21. Early Monday morning, the sheriff called and asked me to come to the department. I thought it was about Sonny. It wasn't. He was scraping out the bowl of his pipe over the wastebasket with a penknife when I walked into his office. "Sit down," he said. He wiped the blade of the penknife on a piece of paper and folded it against the heel of his hand. "This is a bad day, my friend. I wish I could tell you it's just a matter of IAD finding against you." I waited. "You know the route," he said. "It's the kind of deal usually gets a guy a letter of reprimand in his jacket or a suspension." He wadded up the piece of paper and tried to wipe the pipe's ashes out of his palm. "This one's different. Too many times across the line. The problem is you're a police officer who doesn't like rules. You kept yourself on the job while you were officially suspended, didn't you?" In my mind's eye, I saw Rufus Arsenault's face leaning across the seat inside Julia's automobile, the green eyes lighted with ambition and long-held grievance. "There's something you're not saying, Sheriff." "I couldn't cover for you any more, Dave. I told them about you and Purcell salting Sweet Pea's caddy and queering the warrant." "I'm fired." "You can submit your resignation. It needs to be on my desk by 5. I bounced my palms on my thighs. "About queering the warrant," I said. I made the connection between the scrap iron on the floater's body and a junk pile next to Sweet Pea's house. How'd that play out? Well, I'm afraid it's not your concern any longer. It was a windy day outside, and I could see the flag snapping and popping on the steel pole without making any sound. "I'll box up my stuff," I said. "I'm sorry about this," he said. I nodded and opened the door to leave. "Are you going to have that letter on my desk?" he asked. "I don't think so," I said. On the way down the hall, I picked up my mail and messages, found an empty cardboard box in a custodian's closet, unlocked my office door, and went inside. It was all that quick, as though a loud train had gone past me, slamming across switches, baking the track with its own heat, creating a tunnel of sound and energy so intense that the rails seemed to reshape, like bronze licorice under the wheels. Then silence. It's like hands clapped across the eardrums. A field of weeds that smell of dust and creosote. A lighted club car disappearing across the prairie. Or simply a man walking through glass doors into a sun-drenched parking lot, a box on his shoulder, and no one taking particular notice. An electrical storm struck New Iberia that afternoon, and I sent Baptiste home and shut down the dock and watched a 24-hour news station on the television set that I kept on top of the soda and lunch meat cooler. A lorry carrying 3 white men had gone into the black homelands of South Africa and had been shot up by black militia of some kind. The footage was stunning. One white man was already dead, crumpled over the steering wheel, his face pushed into a lopsided expression by the horn button. The 2 other men lay wounded on the pavement. One had propped his back against the tire and had his hands up, but he never spoke. The other man was on his stomach and having trouble raising his head so he could speak to the soldiers whose legs surrounded him. He was a large man with a wild red beard, a broad nose, and coarse-grained skin, and he could hardly contain the rage in his throat. "Will you call a fucking ambulance?" he said in a British accent. "My friend's hurt. Did you hear me? We need the fucking ambulance. How do I say it to you? Call the fucking hospital for an ambulance." "Oh, you have you? Well, thank you very much. Thank you fucking bloody very much." The militia shot him and his friend. Later, the replay of the tape didn't show the bearded man getting in the face of his executioners. Instead, the newscaster said the victims had begged for their lives. The last line was repeated over and over throughout the afternoon. I kept waiting for it to be corrected. It never was, not to my knowledge. A brave man's death was revised downward to a shameful and humiliating one, either for categorical or dramatic purposes. The truth had become an early casualty. What's the point? I didn't know myself. The thunder finally stopped, and the rain roared on the tin roof and drenched the dock and spool tables and blew through the screens in a fine mist. I waited for it to slack off, then I locked up the bait shop and ran up the slope with a raincoat over my head and told Bootsy of the change in our circumstances. That evening, which was unseasonably cool and marked by strange lights in the sky, Helen Swallow came out to the house and sat with me on the front steps, her thick forearms propped on her thighs like a ball player in a dugout, and told me the story about Sonny's phone call within earshot of waves bursting against the coastline. The two shooters were pros, probably ex-military men, not the much-inflated contract wise guys who undid their victims through treachery and had to press the muzzle into the hairline to ensure they didn't miss. They had him triangulated from 40 yards out with either AR-15s or 223 carbines. Had the target been anyone else, he would have been hurled backward, matted with shards of glass, and made to dance on invisible wires inside the phone booth. But one of the shooters probably blew it, shifted his sling to box the side of Sonny's face more tightly in his sights, to lock cartilage and jawbone in the almost feminine mouth, which made soundless words the shooter hated without even hearing them, locked them all into a narrow iron rectangle that would splinter into torn watermelon with the slightest pull of the shooter's finger. But the inverted boat hull he was aiming across dented and made a thunking sound when he shifted the sling, and suddenly Sonny was on rock and roll, his heart bursting with adrenaline, springing from the booth, his shoulders hunched, zigzagging through the boatyard, his hips swiveling like a football quarterback evading tacklers, his skin twitching as though someone had touched a hot match to it. A witness down by the collapsed pier said Sonny seemed painted with magic. He raced between cinder-block tool shops and dry-docked shrimp boats that were eaten with rot, while the shooters tried to lock down on him again and whanged rounds off a welding truck, blew glass out of a watchman's hut, dissected the yawning door of a junked Coca-Cola machine, and stitched a row of bleeding holes across a corrugated tin paint shed. Sonny bolted down the sandy slope to the riverbank and poured it on. But for some unexplainable reason he ran for the beach, the wheeling of gulls and other winged creatures, rather than back up the river to higher ground, and the sand became wetter and wetter under his feet until his shoes sank up to the ankles in porridge. Then they nailed him. One shooter, a thick-bodied, truncated man with knots of muscle through his back and skin-tight cut-offs rolled into his genitals, came over the riverbank in a breath-wheezing run, his rifle at port arms, and fired until the breech locked open and shell casings littered the sand like broken gold teeth. Sonny's Hawaiian shirt jumped and puffed as though carrion birds were pecking at it. His gait broke, his torso twisted momentarily, and he became a man ingesting a chunk of angle iron. But a long time ago, perhaps back in the Iberville Welfare Project, Sonny had learned the fate of those who go down in front of their adversaries' booted feet. He seemed to right himself, his face concentrating with a fragile inner balance, forcing a composed and single thought in front of his eyes. Then he stumbled toward the surf and the crumpled pier that rang with the cries of frightened birds. He waded through the breakers, his destroyed shirt billowing out into the tide like wings. The shooters fired twice more, wide and high, the rounds toppling and skipping across the water. But Sonny had become his own denouement. He struggled forward into the undertow, staining the world of fish and crabs and eels and stingrays with his blood, then simply stepped off into the depths, his red hair floating briefly beneath a wave like a wind-blown flower. "You handling this, Dave?" Helen said. "Sure. He always lived on the edge. It was his way." "Yeah, I know what you mean," I said. My voice seemed outside of my skin, my words spoken by someone else. After a while, I said, "Who pulled the body out?" "They didn't find it." I could feel her eyes moving on the side of my face. "Forget it, Dave. He didn't make it. The vet I talked to said the blood spore looked like dogs had been chewing on him." I felt my teeth scrape against one another. "What was he doing in Mississippi?" "The beach is full of casinos and greaseballs. Maybe he was tying another knot on his string." The vet I talked to got pretty vague when I asked him the same thing. I bounced my forehead on my thumbs, looked at the sky that was metallic and burned-looking and flickering with lights. Helen stood up with her car keys in her hand. "He pissed you off. He dragged your shit into your life. But you took his fall anyway. Don't you dare put this on your conscience," she said. She aimed her index finger at me. She walked toward her car, then stopped and turned. "Did you hear me?" she said. "Sure." Her eyes fixed on mine, then her breasts rose and she walked through the wet leaves and pools of water to the drive, her shoulders squared with a moral certitude that I could only envy. I woke at 4 a.m. and sat on the edge of the bed. I couldn't remember the details of the dream I'd just had, but in the center of my mind was an ugly and inescapable thought, like an angry man walking toward you in a darkened, wood-floored hallway. We'd had him in custody. Then Johnny Giacono had put out the word he didn't want Sonny bailed out. Question: what was the best way to make sure I heard what Johnny wanted? Answer: feed the information to Clete Purcell. Had Johnny sucked me in? I didn't know. I couldn't accept Sonny's death. People like Sonny didn't die. They stayed high on their own rebop, heard Charlie Parker's riffs in the friction of the spheres, thrived without sunlight in the neon glaze of Canal and St. Charles, fashioned sonnets out of street language, and proved to the rest of us that you could live with the full-tilt boogie in your heart and glide above the murderous fastenings of triviality. They didn't find a body, I told myself. The sea always gives back its dead, and they didn't find Sonny's body. You're dead when they unzip the bag, pry your dog tag out of your teeth, and drain your fluids through a grate in the bottom of a stainless steel trough. That's dead. I lay back on the pillow, with my forearm across my eyes, and fell asleep. I dreamed I saw Sonny rise like Triton from the sea, his body covered with fish scales, a wreathed horn in his hand, already transforming into a creature of air and spun light. The next afternoon, Baptiste answered the phone in the bait shop, then handed me the receiver. The weather was hot and muggy, and I pressed a sweating can of Dr. Pepper against my cheek and sat on a counter stool with the phone against my ear. "Robichaux?" the voice said. There was no mistaking the thick whiskey and cigarette seared rasp, the words that rose like ash inside a chimney. Yes, I said, and swallowed something stale and bitter in my throat. You must have run your thumb up somebody's hole. You got 86th out of your own department. What's on your mind, Pogue? I think you're not a bad dude. We need local guys to make it work. You want a piece off Purcell, it's copacetic with us. Make what work? Who's us? The whole fucking planet. Get with the program, Ace. I don't know what the program is. He laughed, his voice wheezing as though there were pinholes in his lungs. I like you, motherfucker, he said. I told them to cut you in. I'd rather see you front points for us than y'all's resident cunt. What's his name? Bertrand? Moline? Got to get the locals humping for you. Ever light up a veal with Zippo tracks? Something about the stank of fried duck shit really gets their attention. The phone receiver was warm and moist against my ear. Someone slammed the screen door behind me like the crack of a rifle. You were one of the shooters, I said. The Marsalis gig? He took out some good men. He had it coming. You fucked it up. I heard him shift the phone in his hand. His breath fanned the mouthpiece in a dry, heated exhalation. Fucked it up, huh? The feds didn't find a body. I think Sonny'll be back to piss on your grave, I said. You listen. A nail caught in his throat, and he began again. We busted his wheels, Ace. I saw the bone buckle. That punk's down in the slime where he belongs. He shows up when you don't expect him. Your buddy Jack got capped before he knew what hit him. Think about it, I said, and hung up the receiver. I hoped I left him with razors turning in his viscera. Chapter 22. At noon Tuesday, a city cop picked up Ruthie Jean outside a restaurant on Main Street and took her to the city jail, where she was booked for disturbing the peace and disorderly conduct. He even cuffed her, put his hand hard inside her arm before he sat her down in the back of the cruiser, and threw her cane across her lap and slammed the door to indicate his sympathies to anyone watching. I heard the story from a half-dozen people, all of whom told it with a sense of genteel dismay, but I suspected they were secretly pleased, as small-town people are, when the sins of another are exposed and they no longer have to be complicit in hiding them. People at first thought she was simply drunk. Then they saw the feverish shine in the eyes, like someone still staring into the flame held to a crack pipe. An elderly woman who lived by Spanish Lake recognized and tried to counsel her, shushing her, patting her shoulders, trying to turn her away from Julia Bertrand, who had just parked her red Porsche at the curb in front of the shadows and was walking cheerfully toward the restaurant, her mental fortifications in place, her long tan riding skirt whipping against her legs. "Oh, it's all right," she said to the other white woman. "Ruthie Jean's just upset about a tenant problem Moline had to settle on the plantation. Now you go on about your business, Ruthie Jean, and don't be bothering people." You want me to call somebody to drive you home? You put me off the plantation, Julia. When you cut the balloon loose, it goes where it won't. I'd appreciate it if you didn't address me by my first name. You can't hide from your thoughts, not when he touches you in the dark under the sheets, his eyes shut, and you know where his hand's been on me. You know he's thinking of me, and that's why he does it to you with his eyes shut. He hurries it, so he doesn't have to think about who he's doing it with, about how he's making a lie for both y'all. Just like he helped make my baby, and kept pretending I could have it without a husband, and live on the plantation like colored folks are supposed to do, like his ancestors did to us, like there wasn't any sin on the child, 'cause the child got Bertrand blood in him. How dare you? You can't run away when you see that little boy in your headlights either. See the fright in his little face, hear his voice speaking to you through the dirt they packed in his mouth. Liquor and drugs can't keep a spirit in the grave. That little boy, his name was John Wesley. He sits on the floor by your nightstand and whispers all the secrets he learned down in the ground, all the things he didn't get to do, the questions he got about his mama and daddy and why they aren't there to take care of him or bring him things on his birthday, 'cause your father run him out of the parish. If you come close to me again, I'm going to slap your face. Julia crossed the street against the light, her waxed calves flashing like scissors. But Ruthie Jean followed her into the restaurant, through the linen-covered tables, past the framed charcoal sketches and pastel paintings of rural Louisiana on the walls, to an interior dining room that should have been an enclave for Julia, but had become a cul-de-sac. Julia sat erectly in her chair, her menu held tightly in her fingers, a bitter thought clenched in her face. When Ruthie Jean took a chair at the next table, Julia began to laugh. It was a braying, disconnected sound, ongoing, like furniture falling downstairs. "Is anything wrong, Miss Julia?" the owner asked. "I thought this was a private dining room." "It is a private dining room, isn't it?" "Well, sometimes, when people reserve it for banquets and club meetings," he answered. "I'd like another table over there by the window." "You bet. Are you sure everything's all right, Miss Julia?" "Are you blind, sir?" The owner held the chair for her at a table whose linen glowed in the sunlight. Now Ruthie Jean approached both of them, her dark eyes as bright as glass. "John Wesley was buried in the rain in a casket made of papier-mâché and kite sticks," she said. "It's rotted away, eaten up with worms now, and that's how come he can visit your room at night, sit right by your pillow, and draw a picture in the air of the thing that got bounced up under your car and lost inside that sound that doesn't ever go out of your head. You're a vicious, cunning, ungrateful nigger, Ruthie Jean. You can end in an asylum. Mark my word," Julia said. Someone was punching numbers on a telephone in the background. "You can't do nothing to stop Moline from coming round my house again," Ruthie Jean said, "but I don't want him any more. In Mexico one time, he put a flower on my stomach and put his mouth on my nipples and put himself inside me and said I was all the food he'd ever need. Except he stole my nipples from my baby. That's 'cause y'all's kind of white people don't know how to love anything outside of what y'all need. After Ruthie Jean had been taken away in the cruiser, her soft black hair like the wig on a mannequin in the rear window, Julia sat numbed and motionless at the table in the deserted dining room. Her lips were bloodless, her makeup dry and flaking from her facial hair, as though parched by an inner heat. One thumb kept digging into her cuticles, cutting half-moons into her knuckles, massaging a nest of thoughts that crawled through her veins like spiders. She smiled and rose from the chair to meet her husband, who had just hurried from his law office down the street. "Moline, you dear," she said, "how good of you to come. Is something bothering you? Oh, what shall we do, dear boy?" She used one sharpened fingernail to draw vertical red lines in the skin under his eyes, as though she were imprinting tears on a clown. At dusk that same evening, Cleet Purcell's rust-eaten caddy, with its mildewed and tattered top folded back at a twisted angle, throbbed into the drive and died like a sick animal. He wore his pork-pie hat and a tropical shirt with tiny purple seahorses printed all over it. He was eating an oyster po' boy sandwich with one hand, tuning the radio with the other. "Take a ride with me," he said. "What's up?" "I need to talk, that's all." "Turn the radio down," I said. "Hey, you listen to Dr. Boogie and the Bon Ton Soul Train?" "No." He started the engine again and kept feeding it the gas while the caddy's gutted muffler vibrated and rattled against the frame. "Okay," I said above the noise, and got in beside him. A few minutes later we were approaching the drawbridge. "Do you realize you always end up driving the same kind of cars greaseballs do?" I said. "That's because I buy 'em off greaseballs. I'm lucky I can afford greaseball hand-me-downs." I waited for him to get to it. We turned into New Iberia, then headed out toward Spanish Lake. He bit down softly on his thumbnail, his face reflective and cool in the wind. "I heard about Sonny. The guy didn't deserve to die like that," he said. We were on the old 2-lane road now. The azaleas and purple wisteria along the roadside were still in bloom, and you could see the lake through the trees. Cleet's voice was hoarse, down in his throat. "Something else bothers me, too." He turned and looked at me. "I told you, when I hit Sonny, I got a red bruise on my knuckles. Looked like strawberry juice under the skin, wouldn't go away." He shook his head without waiting for me to answer. "I was always pissed off at Sonny. I can't even tell you why. When I heard he got clipped, I felt really bad the way I treated him. I was in the can at Two Jogs last night, washing my hands, and that strawberry bruise was gone." He held up the back of his hand in the sun's red glow off the dashboard. "This stuff's in your mind, Cleet. Give me some credit, Mon. My hand throbbed all the time. Now it doesn't. I think Johnny Carp used both of us to set up the whack." He turned left off the 2-lane, drove past the collapsed 3-story house that had been a gambling club in the 60s, then followed a dirt road to woods where people had dumped raw garbage and mattresses and stuffed chairs in the weeds. Cleet backed the caddy into the gloom of the trees. The sun was below the horizon now, the air thick with birds. "What are you doing?" I said. "Helen Swallow got the warrant on Sweet Pea's house. Guess what? He'd ripped the carpet out of his caddy." The radio was off now, and when he cut the engine I heard movement in the trunk. A shift of weight, the scrape of shoe leather against metal. "This is a mistake," I said. "Watch the show. He's a geek. Geeks get off on being the center of attention." Cleet took a can of beer from the styrofoam cooler in the back seat and popped the trunk. Sweet Pea Chasson's long body was curled between the tire wells, his webbed eyes glistening in the enclosed heat, his tin-colored silk shirt swampy with sweat. He climbed out over the bumper, his small mouth compressed as though he were sucking a mint. "Hey, Dave. What's the word, babe?" he said. Cleet shoved him backward across a log onto the ground. "Strake lost his shield, Sweet Pea. We're operating on different rules now. Bad time to be a wise ass, know what I'm saying?" Cleet said. Sweet Pea inserted his little finger into an empty space in his teeth, then looked at the blood on the tip of it and spit in the weeds. He grinned up at Cleet. "I got to go to the bathroom," he said. "Do it in your clothes," Cleet said. Then to me, "I found our man behind a colored juke joint. He was beating the shit out of one of his chippies with a rolled newspaper." "That was my wife," Sweet Pea said. Cleet pitched the can of beer into his lap. "Rinse your mouth out. Your breath's bad," he said. "Thanks, Purcell," Sweet Pea said, ripped the tab and drank deeply from the can. His face was covered with pinpoints of sweat and dirt. "Where we at?" He looked off into the purple haze above the cane fields. "Oh, yeah. My mother's grave was right across them railway tracks." "Who put the whack on Sonny?" Cleet said. "I live in Bro Bridge now. A crawfish getting run over on the highway is big news there." "How do I know?" Sweet Pea tipped the beer can to his mouth. Cleet kicked it into his face. Sweet Pea's lips were suddenly bright red, his eyebrows dripping with beer foam, his face quivering with the force of the blow. But not one sound came from his throat. I pushed Cleet away from him. "No more," I said. "Take a walk down the road, enjoy the evening, stroll back in 10 minutes, he said. His blue-black 38 1-inch hung from his right hand. "We take him back to wherever you got him. That's the way it is, Cletus." "You're screwing it up, Strake." Behind me I heard Sweet Pea stirring in the weeds, getting to his feet. "Stay where you are, Sweet Pea," I said. He sat on a log with his head between his legs and let the blood and saliva drain out of his mouth. When he looked up at me again, his face was changed. "You're a pair of white clowns playing big shit out in the wood," he said. His sharp, tiny teeth looked like they were stained with mercurochrome. Cleet stepped toward him. I put my hand on his chest. "What the fuck y'all know?" Sweet Pea said. "Y'all ever hear there's a glow hanging over the ground at night on the Bertrand place, where all them convicts was killed and buried in their chains? You think you shit vanilla ice cream?" "You're not making much sense, Sweet Pea," I said. "The juke where I bring my broads, how's it stay open?" "It's Bertrand's." "That's not true, partner. I've seen the deeds on all the land around here." "It's part of consor something. What do you call it?" he said. "Consortium." "Yeah," he said. "Hey, Purcell, you look like you need an enema. Why don't you shove that gun up your ass?" Cleet took a Lucky Strike out of his pocket and lit it. Then he pulled a strand of tobacco off his lip and dropped it in the air. The lighted windows of the Amtrak streamed by on the train tracks across the cane field. Sweet Pea sat on the log and looked at the train and scratched his cheek as though we were no longer there. "You've got a lot of luck, Sweet Pea," I said. "Yeah? Tell your wife I got an opening for an older broad like that. I'll make an exception, too. Just straight dates, no 69s, he said. I dreamed that night of people who live in caves under the sea. Their arms and shoulders are sheathed in silver feathers. Their abalone skins dance with fiery sparks. I once knew a helicopter pilot from Morgan City whose Jolly Green took an RPG right through the door. He'd been loaded with ammunition and wounded civilians, and when they crashed in the middle of a river, most of the civilians burned to death or drowned. He became psychotic after the war and used to weigh and sink plastic statues of Jesus all over the waterways of southern Louisiana. He maintained that the earth was wrapped with water, that a bayou in the Atchafalaya Basin was an artery that led to a flooded rice plain in the Mekong Delta, that somehow the presence of a plastic statue could console those whose drowned voices still spoke to him from the silt-encrusted wreckage of his helicopter. When he hung himself, the wire service story made much of his psychiatric history. But in my own life, I'd come to believe in water people and voices that can speak through the rain. I wondered if Sonny would speak to me. It was a blue-gold morning, the sky clear, the wind balmy out of the south, when the sheriff parked his cruiser by the boat ramp and walked down to the dock. I was shirtless, sanding dried fish scales out of the guardrail, the sun warm on my back, the day almost perfect. I didn't want to hear about someone else's troubles, their guilt, or even an apology for wrongs, real or imagined. "We've got Patsy Dapolito in lockup," he said. "That seems like a good place for him. He says somebody stole the tip he left in the motel restaurant. He made quite a scene. Scared the shit out of everybody in the place. This guy is probably as close to Freddy Krueger as New Iberia will ever get. I drew the sandpaper along the grain of the wood and brushed the dust out into the sunlight. It doesn't concern you anymore, huh? The sheriff said. Not unless he comes around here. I wish I could tell you it's that easy, Dave. I started sanding again, my eyes on his. The FBI called yesterday. They thought you were still with us. He shrugged off the discomfort of his own remark. They've got a tap on some of Johnny Carp's people. Your name came up in conversation. I'm not a player anymore, Sheriff. Maybe it's time you and the feds got the word out. The greaseballs think you know something you shouldn't, or you're trying to queer their action over here. They're wrong. One of them said, let the Rambo fucks take care of it. They laughed, and another guy said, yeah, let 'em send in Charlie. Does that mean something to you? Yeah, it does. I was fired. Y'all clean up your own mess. I don't think anger will help us, Dave. When a drunk gets 86 out of a bar, he's not supposed to buy drinks for the people still inside. You want a cup of coffee, Sheriff? Cleet came by at noon. Drank a beer under the awning on the deck, then insisted I drive into New Iberia with him. I've got to work, I said. That's my point, he said, crushing his beer can, his pork pie hat cocked over his scarred eyebrow, his face full of fun. We drove down East Main, past the old Burke home and the steamboat house, into the shade of live oaks, past the city library and the stone grotto dedicated to Christ's mother, which was the only remnant of the old Catholic elementary school, and which in antebellum days had been the home of George Washington Cable, past the law offices of Moline Bertrand and the shadows, into the full sunlight and practicality of the business district. Cleet parked by the side of a small office on the corner. The backs of the buildings were old, red brick, still marked with 19th century lettering. 50 yards away, a tugboat moved down Bayou Teche toward the drawbridge. Two men in tennis shoes, who were too slight to be professional movers, were carrying furniture from a U-Haul van into the office. Cleet, I said, your licenses will be a breeze. Till we get the paperwork done, I'll put you down as my associate or some bullshit like that. You should have asked before you did this. I did. You weren't listening, he said. Who are these guys? A package deal from Nig Rosewater bail bonds. Nig owes me for a couple of skips I ran down. In fact, it was these two guys right here. And the guys owe Nig for their bonds, so Nig threw in some furniture and everybody wins. Cleet, I really appreciate this, but it's a done deal, big man. Tell the guys where you want your desk and file cabinets. Make sure they don't walk out of here with any keys either. He looked at his watch, then glanced up the street. Here she comes. Look, take my car back to your house when you get finished, okay? Helen's taking me to lunch. He saw the look in my eyes. So, she bats from both sides of the plate. Who's perfect? He said. The two of them drove away, waving out the windows as I stood on the sidewalk between Cleet's junker caddy and an office window that had already been lettered with the words, Robichaud, Purcell and Associates Investigative Agency. At twilight, I drove out to the Bertrand plantation and parked by the grove of gum trees. I didn't have permission to be there and didn't care. I'd wanted to believe my involvement with Sonny Boy, Julia and Moline, Luke and Ruthie Jean and Bertie Fontenot was over. But I knew better. Even Sweet Pea Chasson did. This piece of land was our original sin, except we'd found no baptismal rite to expunge it from our lives. That green-purple field of new cane was rooted in rib cage and eye socket. But what of the others whose lives had begun here and ended in other places? The ones who became prostitutes in cribs on Hopkins Street in New Iberia and Jane's Alley in New Orleans, sliced their hands open with oyster knives, laid bare their shin bones with a cane sickle, learned the 12-string blues on the Red Hat Gang and in the camps at Angola with Leadbelly and Hogman Matthew Maxey, were virtually cooked alive in the cast-iron sweatboxes of Camp A, and rode Jim Crow trains north as in a biblical exodus to Southside Chicago and the magic of 1925 Harlem, where they filled the air with the music of the South and the smell of cornbread and greens and pork chops fixed in sweet potatoes, as though they were still willing to forgive if we would only acknowledge their capacity for forgiveness. Tolstoy asked how much land did a man need? Just enough to let him feel the pull of the earth on his ankles and the claim it lays on the quick as well as the dead. Chapter 23. Even though my name was on the window, I didn't go to the office, and in fact didn't formally accept the partnership, even though Bootsy and I needed the income. Not until 3 days later, when Cleet called the bait shop. "Check this. Johnny Carp says he wants another sit-down. 11 o'clock, our office," he said. "Tell him to stay out of town." "Not smart, big man. Don't try to negotiate with these guys. The guy's rattled about something." "Who cares?" I said. "Wake up, Dave. You got no radar anymore. You read the street while you got the chance, or it eats you." I waited until almost 11, then drove into New Iberia. John Polycarp Giacono's white stretch limo with the charcoal-tinted windows was double-parked in front of the office. A back window was partially lowered, and 2 women with bleached hair and Frankenstein makeup were smoking in the back seat, looking straight ahead, bored, oblivious to each other. 3 of Johnny's crew, wearing shades and boxed haircuts, stood on the sidewalk, looking up and down the street as though they were Secret Service agents. I parked round the corner and walked back to the front door. One of them looked at me from behind his glasses, his expression flat, his hands folded in front of him. He chewed on a paper match in the corner of his mouth, nodding, stepping back to let me pass. "That you, Frankie?" I said. "Yeah. How you doing, Mr. Robichaud?" he answered. "I thought you were away for a while." "Well, this broad's conscience started bothering her, and she changed her testimony. What are you going to do?" He shrugged his shoulders, as though a great metaphysical mystery had been placed on them. "Might be a good idea to move the limo, Frankie." "Yeah, I was just going to tell the chauffeur that, thanks." When did Charlie start working with you guys? I asked. He held the tips of his fingers in the air, touched his cheek, gestured with his fingers again. Who? He said. His mouth pursed into a small O the size of a lifesaver. Inside the office, Cleet sat behind an army surplus metal desk, his hands hooked behind his neck. Johnny Carp sat across from him, his arms and legs set at stiff angles, his eyes filled with a black light, his knurled brow like ridges on a washboard. He wore a yellow shirt with the purple letter G embroidered on the pocket, and a gray suit with dark stripes in it, a yellow handkerchief in the pocket. His shoes were dug into the floor like a man about to leap from a building. Dave, help me convince Johnny of something here, Cleet said. He smiled good-naturedly. What's happening, Johnny? I said, and sat down on the edge of another metal desk. You guys tried to cowboy Patsy Bones, he said. Wrong, I said. Somebody put a 9mm round 6 inches from his head. He thinks it come from me, Johnny said. I can see that would be a problem, I said. Don't crack wise with me, Dave. I always treated you with respect, Johnny. But I'm out of the game now. You got the wrong guy. Hear what I'm saying. His close-set eyes and mouth and nose seemed to shrink into an even smaller area in the center of his face. Don't try to scam us. You want something, you got a hard-on, bring it to the table. But you lay off this voodoo bullshit or whatever it is. I'm talking about Sonny here. I looked at Cleet. He shook his head and turned up his palms. You've lost me, Johnny, I said. A hooker says she saw him going by on a streetcar. Last night, Frankie and Marco out there swear either him or his twin brother was walking into Louis Armstrong Park. What white person goes into Louis Armstrong Park at night? Then my wife tells me a red-headed guy was standing in our side yard, looking through our window. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. What? Y'all hire an actor or something? Then his eyes clicked away from mine. Nope, I said. He wiped the front of his teeth with his index finger, rubbed it dry on his knee. His gaze roved around the room. This place is a shithole, he said. Son is dead, Cleet said. You put the whack out. You ought to know, John. You're a magazine-streaked Mick, Purcell. It ain't your fault. You always got your foot up your own ass, so I don't take offense, Johnny said. But, Dave, you got a brain. I'm asking you. No, I'm begging you. If you guys are trying to cowboy Patsy or fuck with me or fuck with anybody in my crew, stop it now. I'm in legitimate business. We put a lot of the old ways behind us, but don't provoke me. His words were those of a man in control, but I could smell a peculiar odor on his breath, like sour baby formula laced with booze. It's not us, I said. The guy was a disease. Nobody else cared about him, he said. Sonny was stand-up, Johnny. He took his own bounce, and he didn't need scotch and milk and a couple of chippies to get him through the morning, I said. Cleet lit a cigarette with a Zippo, his broad shoulders hunched, seemingly unconcerned about the drift of the conversation, but through the smoke his eyes were fastened on Johnny's neck. "You've developed a bad mouth, Dave. I'm here for accommodation. You don't want to listen, fuck you. Just don't try to run no games on me," Johnny said. "The problem's inside you, John. It's not with me or Cleet. You got an office and some furniture Nig Rosewater couldn't give away in Colored Town, and you're a shrink now? You've got blood on your hands. It doesn't wash off easily," I said. He rose from his chair, slipped 2 $20 bills out of his wallet, and laid them on Cleet's desk. "Y'all go up the street, have a nice lunch," he said, and walked out into the sunlight. Cleet tipped his cigarette ashes in the tray. Then he scratched his eyebrow with his thumbnail, as though he didn't know which thought in his head to express first. "You nailed him on that stuff about his chippies. He pays him $100 to blow him so he won't get AIDS," he said. He tilted back in his swivel chair and stared at the wall. "I can't believe this. The first person in our office is a psychotic greaseball." He mashed out his cigarette and went outside with the 2 20s wadded in his fist. He caught the limo just as it was leaving the curb and knocked with his ring on the charcoal-tinted glass. Johnny Carp was bent forward on the seat when he rolled down the window, a smear of milk on his mouth. "Hey, John, give this to your broads for their oral hygiene," Cleet said, and bounced the bills like soiled green Kleenex off Johnny Carp's face. I cut the engine on the outboard, and Alifair and I drift on the wake into a sandbar, then walk toward a line of willow and cypress trees. The sun is white, straight overhead in a blue, cloudless sky. Behind the lacy movement of the trees, in a trapped pool of water, is the rusted purple outline of a wrecked tow barge. I set up a cardboard box at the end of the sandbar, walk back to the boat, and unzip the carrying case from the Beretta 9mm. Once again I show her the safeties and how the trigger mechanism disengages from the hammer. Let her work the slide. Then I take it from her and slip an empty magazine into the butt. "Okay, what's the rule, Alf?" I say. "Never assume a gun is unloaded, but never assume it's loaded either." "You've got it. Do you remember how to clear the action?" She pushes the release button on the butt, drops the magazine, works the slide twice, then peers into the empty chamber. "Terrific," I say. This time I give her a loaded magazine. I stand behind her while she chambers around and takes aim with both hands. She fires once and throws sand in the air by the side of the cardboard box. "Aim a little higher and to your right, Al." She misses twice, and the rounds whang into the barge back in the trees. But the next round leaves a hole the size of a pencil in the cardboard. She starts to lower the pistol. "Keep shooting till you empty, Al." The Beretta spits the empty casings into the sunlight. Pow, pow, pow. Each report echoes across the water. The breech locks open. A tongue of cotton-white smoke rises from the chamber. The box is tilted sideways now, its clean surfaces peppered with black holes. When Alifair smiles at me, I wonder if I've given away a knowledge that should never belong to a child. She wants to reload. It rained in the pre-dawn hours this morning, and the trees in the swamp were gray and shaggy with mist. Then the sun rose out of the steam and broke against the seal of clouds like a flattened rose. I drop into the office on Main, a sojourner, still not quite accepting the reality of being a fired cop. The door is open to let in the clean smell of the rain tumbling out of the sunlight. Cleet is hooking paper clips in a chain on his desk blotter. I can feel his eyes flicking back and forth between his preoccupation and the side of my face. When you chase skips, you've got latitude no cop does, he says. You can cross state lines, bust indoors without a warrant, pick up one perp to squeeze another. The Supreme Court will get a hand on it eventually, but right now it's kind of like being on point in a free-fire zone. He knows I'm not listening, but he continues anyway. I will have a secretary in here tomorrow. I'm transferring some of the business from the New Orleans office. Just takes a while to make things come together, he says. I nod absently, try to avoid looking at my watch. You bother me, Big Mun, he says. Don't start it, Cleet. It's not Sonny's death. It's not getting canned from your department either, even though that's what you want me to think. I'm not up to it. I splay my fingers in the air. The big problem is one that won't go away, Dave. You can't accept change. That's why you always got a firestorm inside you. That's why you ripped up Patsy Dap. You gotta ease up, nobleman. You don't have a shield anymore. You smoke the wrong dude, you go down on a murder beef. Take it from a cat who's been there. I think I'll go back to the bait shop now, I say. Yeah, I guess you better. I apologize for my attitude. You've been a real friend about this partnership. No big deal. My business in New Orleans is going down the drain anyway. Outside, the rain is blowing in the sunlight. When I look back through the office window, Cleet is drinking coffee, staring at nothing, alone in the silence. A new, virtually unused white telephone on his army surplus desk. I feel a pain in my chest and go back inside the office. Together we walk down Main to Victor's for lunch. Johnny Carp had made a pilgrimage to New Iberia, his second attempt at reconciliation. He was a mercurial head case, a functioning drunk, a physiological caricature, a libidinous nightmare whose sexual habits you tried never to think about. But most important, Johnny, like all drunks, was driven by a self-centered fear that made his kind see blood in tap water and dead men walking out of the surf. I called Helen Swallow at the sheriff's department. What's the deal on Patsy Depolito? I asked. He is a rental dump by a pipe yard on the Generette Road. Somebody popped one right through his bedroom window. It was a 9mm? Or a .38. It was pretty beat up. Why? Johnny Carp thinks Sonny was the shooter. Big reach from the salt. She paused. Sorry, she said. Sonny's 9mm is still in possession, isn't it? I said. I hate to admit this, but I asked that question myself. No. What happened to it? We didn't charge him with carrying a concealed weapon because we busted him in Orleans Parish. So when he skated on the murder beef, he was home free. Got his 9 back. Smith & Wesson, right? What's the status on Dapolito? We painted his doorknobs with roach paste so he can't go outside. Come on, Dave, what status? Even New Orleans doesn't know how to deal with this guy. We get 3 or 4 calls a day on him. He took a leak in the wash basin at Mulati's. Thanks for your help, Helen. It's not right what the old man did. I told him what I thought, too. You shouldn't take my weight. She was quiet, as if she was deciding something, perhaps a choice about trust, which was always Helen's most difficult moment. I've got an awful feeling, Streak. It's like somebody put out a cigarette on my stomach lining. I get up in the morning with it. Feeling about what? They tore Della Landry apart with their bare hands. They took down Sonny Marsalis in broad daylight. You watch your butt, you understand me? Don't worry about me. I heard her hand clench and squeak on the receiver. I'm not explaining myself well, she said. When I dropped those 2 perps, I saw my face on theirs. That's how I feel now. Do you understand what I'm talking about? I told her it was her imagination, to get away from that kind of thinking. I told her Baptiste was waiting for me down at the dock. My answer wasn't an honest one. Later, I sat in the backyard and tried to convince myself that my evasiveness was based on concern for a friend. A physician turns his eyes into meaningless glass, shows no expression when he listens through a stethoscope, I told myself. But that wasn't it. Her fear, whether for me or herself, had made me angry. When you buy into premonitions, you jinx yourself and everyone around you. Ask anyone who smelled its vinegar reek in the man next to him. I remembered a helicopter hovering against a fiery red ball that could have been heated in a devil's forge, its blades thropping monotonously, the red dust and plumes from smoke grenades swirling into the air. But for those of us who lay on poncho liners, our wounds sealed with crusted field dressings and our own dried fluids, the dust was forming itself into an enormous animate shape, domed, slack-jawed, leering, the nose a jagged hole cut in bone, a death's head that ballooned larger and larger above the clearing and called our names through the churning of the blades, the din of voices on the ground, the popping of small arms fire that was now part of somebody else's war, just like the watery sound of a human voice speaking into an electric fan. And if you didn't shut out the syllables of your name, or if you looked into the face of the man next to you and allowed the peculiar light in his eyes to steal into your own, your soul could take flight from your breast as quickly as a dog tag being snipped onto a wire ring. The sheriff called me early the next morning. I can't just deal you out, Dave. You need to be told this, he said. What? Sweet Pea and a black woman. We're not sure who she is yet. Could you start over? I said. During the night, a farmer had seen a cone of fire burning in an oak grove out by Cade. The heat was so intense the trees were scaled and baked into black stone. After the fireman covered the Cadillac with foam and stared through the smoke still billowing off the exploded tires, they made out the carbonized remains of two figures, sitting erectly on the springs of the front seat, their lipless mouths wide with secrets that had risen like ash into the scorched air. "The pathologist says 00 bucks," the sheriff said. But he knew that wasn't the information I was waiting for. Sweet Pea had on a locket with his mother's name engraved on it, he said. Then he said, "I don't have any idea who she is, Dave. Look, I've already tried to find Ruthie Jean. She's disappeared. What else can I tell you? I don't like making this damn phone call." I guess you don't, I thought. Chapter 24. I called Cleet at the small house he'd rented by City Park and asked him to meet me at the office on Main. When I got there, the newly hired secretary was hanging a curtain on the front window. She was a short, thick-bodied blonde woman with orange rouge on her cheeks and a pleasant smile. "Cleet didn't get here yet?" I said. "He went for some coffee. Are you Mr. Robichaud?" "Yes. How do you do? I'm sorry I didn't get your name." "Terry Serrett. It's nice to know you, Mr. Robichaud. You're not from New Iberia, are you?" "No. I grew up in Opelousas." "I see. Well, it's nice meeting you," I said. Through the window I saw Cleet crossing the street with a box of doughnuts and 3 sealed paper cups of coffee. I met him at the door. "Let's take it with us," I said. He drove with one hand and ate with the other on the way out to Cade. The top was down and his sandy hair was blowing on his forehead. "How are you going to pay a secretary?" I said. "She works for $5 an hour." "That's $5 more than we're making," I said. He shook his head and smiled to himself. "What's the joke?" I asked. "We're going out to see where Sweet Pea Chason got turned into a human candle." "Yeah." "Are we on somebody's clock? Am I a dumb shit who missed something?" "You want to go back?" He set his coffee cup in a wire ring that was attached to his dashboard and tried to put on his pork pie hat without losing it in the wind. "You think they're wiping the slate clean?" he said. "Their object lessons tend to be in Technicolor." "Why the black woman?" "Wrong place, wrong time, maybe. Unless the dead woman is Ruthie Jean Fontenot." "I don't get it. Black people keep showing up in the middle of all this bullshit. Let's face it, Mon. Ripping off the food stamp brigade isn't exactly the big score for these guys." "It's land." "For what?" I didn't have an answer. We drove down a gravel road through sugar and cattle acreage, then turned into an empty field where a section of barbed wire fence had been knocked flat. The weeds in the field were crisscrossed with tire tracks, and in the distance I could see the oak grove and a bright yellow strand of crime scene tape jittering in the wind. Cleet parked by the trees, and we got out and walked into the shade. The fire-gutted, lopsided shell of Sweet Pea's convertible was covered with magpies. I picked up a rock and sailed it into the frame. They rose in an angry clatter through the leafless branches overhead. Cleet fanned the air in front of his face. "I don't think the M.E. got everything off the springs," he said. "Look at this," I said. "There's glass blown into the back seat and a partial pattern on top of the door." I inserted my little finger into a ragged hole at the top of the passenger door, then looked at the ground for empty shell casings. There weren't any. "What a way to get it," Cleet said. "You can see the angle of fire," I said. "Look at the holes in the paneling just behind the driver's seat." I aimed over the top of my extended arm and stepped backward several feet. Somebody stood just about where I'm standing now and fired right into their faces. "I don't see Sweet Pea letting himself get set up like this," Cleet said. Somebody he trusted got in the back seat. Another car followed. Then the dice were out of the cup. "I gotta get out of this smell," Cleet said. He walked back into the sunlight, spit in the weeds, and wiped his eyes on his forearm. "You all right?" I said. "In Nam, I saw a tank burn. The guys inside couldn't get out. I don't like remembering it, that's all." I nodded. "So I probably signed Sweet Pea's death warrant when I put him in the trunk of my car," he said. "But that's the brakes, right? One more piece of shit scrubbed off the planet." With his shoe, he rubbed the place where he'd spit. "You blaming yourself for the woman?" I asked. He didn't have time to answer. We heard a car on the gravel road. It slowed, then turned through the downed fence and rolled across the field, the weeds rattling and flattening under the bumper. "I know that guy. What's his name? He thinks we should be buddies 'cause we were both in the crotch," Cleet said. "Rufus Arsenault," I said. "Uh-oh. He doesn't look like he wants to be friends anymore." Rufus cut the engine and got out of the car. He wore tight blue jeans and a faded yellow polo shirt and his pilot's sunglasses, with his badge and holster clipped on a western belt. A small black boy, about 10, in an Astros baseball cap and oversized T-shirt, sat in the back seat. The windows were rolled up to keep the air conditioning inside the car, but the engine was off now and the doors were shut. "What the hell you think you're doing?" Rufus said. "The sheriff called me this morning," I said. "He told you to come out here?" "Not exactly." "Then you'd better get out of here." "Did y'all find out who the broad was?" Cleet said. "It's not your business, pal," Rufus said. "Pal? Terrific," Cleet said. "Who's the kid? Looks like he's about to melt." "Did y'all find any shell casings?" I said, and opened the back door to Rufus's car and brought the little boy outside. There was a dark inverted V in his blue jeans where he'd wet his pants. "I don't know what it is with you, Robichaud," Rufus said, "but to be honest, I'd like to beat the living shit out of you." "What are you doing with the boy?" I said. "His mother didn't come home. I'm taking him to the shelter. Now y'all get the fuck out of here." I squatted down on my haunches and looked into the little boy's face. His upper lip was beaded with sweat. "Where do you live, partner?" I asked. "In the trailer, up yonder on the road." "What's your mama's name?" "Gloria Dumaine. They call her Glow where she work." "Does she work at the Juke?" I said. "Yes, sir. That's where she gone last night. She ain't been back." I stood erect and put my fingers lightly on Rufus's arm, turned him toward the trees. I saw the skin stretch tight at the corners of his eyes. "Walk over here with me," I said. "What?" "I know his mother," I said. "She knew something about the decapitated floater we pulled out of the slough in Vermilion Parish. I think she was in the car with Sweet Pea." He removed his sunglasses, his eyes looking from the burned caddy to the little boy. His mouth was a tight seam hooked downward at the corners, his expression wary, as though a trap were being set for him. "Take the little boy to the shelter. I'll call the sheriff and tell him what I told you," I said. "I'll handle it from here," he said. I walked over to Cleet's convertible and got inside. "Let's hit it," I said. As we drove across the field toward the gravel road, I looked back toward the oak grove. Rufus was squatting on his haunches, smoking a cigarette, staring at the scorched hulk in the trees. A man whose keen vision could snap the twine off Gordian knots. The little boy stood unnoticed and unattended in the sunlight, like a black peg tamped into the weeds, one hand trying to hide the wetness in his jeans. They'd killed Sweet Pea and Gloria. Who was next? I didn't want to think about it. I drove to the office on Main with Cleet, then walked down to Moline Bertrand's law offices across from the Shadows. His secretary told me he'd gone home for lunch. I drove across the drawbridge past the old Greystone convent, which was now closed and awaiting the wrecking ball, and followed the winding drive through City Park to Moline's deep, oak-shaded lawn and rambling white house on Bayou Teche. Julia was spading weeds out of a rose bed by the driveway, a conical straw hat on her head. She looked up and smiled at me as I drove by. Her shoulders were tan and covered with freckles, and the skin above her halter looked dry and coarse in the sunlight. Behind her, balanced in the St. Augustine grass, was a tall highball glass, wrapped with a napkin and rubber band. Moline was eating a tuna fish sandwich on a paper plate inside the plexiglass-enclosed back porch. He looked rested, composed, his eyes clear, almost serene. Outside, blue hydrangeas bloomed as big as cantaloupes against the glass. "I'm sorry to bother you at home," I said. "It's no bother. Sit down. What can I do for you? You want something to eat? You're looking good. I'm glad you approve. I'm not here to give you a bad time, Moline." "Thank you." "Did you hear about a guy named Sweet Pea Chasson getting whacked out by Cade?" "I'm afraid not." "A black woman died with him." He nodded, the sandwich in his mouth. His eyes were flat. Against the far wall was a mahogany and glass case full of shotguns and bolt-action rifles. "Call it off," I said. "What?" "I think you have influence with certain people." "I have influence over no one, my friend." Where's Ruthie Jean? You're abusing my hospitality, sir. Give it up, Moline. Change your life. Get away from these guys while there's time. His eyes dropped to his plate. The ball of one finger worked at the corner of his mouth. When he looked at me again, I could see a nakedness in his face, a thought translating into words, a swelling in the voice box, the lips parting as though he were about to step across a line and clasp someone's extended hand. Then it disappeared. Thanks for dropping by, he said. Yeah, you bet, Moline. I don't think you picked up on my purpose, though. I didn't, he said, wiping his chin with a linen napkin, his white shirt as crinkly and fresh as if he'd just put it on. I have a feeling me and Cleet Purcell might be on somebody's list. Don't let me be right. He looked at something outside, a butterfly hovering in a warm air current against the glass. Read Faust, Moline. Pride's a pile of shit, I said. I was never theologically inclined. See ya, I said, and walked out into the humidity and the acrid reek of the chemical fertilizer Julie was feverishly working into her rose bushes. But my conversation with him wasn't over. 2 hours later, he called me at the bait shop. I don't want to see you or your friend harmed. That's God's honest truth, he said. Then tell me what you're into. Dave, take the scales off your eyes. We don't serve flags or nations anymore. It's all business today. The ethos of Robert E. Lee is as dead as the world we grew up in. Speak for yourself. He slammed the receiver down. It was hot and dry that night, and through the bedroom I could see veins of heat lightning crawl and flicker through the clouds high above the swamp. Bootsy woke and turned toward me. The window fan made revolving shadows on her face and shoulders. Can't you sleep? She said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Are you worried about our finances? Not really. We're doing okay. She placed one arm across my side. The department did you wrong, Dave. Accept it and let it go. We don't need them. What do you call that in AA? Working the third step. But that's not it, Boots. I think Johnny Giacono or these military guys are starting to take people off the board. Well, they better not try it around here, she said. I looked into her face. It was calm without anger or any display of self-manufactured feeling. Then she said, if one of those son of a bitches tries to harm anyone in this family, he's going to think the wrath of God walked into his life. I started to smile, and then looked at the expression in her eyes and thought better of it. I believe you, kiddo, I said. Kiddo yourself, she answered. She tilted her head slightly on the pillow and moved her fingers on my hip. I kissed her mouth, then her eyes and hair, and ran my hands down her back. Bootsy never did anything in half measures. She closed the door that gave onto the hallway, in case Alifair got up from bed and went into the kitchen for a drink of water, then pulled off her nightgown and stepped out of her panties in front of the window. She had the smoothest complexion of any woman I'd ever known, and in the spinning shadows of the window fan's blades, the curves and surfaces of her body looked like those of a perfectly formed statue coming to life against a shattering of primordial light. I moved on top of her, and she hooked her legs inside mine and pressed her palms into the small of my back, buried her mouth in my neck, ran her fingers up my spine into my hair, rolled her rump in a slow circle as her breath grew louder in my ear and her words became a single heart-twisting syllable. Dave, 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 oh, Dave. It started to rain outside unexpectedly, the water sluicing hard off the roof, splaying in front of the window fan. The wind-stiffened branches of the oak tree seemed to drip with a wet light, and I felt Bootsy lock her arms around my rib cage and draw me deeper inside her, into coral caves beneath the sea where there was neither thought nor fear, only an encompassing, undulating current that rose and fell as warmly as her breast. I'd wired my house with a burglar alarm system that I couldn't afford, and had taught my 13-year-old daughter how to use a weapon that could turn an intruder into potted meat product. I'd also dragged my insomnia and worry into the nocturnal world of my wife, who was becoming the prisoner of fear. Or, better put, who was allowing himself to become a spectator while others wrote his script. Early Saturday morning, Cleet took one of my outboards down the bayou with his spinning rod and a carton of red wigglers, and came back with a stringer of bream and sun perch that he lifted out of his cooler like a heavy gold-green ice-slick chain. He knelt on the planks in the lee of the bait shop and began cleaning them in a pan of bloody water, neatly half-mooning the heads off at the gills. "You should have gone out with me," he said. "That's like inviting the postman for a long walk on his day off," I said. He put an unlit cigarette in his mouth and smiled. The fish blood on his fingers made tiny prints on the cigarette paper. "You look sharp, Big Mont. How about I take y'all to the Possums for lunch?" he said. "Not today. I'm going to New Orleans in a few minutes. I told Bootsy you might hang around a little bit." He got to his feet and washed his hands under a faucet by the rail. "What are you up to, Strake?" "I'm tired of living in a bullseye." "Who's going to cover your back, Mon?" he said, drying his hands on a rag. "Thanks for watching the house," I said, and walked back up the dock to my truck. When I looked in the rearview mirror, he was leaning against the dock rail, his face shadowed by his hat, one hand propped on his hip. The wind was hot blowing across the swamp, and smelled of gauze and humus drying in the sunlight. Just as I started my truck, the shadows of large birds streaked across the surface of the bayou. I looked into the sky and saw a circle of buzzards descending out of their pattern into the cypress, their wings clattering for balance just before they lighted on their prey. There are a lot of ways to see New Orleans. At the right time of day, the quarter is wonderful. A streetcar ride up St. Charles Avenue through the Garden District, past Audubon Park and Tulane, is wonderful any time. Or you can try it another way, which I don't recommend. Those who feed at the bottom of the food chain, the hookers, pimps, credit card double billers, Murphy artists, stalls, and street dips, usually work out of bars and strip joints and do a relatively minor amount of damage. They're given to the classical hustle and con and purloined purse rather than to physical injury. One rung up are the street dealers. Not all of them, but most, are black, young, dumb, and carry a Jones themselves. The rock they deal in the projects almost guarantees drug-induced psychosis. Anything else they sell has been stepped on so many times you might as well try to get high, huffing baby laxative or fixing with powdered milk. In another category are people who simply deal in criminal finance. They are usually white, older, have few arrests, and own legitimate businesses of some kind. They fence stolen property, operate chop shops, and wash stolen and counterfeit money, which sells for 10 to 20 cents on the dollar, depending on its origins or quality. Then there is the edge of the quarter, where if you're drunk or truly unlucky, you can wander out of a controlled and cosmetic libertine environment into a piece of moral moonscape. Louis Armstrong Park or the St. Louis cemeteries will do just fine, where kids will shoot a woman through the face at point-blank range for amounts of money you could pry out of a parking meter with a screwdriver. The murders receive national attention when the victim is a foreign tourist. Otherwise, they go on with unremarkable regularity, to the point that Louisiana now has the highest murder rate per capita in the United States. Those at the top of the chain, dealers who form the liaison between Colombia and the wetlands, casino operators who front points for a mafia-owned amusement company in Chicago, seldom do time or even have their names publicly connected with the forces they serve. They own newspaper people and literally employ the governor's children. Floating casino owners with state legislators on a pad work their shuck on morning television shows like good-natured Rotarians. Mafiosi, who some think conspired to kill John Kennedy, tend their roses and dine unnoticed in downtown restaurants. It's not exaggeration. I took the tour, thinking I could find information in the streets of New Orleans that had eluded me at home, and came up empty. But what should I have expected? Back alley hypes, graduates of city prison, and prostitutes with AIDS, one of whom, with a haunted look in her eyes, asked me if the stories were true about this place called Lourdes. Were people whose idea of a successful scam was to drill holes in their electric meters and pour honey inside so ants would foul and retard the mechanism, or, more indicatively of the fear that defined their lives, wondered daily if the Mexican tar and water they watched bubbling in a heated spoon wasn't indeed the keyhole to the abyss where all the hungry gargoyles and grinding sounds of their childhoods awaited them. It rained at dusk, and I sat under the pavilion at the Café du Monde and ate a plate of beignets with powdered sugar and drank coffee au lait. I was tired and wet, and there was a hum, a pinging sound in my head, the way your eardrums feel when you've stayed underwater too long at a depth beyond your tolerance. St. Louis Cathedral and the park in Jackson Square were gray in the rain, and a cold mist was blowing under the eaves of the pavilion. A young college couple with a portable stereo crossed against the light and ran breathlessly out of the rain into the cafe and sat at a table next to me. They ordered, and the boy peeled the cellophane off a musical tape and stuck it in his machine. Anybody who grew up in South Louisiana during the 50s would remember those songs. Big Blue Diamond, Shirley Jean, Lordy Miss Claudy, I Need Somebody Bad Tonight, Matilda, Betty and Dupree, and I got the Rockin' Pneumonia and the Boogie Woogie too. I hadn't realized I was staring. You like those songs? The boy said. Sure, you bet, I said. They're hard to beat. We bought 'em over on the corner. It's great stuff, he said. I saw those guys. Cookie and the Cupcakes, Lloyd Price, Warren Storm. They used to play around here. They smiled and nodded, as though they were familiar with all those names too, then tried to return to their own conversation without seeming impolite. I felt suddenly old and foolish. I wanted to drive back home, mark off the day, forget all the faces I'd looked into, erase the seared voices that could have been those of William Blake's lost souls on Lower Thames Street. But I knew what I had to do. I was no longer a cop. My family was at risk as long as Johnny Carp thought I was a threat to one of his enterprises. I'd told Moline pride was a pile of shit. I wondered how good I would be at accepting my own admonition. I walked back toward Esplanade, got in my truck, and headed up the entrance ramp to I-10 in Jefferson Parish. I thought I saw a Chartreuse Cadillac convertible in my rearview mirror. Then it disappeared in a swirl of rain. The Giacono family had successfully controlled New Orleans for many reasons, one of which was the fact that they loved the appearance of normalcy and lived in upper-middle-class homes that didn't draw attention to their wealth. Johnny's limo stayed in a garage downtown. When he drove home from work, it was in his Lincoln. Johnny knew if there was one emotion that could overcome fear, which he instilled in his enemies with regularity, it was envy. When whites began to flee New Orleans for Jefferson Parish and Metairie, the political base of David Duke, Johnny went with them. He joined any club he could buy his way into, pushed a basket around in the supermarket on Saturday mornings, played softball in the neighborhood park, and on Saturday nights threw huge dinners where the tables with checkered cloths groaned with platters of pasta, sausage, meatballs, and baked lasagna at a working-class Italian restaurant by the lake. It was a strange evening. The rain was blowing harder now, and the swells in the lake were dark green and dimpled with rain. The causeway, haloed with mist and electric lights, all the way across the water to Covington, but the late sun had broken free of the clouds on the horizon and filled the western sky with a red glow, like flames inside oil smoke. It was a happy, crowded place, with wide verandas and high windows, private banquet rooms, a long railed bar, potted palms, and plush maroon sofas by the cash register. I took off my seersucker coat in the men's room, dried my hair and face with paper towels, straightened my tie, tried to brush the powdered sugar from the Café du Monde off my charcoal shirt, then combed my hair and looked in the mirror. I didn't want to go back outside. I didn't want to say the words I would have to say. I had to look away from my own reflection. Johnny was entertaining in a back room with lacquered pine paneling and windows that gave onto the lake and the lighted sailboats that rocked in the swells. He was at the bar in fine form, dressed in tailored pegged gray slacks, tasseled loafers, plum-colored socks, a bright yellow dress shirt with blood-red cuff-links as big as cherries. His marcelled hair gleamed like liquid plastic. His teeth were pink with wine. The hood at the door was in a jovial mood, too, and when I said, "I got no peace, I got no shield, Max," he smiled and answered, "I know that, Mr. Overshow. Johnny seen you outside. He wants you to come on in and have a good time." I ordered a Dr. Pepper and drank it 5 feet from where Johnny was holding a conversation with a half-dozen people. My presence never registered in his face while he grinned and beamed and told a joke, rocking on the balls of his feet, his lips pursed as he neared the conclusion of his story, a clutch of $50 bills folded in a fan between his ringed fingers. Again I could hear a peculiar creaking sound in my head, like the weight of a streetcar pinging through steel track. I looked out the rain-streaked side window and thought I saw Clete Purcell staring back at me. And when I blinked and widened my eyes, he was gone. I finished my Dr. Pepper and ordered another. I kept looking directly into Johnny's face. Finally, I said it, gave recognition to his power, acknowledged my dependence on his mood and the enormous control he had over the lives of others. "Johnny, I need a minute of your time." "Sure, Dave," he said, and moved toward me along the bar, pointed toward his Manhattan glass for the bartender. "How you doing? You didn't bring that Irish ape, did you? Hey, just kidding. Purcell don't bother me. You ever know his mother? She was a wet brain. Used to sell out of her pants when an old man run off. Ask anybody in the channel." "Can we talk somewhere?" I said. "This is good." 2 of his hoods stood behind him, eating out of paper plates, salami and salad hanging off their lips. Their steroid-pumped upper arms had the diameter and symmetry of telephone poles inside their sports coats. "Don't be shy. What's the problem?" "No problem. That's what I'm saying, Johnny. I'm no threat to you guys." "What am I listening to here? I ever said you were a problem?" He turned to his men, a mock incredulous look on his face. "My daughter saw a guy hanging around our house, Johnny. You think I have information, which I don't. They pulled my shield. I'm out of the game. I don't care what you guys do. I'm asking you to stay away from me and my family." "You hear this crazy guy?" he said to his hoods. Then to me, "Eat some dinner. Drink some wine. You got my word. Anybody bothers you with anything, you bring it to me." "I appreciate your attitude, Johnny," I said. My palms felt damp, thick, hard to fold at my sides. I was sweating inside my shirt. I swallowed and looked away from the smile on his face. "I accused you of something that was in the imagination. I'm sorry about that," he said. His men were grinning now. "Excuse me?" I said. "A red-headed guy. Looked like Sonny Boy Marsalis out at my house walking around downtown. I asked you and Purcell if you'd hired an actor. Remember?" he said. I nodded. "There he is," he said, and pointed to a man in a white jacket bussing a table. "He's Sonny's cousin, a retard or something. I got him a job here. He looks just like him, except his brains probably run out his nose." "He looks like a stuffed head," one of Johnny's men said. "Yeah, he'd make a great doorstop," the other man said. "Why was he at your house?" I said. The skin of my face burned, and my voice felt weak in my throat. He was looking for a job. He'd been out there with Sonny once. Now he's making $6 an hour in tips, cleaning slops. So I done a good one for Sonny. One of the men behind Johnny gargled with his drink. Salt water's good for the throat, he said to me. Take a glass bottle boat ride, Robichaud. Ask Sonny if that ain't true. Johnny stripped a folded 50 out of the fan in his hand and dropped it on my forearm. Get something nice for your daughter, he said. You done the right thing here tonight. He reached out with one hand and adjusted the knot in my tie. I saw the balloon of red-black color well up behind my eyes, heard a sound like wet newspaper ripping in my head, saw the startled and fearful look in his face just before I hooked him above the mouth, hard, snapping my shoulder into it, his nose flattening, his upper lip splitting against his teeth. I caught him again on the way down, behind the ear, then brought my knee into his face and knocked his head into the bar. I kept waiting for his men to reach inside their coats, to pinion my arms, but they didn't move. My breath was heaving in my chest. My hands were locked on the lip of the bar, like a man aboard ship during a gale, and I was doing something that seemed to have no connection with me. He fought to get up, and I saw my shoe bite into his chin, his ear, his raised forearm, his rib cage. I felt Johnny Carp cracking apart like eggshell under my feet. Mother of God, that's enough, Dave! I heard Cleet shout behind me. Then I felt his huge arm knock me backward away from Johnny's body, which was curled in an embryonic position next to the brass bar rail, his yellow shirt streaked with saliva and blood, his fists clenched on his head. Then Cleet laced his fingers under my arm, a paper bag crushed against the contour of his palm, and drew me back toward the door with him. A pistol-grip, sawed-down, double-barreled 12-gauge pointed at Johnny's men. The only sound in the room was the service door to the kitchen flipping back and forth on its hinges. The faces of the diners were as expressionless as candle wax, as though any movement of their own would propel them into a terrible flame. I felt Cleet push me out into the darkness and the cold odor of an impending electric storm that invaded the trees like a fog. He shoved the sawed-down 12-gauge into the paper bag, then threw it on the seat of his convertible. "Oh, Dave," he said. "Nobleman." He shook his head and started his car without finishing his sentence, his eyes hollow and lustrous with a dark knowledge, as though he'd just seen the future. Chapter 25. By Monday morning, nothing had happened. No knock at the door from New Orleans plainclothes, no warrant cut. To my knowledge, not even an investigation in progress. The sky was clear and blue, windless, the day warm, the sun as bright as a shattered mirror on the bayou's surface. After the early fishermen had left the dock and I'd started the fire in the barbecue pit for the lunches Baptiste and I would sell later, I called Cleet at the office on Main. "You need me for anything?" I said. "Not really. It's pretty quiet. I'm going to work at the dock today." "He's coming, Dave." "I know." The priest sits next to me on the weathered planks of the bleachers by the baseball diamond at New Iberia High. The school building is abandoned, the windows broken by rocks pocked with BB holes. The priest is a tall, gray, crew-cut man who used to be a submarine pitcher for the Pelicans back in the days of the Evangeline League, and later became an early member of Martin Luther King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Today he belongs to the same AA group I do. "Did you go to the restaurant with that purpose in mind?" he asked. "No." "Then it wasn't done with forethought. It was an impetuous act. That's the nature of anger." It's dusk, and the owner of the pawn and gun shop on the corner rattles the glass in his door when he slams and locks it. Two black kids in ball caps gaze through the barred window at the pistols on display. "Dave, I tried to kill him." "That's a bit more serious," he says. The black kids cross the street against the red light and pass close to the bleachers in the shadows, oblivious to our presence. One picks up a rock, sails it clattering through a tree next to the school building. I hear a faint tinkle of glass inside. "And because of your friend, what was his name, Sonny Boy?" the priest says. "I think he put the hit on Sonny. I can't prove it, though." His hands are long and slender with liver spots on the backs. His skin makes a dry sound when he rubs one hand on top of the other. "What bothers you more than anything else in the world, Dave?" "I beg your pardon?" "Vietnam, the death of your wife Annie, revisiting the booze in your dreams?" When I don't reply, he lifts one hand, gestures at the diamond, the ruined school building that's become softly molded inside the fading twilight. A torn kite caught by its string on an iron fire escape flaps impotently against a wall. "It's all this, isn't it?" he says. "We're still standing in the same space where we grew up, but we don't recognize it anymore. It's like other people own it now." "How did you know?" "You want absolution for what you did to this guy?" "Yes." "Dave, when we say the serenity prayer about acceptance, we have to mean it. I can absolve sins, but I can't set either one of us free from the nature of time. It has nothing to do with time. It's what we've allowed them to do, all of them, the dope traffickers, the industrialists, the politicians. We gave it up without even a fight." "I'm all out of words," he says, and lays his hand on my shoulder. It has the weightlessness of an old man's. He looks at the empty diamond with a private thought in his eyes, one that he knows his listener is not ready to hear. "Come on down to the office and talk to somebody for me, will you?" Cleet said when I answered the phone early the next morning, and then he told me who. "I don't want to talk to him," I said. "You're going to enjoy this, I guarantee it." 20 minutes later, I parked my truck in front of the office. Through the window, I could see Patsy Dapolito sitting in a wood chair next to my desk, his brow furrowed as he stared down at the BB game that he tilted back and forth in his hands. His face looked like stitched pink rubber molded against bone. I walked inside and sat behind my desk. The new secretary looked up and smiled, then went back to typing a letter. "Tell Dave what's on your mind. Get his thoughts on it," Cleet said to the back of Patsy's head. "You guys hire operatives. Maybe we can work something out," Patsy said. "Like work for us, you mean?" I asked. "Nobody catches any flies on you, I can see that," he answered, and tilted more BBs into the tiny holes of his game. Cleet widened his eyes and puffed air in his cheeks to suppress the humor in his face. "We're not hiring right now, Patsy. Thanks anyway," I said. "Who tried to peel you a box?" he said. Cleet and I looked at each other. "You didn't know your place got creeped?" He laughed, then pointed with his thumb to the safe. "You can punch 'em, peel 'em, or burn 'em. The guy tried to do this one was a fish. He should have gone through the dial." Cleet got up from his desk and rubbed his fingers along the prized edge of the safe, then went to the front and back doors. "How'd the guy get in?" he said to me, his face blank. "It's called a lockpick, Purcell," Patsy said. "There are no scratches," Cleet said to me. "Maybe the safe was already damaged when you got it from Nig," I said. But Cleet was already shaking his head. Patsy lit a cigarette, held it upward in the cone of his finger, blew smoke around it as though he were creating an artwork in the air. "There's a hit on me. I got a proposition," he said. "Tell me who Charlie is," I said. "Charlie? What the fuck you talking about?" "Would you watch your language, please?" I said. "Language? That's what you guys got on your mind? I use bad language?" he said. "You're a beaut, Patsy," I said. "Yeah? Well, fuck you. The hit's coming from Johnny Carp. You stomped the shit out of him, Robichaud. Purcell bounced money off his face. That gives all of us a mutual interest. You get my drift?" "Thanks for coming by," I said. He stood up, ground his cigarette out in an ashtray, stabbing it into the ceramic as though he were working an angry thought out of his mind. "Marcellus ever wash up on the shore?" he said. "No. Why?" I said. "No reason. I wish I'd been there for it. It was time somebody broke that mutt's legs." "Get out," I said. When he walked past the secretary, he drew his finger like a line of ice water across the back of her neck. When I closed the bait shop that night and walked up the dock toward the house, I saw Luc Fontenot waiting for me in the shadows of the oaks that overhung the road. He wore a pair of pink slacks, a braided cloth belt, a black shirt with the collar turned up on the neck. He flipped a toothpick out onto the road. "What's up, partner?" I said. "Come out to the plantation with me?" "Nope." "Ruthie Jean and me want to bring all this to an end." "What are you saying?" "Moline Bertrand gonna fix it so it come out right for everybody." "I'm afraid I'm not one of his fans, Luke." talk to my Aunt Bertie. If it come from you, she gonna listen." I could hear the strain like twisted wire in his throat. "To what?" "No, don't tell me." "Somebody's gonna give y'all a lot of money." "Sounds great. Except Bertie's one of those rare people who's not for sale and just wants her little house and garden and the strip Moline's grandfather gave y'all's family." "You ain't got to the part that counts most." He rubbed a mosquito bite on his neck, looked hotly into my face. "Moline and Ruthie Jean?" I said. "That's what it always been about, Mr. Deef. But if it don't go right, if Aunt Bertie gonna act old and stubborn, there's some bad white people gonna be out there. I'm between Ruthie Jean and that old woman. What I'm gonna do?" I followed him in my truck out to the Bertrand plantation. The sky was freckled with birds, the air heavy with smoke from a trash fire full of dust blowing out of the fields. The grove of gum trees at the end of the road thrashed in black-green silhouette against the dying sun. While he told me a story of reconciliation and promise, I sat with Luke on the tiny gallery of the house from which he and Ruthie Jean had been evicted, and I wondered if our most redeeming quality, our willingness to forgive, wasn't also the instrument most often used to lay bare and destroy the heart. Moline had found Luke first, then Ruthie Jean, the latter in a motel in a peculiar area of North Lafayette, where Creoles and blacks and white people seemed to traverse one another's worlds without ever identifying with any one of them. He spent the first night with her in the motel, a low-rent 1940s cluster of stucco boxes that had once been called the Truman Courts. While he made love to her, she lay with her head propped up on pillows, her hands lightly touching his shoulders, her gaze pointed at the wall, neither encouraging nor dissuading his passion, which seemed as insatiable as it was unrequited. Then, in the middle of the night, he sat naked on the side of the bed, his skin so white it almost glowed, his forearms on his thighs, his confession of betrayal and hypocrisy so spontaneous and devoid of ulterior motive that she knew she would have to forgive whatever injury he had done her, or otherwise his sin would become her own. She rose to her knees, pressed him back on the pillow, then mounted him, and kissed his face and throat, made love to him almost as though he were a child. When the light broke against the window curtains in the morning, and she heard the sound of diesel trucks outside, car doors slamming, people talking loudly because they didn't care if others slept or not, all the hot, busy noise of another day in the wrong part of town, she could feel the nocturnal intimacy of their time together slipping away from her. And she knew he would shower soon, drink coffee with her, be fond, even affectionate, while the attention in his eyes wandered, then begin to refocus on the world that awaited him with all the guarantees of his race and position as soon as he left the motel. But instead, he drove them to Galveston, where they ate lunch at a hotel restaurant on the beach, rented a boat, and fished for speckled trout in the deep drop-off beyond the third sandbar, walked barefoot along the edge of the surf by the old World War I fort at sunset, and on a whim flew to Monterey to watch a bullfight the next afternoon. By the time they returned to Lafayette, Ruthie Jean believed her life had turned a corner she hadn't thought possible. "He's leaving his wife?" I said. "He give his word. He can't stay with Miss Julia no more," Luke said. I didn't say anything for a long time. You're a smart man, Luke. Where's he going to take his law practice? He sell the property. They ain't going to have to worry. I see. I had an indescribably sad feeling inside that I couldn't translate into words. Then I saw Ruthie Jean come out of Bertie's house and walk on her cane toward us. She looked beautiful. Her hair was brushed in thick swirls that curved on her high cheekbones, and the low-cut white knit dress she wore showed every undulation in her body. When she recognized me in the gloom, she went through the back door of the house. "Are y'all staying here now?" I asked Luke. "Yes, sir." "But it was Julia Bertrand who evicted y'all, wasn't it?" He studied the grove of gum trees at the end of the road. "So it must be with her knowledge that y'all are back here. Does that make sense to you?" I said. "Talk to Aunt Bertie, Mr. Dave. I have too much respect for her. No offense meant. I'll see you, Luke." "Moline Bertrand gonna keep his word." When I started my truck, he was standing alone in his yard, a jail-wise hustler, pulled from the maw of our legal killing apparatus, who grieved over his elderly aunt and put his trust in white people, whom a behaviorist would expect him to fear and loathe. I wondered why historians had to look to the Roman arena for the seeming inexhaustible reservoirs of faith that can exist in the human soul. The next evening, after I'd closed the bait shop and dock, I put on my running shoes and gym shorts and worked out with my weights in the backyard. I did 3 sets of curls, deadlifts, and military presses, then jogged through the tunnel of trees by the bayou's edge. The sky was the color of gunmetal, the sun a crack of fire on the western horizon. I came out of the trees, the wind in my face, and headed for the drawbridge. For some reason, I wasn't even surprised when he came out of the shadows and fell in next to me, his tennis shoes powdering the dust in sync with mine, the granite head hunched down on his oily shoulders as though the neck had been surgically removed, his evenly measured breath warm with the smell of beer and tobacco. "I saw you working out on the speed bag at Red Lareel's gym," he said. "The trick's to do it without gloves." He held out his square, blunt hands, his words bouncing up and down in his throat. "I used to wrap mine with gauze soaked in lye water. Puts a sheath of callus on the outside like dry fish scale. Problem today is some faggot cuts his hand on the bag, then you skin your hand on the same bag and you got AIDS. That's what these cocksuckers are doing to the country." "What's your problem, Pogue?" "You gonna dime me?" "I'm not a cop anymore, remember?" "So the bar's open," he said, and pointed toward a brown Nissan parked by the side of the road. "I'm tied up. I got the cooler in the back seat. Take a breath, Chief. Nobody's after your cherry," he said. Up ahead I could see the drawbridge and the bridge tender inside his little lighted house. Emile Pogue tugged his cooler out onto the road, stuck his corded forearm down into the water and melting ice, and pulled out 2 bottles of Coors. "No thanks," I said. He twisted off the cap on one bottle and drank it half empty. His torso looked as taut and knurled as the skin on a pumpkin, crisscrossed with stitched scars, webbed with sinew like a huge cat's whiskers above the rib cage. He worked his arms through a sleeveless olive-green shirt. "You don't like me?" he said. "No." He pinched his nostrils, flexed his lips back on his gums, looked up and down the road. "Here's the deal," he said. "You put a stop to what's happening. I'll rat fuck any greaseball you want, then I'm gone." "Stop what?" "That demented guy. The one looks like a dildo you scrambled. Patsy Depolito. He thinks Johnny Carp's got a hit on him. It ain't coming from Johnny, though." His breath was like a slap. His body auraed with a fog of dried sweat and testosterone. He tapped me on the chest with his finger. "Look at me when I'm talking to you. Sonny killed my brother, so I had a personal and legitimate hard-on for the guy." "I hear you." "But that ain't why Sonny's back." I stared at him, open-mouthed. His eyes had the dead quality of ball bearings. He breathed loudly through his nose. "Back?" I said. "Get you some Q-tips. Open up the wax. Don't tell me what I seen. Look, Chief, till you been down in the bush with the Injuns, done a few mushrooms with these fuckers. I'm talking about on a stone altar where their ancestors used to tear out people's hearts. Don't knock what somebody else tells you he sees." "You lost me." "I saw him at a camp I use out in the Atchafalaya. I looked out in the trees inside all this hanging moss. There was a swarm of moths or butterflies, except they were on fire. Then they formed a big cluster in the shape of a guy, and the guy walked right through the trunk of a tree into the water. It was Sonny Marsalis. He was burning like hundreds of little tongues of flame under the water. I ain't the only one seen it either." His hand was squeezed like a huge paw around his beer bottle, his mouth an expressionless slit. "I think we're talking about an overload of acid or steroids, Emil," I said. "You get word to Sonny," he said. "That Mennonite's words, they were a curse. I'm saying maybe I'm damned. I need time to get out of it." His breath was rife with funk, his eyes jittering, riveted on mine. "What Mennonite?" I said. "Sometimes you pull aside the veil and look into the pit. What follows is my best reconstruction of his words." Chapter 26. I had 30 guys strung out on the trail in the dark. It sounded like a traveling junkyard. I stopped them at the river, told the translator, "Look, we got a problem here. 2 more clicks, we're in Pinkville South. Know what I'm saying? We go in, make our statement, then boogie on back across the river. The beer is 5 hours colder, and we let the dudes from Amnesty International count up the score. In and out, that's the rhythm. None of our people get hurt. Even the volunteers we took out of the last veal don't need to walk through any toe poppers. I'm talking to guys here who think the manual of arms is a Nicaraguan baseball player. Look, Ace, you gotta understand, I didn't target the veal. It targeted itself. They were giving food to the people who were killing us. We warned them. We warned the American priest running the orphanage. Nobody listened. I didn't have no grief with the Mennonite broad. I saw her in the city once. I tipped my hat to her. I admired her. She was a homely little Dutch wisp of a thing, working in a shithole most people wouldn't take time to spit on. The trouble came from a couple of liaison guys, officers who spent some time at a special school for greasers at Benin. Listen, Chief, I was an advisor. Got me? I didn't get paid for interfering. You see these guys walk a dude into a tin shed that's got a metal bed frame in it. They close the door behind them. You'll hear the sounds way out in the jungle and pretend it's just monkeys shrieking. Ayos, they'd yell when we came into the veal, and then try to hide. That was our name. As far as these poor bastards knew, I could have been Pancho Villa or Stonewall Jackson. Look, it got out of control. We were supposed to set up a perimeter, search for weapons, take one guy out in particular, this labor organizer. One object lesson, that's all. They used to call it a Christmas tree. A few ornaments hanging off the branches in the morning, you with me? But the guy runs inside the church, and the priest starts yelling at our people out on the steps, and pop, pop, pop. What was I supposed to do, man? Suddenly I got a feeding frenzy on my hand. You gotta look at the overview to see my problem. It's in a cup of mountains with nobody to see what's going on. That can be a big temptation. In the center of the veal is this stucco church with 3 little bell towers on it. The priest looks like a pool of black paint poured down the steps. The streets run off in all directions like spokes on a wheel. And the guys did the priest are scared and start popping anybody in sight. Before I know it, they're down all the spokes, deep in the veal. The circus tent's on fire, and I'm one fucking guy. Geese and chickens are exploding out of the yards, pigs squealing, women screaming, people getting pulled into the street by the hair. She comes around the corner like she's walking against the wind, and it takes everything in her to keep walking toward the sounds that make most people cover their ears and hide. I ain't ever going to forget the look in her face. She had these ice blue eyes and hair like white corn silk, and blood on her blouse, like it was thrown from an ink pen. But she saw it all, man, just like that whole street and the dead people in it zoomed right through her eyes onto a piece of film. The problem got made right there. I pushed her hard. She had bones like a bird. You could hold her up against a candle and count 'em with your finger, I bet. and her face was a little pale triangle, and I knew why she was a religious woman, and I shoved her again. This is an accident. It's ending now. You haul your butt out of here, Dutchie, I said. I squeezed her arm, twisted her in the other direction, scraped her against the wall, and saw the pain jump in her face. But they're hard to handle when they're light. They don't have any weight you can use against them. She pulled out of my hand, slipped past me, even cut me with a nail so she could keep looking at the things she wasn't supposed to see that were going to mess all of us up. Her lips moved, but I couldn't understand the words. The air between the buildings was sliced with muzzle flashes, like red scratches against the dark, and you could see empty shell casings shuddering across the lamplight in the windows. Then I heard the blades on the Huey before I felt the downdraft wash over us, and I watched it set down in a field at the end of this stone street, and the two officers from the special school at Benning waiting for me, their cigars glowing inside the door, and I didn't have any doubt how it was going to go. They said it in Spanish, then in English, then in Spanish and English together. It is sad, truly, but this one from Holland is comunista. She is also very serio, with friends in the left-wing press. Entiende, Senor Pogue? It wasn't a new kind of gig. You throw a dozen bodies out at high altitudes. Sometimes they come right through the roof. Maybe it saves lives down the line. But she was alive when they brought her on board. Look, Chief, I wasn't controlling any of it. My choices were, I finish the mission, clean up these guys' shit, and not think about what's down below, because the sun was over the ridges now, and you could see the tile roof of the church and the body of the labor organizer hanging against the wall, and engines running around like an ant's nest that's been stepped on. Or stay behind and wait for some seriously pissed off rebels to come back into the Ville and see what we'd done. Two guys tried to lift her up and throw her out, but she fought with them. So they started hitting her, both of them, then kicking her with their boots. I couldn't take it, man. It was like somebody opened a furnace door next to my head. The stuff had an end. She knew it, too. She saw it in my eyes, even before I picked her up by her shoulders, almost like I was saving her. Her hands resting on my cheeks, all the while staring into my eyes, even while I was carrying her to the door. Even when she was framed against the sky, like she was inside a painting, her hair whipping in the wind, her face jerking back toward the valley floor and what was waiting for her. No stopping any of it now, Chief. And I could see white lines in her scalp and taste the dryness and fear on her breath. But her lips were moving again while I squeezed her arms tighter and moved her farther out into a place where nobody had to make decisions anymore. Her eyes like holes full of blue sky. And this time I didn't need to hear the words. I could read them on her mouth. They hung there in front of me, even while the wind tore her out of my hands, and she became just a speck racing toward the earth. You must change your way. Chapter 27. Cleet and I had breakfast the next morning at Victor's on Main. It was cool inside, and the overhead fans made shadows on the stamped tin ceiling. "What did you do then?" Cleet said. "Got in his car and drove away." "He confesses to a murder, tells you he sees flames burning under the water, then just drives away?" "No." He repeated the Mennonite woman's words, then said, "How's that for a mindfuck, Chief?" The restaurant was almost empty, and a black woman was putting fresh flowers on the table. Cleet folded and unfolded his palms, bit down on the corner of his lip. "You think Sonny's back?" I asked. "Back from what? You don't come back. You're either alive or you're dead." "What set you off?" "Nothing. Look, somebody took a shot at Patsy Dapp, maybe with a 9mm. Pogue says it didn't come from Johnny Carp," I said. His green eyes lingered on mine. "You didn't," I said. "You said it a long time ago. They're all head cases. The object is to point them at each other," he said. "You can't orchestrate the behavior of psychopaths. What's the matter with you?" "I did it when I had a few beers. I told you nobody fucks my poncho." He rolled his fork back and forth on the tablecloth, clicking it hard into the wood. "What's worrying you?" I said. "Poe's a pro. He's got ice water in his veins. When's the last time a guy like that told you a dead man's trying to cap him?" I went to a noon AA meeting and tried to turn over my problems to my higher power. I wasn't doing a good job of it. I'd stomped and degraded Johnny Giacono in front of his crew, his friends, and family. Were I still a police officer, I would have a marginal chance of getting away with it, but because of my new status, there was no question about the choices Johnny had before him. He would either redeem himself in an unmistakable dramatic way, or be cannibalized by his underlings. As assassins, the Mafia has no peer. Their experience and sophistication go back to the Napoleonic Wars. The level of physical violence imposed on their victims is usually grotesque and far beyond any practical need. And the conviction rate of their button men is a joke. The hit itself almost always comes about in an insidious fashion. The assassin is trusted, always has access, extends an invitation for a quiet dinner with friends, An evening at the track, a fishing trip out on the salt. The victim never suspects the gravity of the situation until, in the blink of an eye, he's looking into a face that's branded with an ageless design, lighted with energies that aren't easily satiated. I went to 2 meetings a day every day that week. When I got home Friday evening, Luke Fontenot was waiting for me in the bait shop. He sat at a table in the corner in the gloom, a cup of coffee in front of him. Baptiste was mopping down the counter when I came in. He looked back at me and shrugged, then dropped his rag in a bucket and went outside and lit a cigar on the dock. Aunt Bertie got rid of a lawyer and signed a quit. What do you call it? Luke said. A quit claim? Yeah, that's it. He looked smaller in the weak light through the screen windows. His hair grew in small ringlets on the back of his neck. They give her $25,000, he said. Does she feel okay with that? She don't want nothing to happen to me or Ruthie Jean. His eyes didn't meet mine. His face was empty, his mouth audibly dry when he spoke, like that of a person who's just experienced a moment for which he has little preparation. That lawyer from Lafayette, the one used to work for Sweet Pete Chason, Jason Darbone, and some men from New Orleans come out to the place last night, he said. They was standing by the gum trees where the graves used to be, pointing out toward the train track. I went outside and asked them what they want. They say we gotta be gone in 30 days. That strip of houses ain't gonna be nothing but broken boards and tore up water pipe. I told them I ain't heard Moline Bertrand tell me that. And the last I heard, Moline Bertrand owned this plantation. One of them men from New Orleans say, we was gonna copy you on all the documents, boy, but we didn't have your address. I said Moline Bertrand told my aunt she can stay on as long as she likes. They didn't even hear me. They went on talking like I wasn't there, talking about pouring a foundation, cutting roads down to the train track, doing something with electric transformers. Then one guy stops the others and looks at me. Here's $20. Go down to the store, get us some cold beer, keep a 6-pack for yourself. You know what I said? I ain't got my car. That's all the words I could find. Like I didn't have no other kinds of words except to make an excuse for not running their errands. So the guy say, then go on in the house. You ain't got no business out here. I said, Moline Bertrand already talked to Aunt Bertie. Y'all wasn't there, so maybe y'all don't know about it. Then the same guy, he walked real close to me, right up in my face. He was a big blond guy with hair tonic on and muscles about to bust out of his shirt. He say, like we was the only 2 people on the earth, and he knew exactly who he was talking to, he say, listen, you dumb nigger, you open your mouth again, and you're gonna crawl back up those steps on your hands and knees. Luke raised his coffee cup, then set it back down without drinking from it. He looked through the screen window at the line of cypress trees across the bayou, at the sky above it that was like a crimson-streaked ink wash. His face had the lifeless quality of tallow. But that's not it, is it? I asked. What ain't? You've known white men like that before. You will stand up even in the death house, Luke. I called Moline Bertrand at his office this morning. His secretary say he's in conference. I waited till 11 o'clock, called again. This time she say, let me get your number. At 3 o'clock he still ain't called back. The next time I tried, she say he done gone for the day. I asked if he gone home. She waited a long time. Then she say, no, he playing racquetball over in Lafayette. I knew where he play at. I was going in the front door when him and 3 other men was coming out, carrying canvas bags on their shoulders, their hair wet and combed, all of them smiling and stepping aside to let a lady pass. Moline Bertrand shook hands with me and gone right on by. Just like that. Just like us, some black guy maybe he seen round once in a while. I got up from the table and turned on the string of lights over the dock. I heard Baptiste folding up the Cinzano umbrellas over the spool tables. Luke opened and closed his hand on a 50-cent piece in his palm. Its edges left a circular print almost like an incision in his gold skin. I sat back down across from him. I don't think Moline is in control of his life, I said. He saved me from the electric chair. Didn't have nothing to gain for it either. How come he start lying now? He's involved with evil men, Luke. Get away from him. I ain't worried about me. I know you're not, I said. Then I said, where is she? Out at the house, packing her new clothes. Talking about some place in the islands they're going to. Pretending everything all right with Aunt Birdie. Pretending he fixing to come by any time now. I wish I had an answer for you. I ain't asked you for one. I just wanted you to know something beforehand. It ain't gonna end like Moline wanted to. And you'd better explain that. You don't know Ruthie Jean, sir. Nobody do. Especially not Moline Bertrand. He went out the screen door and walked down the dock under the string of light bulbs. I picked up the 50-cent piece he'd left for the coffee. It felt warm and moist from the pressure of his hand. Saturday morning, I was reading the newspaper on the front steps when Helen Swallow's cruiser came up the dirt road and turned in my drive. She closed the door behind her and walked through the shade like a soldier on a mission. Her dark blue slacks and starched white shirt, badge and black gun belt and spit-shine black shoes and nickel-plated revolver, as unmistakable a martial warning as the flat stare and the thick upper arms that rolled like a man's. "Who's the in-your-face bitch woman at your office?" she said. "Beg your pardon?" "You heard me, the one with the mouth on her." "Cleet hired her. She didn't strike me that way, though." "Well, tell her to pull the splinters out of her ass or learn how to talk on the telephone." "How's life?" I said, hoping the subject would change. "I'm working a double homicide with Rufus Arsenault. I never quite appreciated the expression dirt sandwich before." "Sounds like you really got a jump start on the day. You want breakfast?" She hooked one thumb in her gun belt and thought about it. Then she winked. "You're a sweetie," she said. I fixed coffee and hot milk and bowls of grape nuts and blueberries for us on the picnic table in the backyard. "There's something weird going on with Fart Barf and Itch," she said. "The RAC in New Orleans called me yesterday and asked if I'd heard anything about Sonny Boy Marsalis. I said, yeah, he's dead. He says, we think that too, but his body's never washed up. The tide was coming in when he got it." I say, "Think." This guy is a real comedian. He says, "You remember that Army surplus character you been out around with your baton? Guy with a haircut like a white bowling ball, always chewing gum, Tommy Carroll? Somebody found him working late in his store last night and fried his mush." "Sorry, I don't remember a baton," I say. He thought that was real funny. He says Tommy Carroll did more than sell khaki underwear. He was mixed up with Noriega in some dope operations in Panama. After the M.E. dug him out of the ashes and opened him up, he found a 9mm slug in what was left of his brain. I knew what was coming, but I go, so? He says, I want to see if we got a match with the rounds from Marsalis' Smith & Wesson. Y'all still have those in your evidence locker, don't you? I say, sure, no problem. Glad to do it. But guess who the department just hired to catalog evidence? Kelso's little brother threw 'em out. I called the comedian back and told him he was out of luck, then asked why he thought Marsalis could be involved. It was strange. He was quiet a long time, and then he said, I guess I'd like to believe Sonny's not dead. I met him years ago in Guatemala City. He was a good guy. He's heard something, I said. Those ex-military guys believe Sonny's still out there. I told her about my encounter with Emile Pogue by the drawbridge. Why do they want the Bertrand plantation? She said. One day the country is going to bottom out and get rid of the dope trade. The smart ones are putting their money somewhere else. In what? You got me, I said. Come back with the department. The sheriff's the man. She grinned and didn't reply. What's that mean? I said. He needs you. With guys like Rufus and Kelso and his brother on the payroll, give me a break. Stop thinking with your penis, Dave. She put a spoonful of cereal and milk in her mouth. That evening I drove past Spanish Lake and bought a Dr. Pepper at a convenience store by the Four Corners in Cade and drank it in the cab of my truck. It had rained hard that afternoon and the air was bright and clear, and the sugar cane on the Bertrand acreage rippled in the wind like prairie grass. I was convinced that this was where the story would end, one way or another, just as it had started here when Jean Lafitte and his blackbirders had sailed up Bayou Tache under a veiled moon with their cargo of human grief. Moline didn't see it. His kind seldom did. They hanged Nat Turner and tanned his skin for wallets and used their educations to feign a pragmatic cynicism and float above the hot toil of the poor whose fate they saw as unrelated to their own lives. The consequence was they passed down their conceit and arrogance like genetic heirlooms. I wondered what it would be like to step through a window in time, into another era, into an age of belief, and march alongside Granny Lee's boys, most of them barefoot and emaciated as scarecrows, so devoted to their concept of honor and their bonny blue flag, they deliberately chose not to foresee the moment when their lives would be scattered by grape-shot like wildflowers blown from their stems. As I finished my cold drink, I looked again at the red-tinged light on the fields and wondered if history might not be waiting to have its way with all of us. Chapter 28. Most people think it's a romantic and intriguing business. The imagination calls to mind the wonderful radio shows of the 40s, featuring private investigators who were as gallant as their female clients were beautiful and cunning. The reality is otherwise. When I went into the office Monday morning, Cleet was talking to two men in their 20s who were slumped forward in their metal chairs, tipping their cigarette ashes on the floor, looking at their watches, at the secretary, at the door. One of them had 3 slender blue teardrops tattooed by the corner of his eye. The second man was blade-faced, his skin the color and texture of the rind on a smoked ham. "So, you guys got your bus tickets, your money for lunch, all the paperwork in case anybody stops you," Cleet said, his voice neutral, his eyes empty. "But y'all check in with Nick soon as you arrive in New Orleans. We're clear on that, right?" "What if Nick ain't in?" the man with the teardrop said. "He's in," Cleet said. "What if he ain't?" "Let me try it another way," Cleet said. He popped a crick out of his neck, laced his fingers on his desk blotter, stared through the front window rather than address his listener. "You're probably going to skate, even though you raped a 2-year-old girl, primarily because the child is too young to testify and the mother, who's your girlfriend, was too wiped out on acid to remember what happened. But the big factor here is Nig wrote your bond because you're willing to dime your brother, who skipped his court appearance and hung Nig out to dry for 100 large. What does that all mean to a mainline con and graduate of Camp J like yourself? It means we don't have bars on the windows anymore. It also means you report in to Nig, you stay at the flop he's got rented for you, or I hunt your skinny, worthless ass down with a baseball bat." Cleet opened his palm, held it out in the air. "Are we connecting here?" The man with the teardrops studied his shoes, worked an incisor tooth against his lip, his eyes slitted with private thoughts. "How about you, Troyce? Are you squared away on this?" Cleet said to the second man. "Sure." He drew in on his cigarette, and you could hear the fire gather heat and crawl up the dry paper. "If the woman you branded stands up, Nig will continue your bond on the appeal. But you got to get you aid every day. Don't come back to the halfway house with dirty urine. You okay with that, Troyce?" Cleet said. "She's not going to stand up." "You boys need to catch your bus. Check out the countryside between here and New Orleans," Cleet said. The blade-faced man rose from his chair, offered his hand to Cleet. Cleet took it, looked at nothing when he shook it. Later he went into the lavatory and came back out, drying his hands hard with a paper towel, his breath loud in his nose. He wadded up the towel and flipped it sideways toward the wastebasket, the unshaved back of his neck stippled with roses, as swollen against his collar as a fire plug. An hour later, I was walking toward my truck when Helen Swallow angled her cruiser out of the traffic and pulled to the curb. She leaned over and popped open the passenger door. "Get in," she said. "What's wrong?" "The old man had a heart attack. He got up to fix a sandwich at 4 this morning. The next thing his wife heard him crash across the kitchen table." "How bad is it?" "They had to use the electric paddles. They almost didn't get him back." I looked through the windshield at the quiet flow of traffic on the street, the people gazing in shop windows, and felt, almost with a sense of shame, my unacknowledged and harbored resentment lift like a film of ash from a dead coal. "Where is he now?" I asked. "Liberia, General. Hold on. That's not where we're going. He wants us to interview a guy in a country lockup in East Texas." "Us?" "You got it, sweet cakes." "I need to talk with him, Helen." "Later, after we get back. This time we're doing it his way. Come on, shake it. You're on the clock, Streak." The county prison was an old, white brick 2-story building just across the Sabine River north of Orange, Texas. From the second-story reception room, Helen and I could look down onto the exercise yard, the outside brick wall spiraled with razor wire, and the surrounding fields that were a shimmering violet green from the spring rains. 2 guards in khaki uniforms without guns crossed the yard and unlocked a cast-iron slitted door that bled rust from the jamb, and snipped waist and leg chains on a barefoot leviathan of a man in jailhouse whites named Jerry Jeff Hooker, who trudged between them as though a cannonball were hung from his scrotum. When the 2 guards, both of them narrow-eyed and cheerless Piney Woods crackers, brought him into the reception room and sat him down in front of a scarred wood table in front of us, and slipped another chain around his belly and locked it behind the chair, which was bolted to the floor, I said it would be all right if they waited outside. "Tell that to the nigger trusty whose arm he busted backward on a toilet bowl," one of them said, and took up his position 5 feet behind Hooker. "You want to run it by us, Jerry Jeff?" His skin was as pale as dough, his massive arms scrolled with green dragons, his pale blonde eyebrows ridged like a Neanderthal's. "I was the wheelman on the Marsalis hit," he said. "I testify against Emil Pogue. I walk on the vehicular homicide." "Wheelman?" I said. "I drove. Emil chopped him." "Witnesses say there were 2 shooters," Helen said. "There was only one," he said. "We have trouble buying your statement, Jerry Jeff," I said. "That's your problem," he said. "You're copping to a murder beef," Helen said. "Marsalis ain't dead." I felt my heart quicken. He looked at my face as though seeing it for the first time. "He was still flopping around in the waves when we left," he said. "A guy in New Orleans, Tommy Carroll, got clipped the other night with a 9 mic. That's Marsalis's trademark." "You a military man?" I said. "4F," he answered. He tried to straighten himself in his chains. His breath wheezed in his chest. "Listen, these people here say I got to do a minimum 2 bit in the walls." That doesn't sound bad for a guy who went through a red light drunk and killed a 70-year-old woman, I said. That's at Huntsville, my man, with the Mexican Mafia and the Black Guerrilla Liberation Army. For white bread, it's the Aryan Brotherhood or lockdown. Fuck that. Helen and I let our eyes meet. You're jail-wise, but you got no sheet. In fact, there's no jacket of any kind on you anywhere, I said. Who gives a shit? He said. Who put out the hit? I asked. Give me a piece of paper and a pencil, he answered. I placed my notebook and felt pen in front of him and looked at one of the guards. He shook his head. We need this, sir, I said. He snuffed down in his nose and unlocked Hooker's right wrist from the waist chain, then stepped back with his palm centered on the butt of his baton. Hooker bent over the pad and in a surprisingly fluid calligraphy wrote a single sentence. You give me the name of the donkey you want, and I'll pin the tail on him. Bad choice of words, I said, tearing the page from the pad. Emil used a .223 carbine. He had Marsalis trapped in a phone booth, but he blew it, he said. You'll rat out Pogue to beat a 2-year bounce? I said. His free hand rolled into a big fist, the veins in his wrist cording with blood, as though he were pumping a small rubber ball. I'm in the first stage of AIDS. I don't want to do it inside, he said. What's it going to be? We'll think about it, Helen said. His nose was starting to run. He wiped it on the back of his wrist and laughed to himself. What's funny? I said. Think about it? That's a kick. I'd do more than think, Muffy, he said. His blue eyes threaded with light as they roved over her face. You killed my animals and birds, she said. He twisted his neck until he could see the guard behind him. Hey, Abner, get me a snot rag or walk me back to my cell, he said. The sheriff was in the intensive care unit when Helen and I visited him at Iberia General in the morning. Tubes dripped into his veins, fed oxygen into his nose. A shaft of sunlight cut across his forearm and seemed to mock the grayness of his skin. He looked not only stricken, but somehow diminished in size, shrunken skeletally, the eyes hollow and focused on concerns that floated inches from his face like weevil worms. I sat close to his bed and could smell an odor similar to withered flowers on his breath. Tell me about Hooker, he whispered. It's time to let other people worry about these guys, Skipper, I said. Tell me. I did, as briefly and simply as possible. Say the last part again, he said. He used the term 9 Mike for a 9mm, I said. Mike is part of the old military alphabet. This guy came out of the same cookie cutter as Emil Pogue and the guy named Jack. He closed and opened his eyes, wet his lips to speak again. He tilted his head until his eyes were looking directly into mine. He was unshaved, and there were red and blue veins like tiny pieces of thread in the hollows of his cheeks. last night. I saw star shells bursting over a snowfield filled with dead Chinese," he said. "A scavenger was pulling their pockets inside out." "It was just a dream," I said. "Not just a dream, Dave." I heard Helen rise from her chair, felt her hand touch my shoulder. "We should go," she said. "I was wrong, but so were you," he said. "No, the fault was mine, Sheriff, not yours," I said. "I squared it with the prosecutor's office. Don't let anybody tell you different." He lifted his hand off the sheet. It felt small and lifeless inside mine. But I didn't go back to the office the next day. Instead, Baptiste and I took my boat all the way down Bayou Teche, through the vast green splendor of the wetlands, where blue herons and cranes glided above the flooded gum trees and the rusted wrecks of oil barges, into West Cote Blanche Bay and the Gulf beyond, while a squall churned like glazed smoke across the early sun. My father, Aldous, was an old-time oil-field roughneck who worked the night tower on the monkey board high above the drill platform and the sliding black waves of the Gulf of Mexico. The company was operating without a blowout preventer on the wellhead, and when the bit punched into a natural gas dome unexpectedly, and the casing geysered out of the hole under thousands of pounds of pressure, a spark danced off a steel surface, and the sky blossomed with a flame that people could see from Morgan City to Cypremore Point. My father clipped his safety belt onto the Geronimo wire and jumped into the darkness, but the derrick folded in upon itself like a coat-hanger wire melting in a furnace, taking my father and 19 other men with it. I knew the spot by heart. I could even feel his presence, see him in my mind's eye, deep below the waves, his tin hat cocked at an angle, grinning, his denim work clothes undulating in the tidal current, one thumb hooked in the air, telling me never to be afraid. Twice a year, on All Saints' Day and the anniversary of his death, I came here and cut the engines, let the boat drift back across the wreckage of the rig and quarter boat, which was now shaggy with green moss, and listened to the waters slap against the hull, the cry of seagulls, as though somehow his voice was still trapped here, waiting to be heard, like a soft whisper, blowing in the foam off the waves. He loved children and flowers and women and charcoal-filtered bourbon and fighting in bars, and he carried the pain of my mother's infidelity like a stone bruise and never let anyone see it in his eyes. But once, on a duck-hunting trip, after he got drunk and tried to acknowledge his failure toward me and my mother, he said, "Dave, don't never let yourself be alone." And I saw another dimension in my father, one of isolation and loneliness that neither of us would have sufficient years to address again. The water was reddish-brown, the swells dented with rain rings. I walked to the stern with a clutch of yellow roses and threw them into the sun, and watched a capping wave break them apart and scatter their petals through the swell. "Never alone, Al," I said under my breath, then went back into the cabin with Baptiste and hit it hard for home. That night, I had an old visitor. The vestiges of malaria that lived like mosquito eggs in my blood. I woke at midnight to the rumble of distant thunder, felt the chill on my skin, and heard the rain tinking on the blades of the window fan, and thought a storm was about to burst over the wetlands to the south. An hour later, my teeth were knocking together, and I could hear mosquitoes droning around my ears and face, although none were there. I wanted to hide under piles of blankets, even though my sheet and pillow were already damp with sweat, my mouth as dry as an ashtray. I knew it would pass, it always did. I just had to wait, and with luck I would wake depleted in the morning, as cool and empty as if I'd been eviscerated and washed out with a hose. Sometimes during those nocturnal hours I saw an electrified tiger who paced back and forth like a kaleidoscopic orange light behind a row of trees hung with snakes whose emerald bodies were as supple and thick as an elephant's trunk. But I knew these images were born as much out of my past alcoholic life as they were from a systemic return to the Philippines. Just another dry drunk, really. Part of the guignol that a faceless puppeteer in the mind put on periodically. But tonight was different. At first I seemed to see him only inside my head. He walked out of the swamp, his upper torso naked, with seaweed clinging to his ankles like serpents, his skin as bloodless as marble, his hair the same brightness and metamorphic shape as fire. The storm burst over the swamp, and I could see the pecan and oak trees flickering whitely in the yard, the thin tin roof on the bait shop leaping out of the darkness, wrenching against the joists in the wind. The barometer and the temperature seemed to drop in seconds, as though all the air were being sucked out of our bedroom, drawn backward, through the curtains, into the trees, until I knew, when I opened my eyes, I would be inside a place as cold as water that had never been penetrated by sunlight, as inaccessible as the drop-off beyond the continental shelf. "What's the haps, Streak?" he said. "You know how it is. You get deep in Indian country and you always think somebody's got iron sights on your back," I replied. "How about that Emil Pogue? Isn't he a pistol? Why'd you play that game, sonny? Why didn't you work with me? Your heart gets in the way of your head, Dave. You got a way of wheeling the Trojan horse through the gates." "What's that mean?" "They want my journal. After they get it, somebody close to you will snap one into your brain pan." Rough way to put it. He picked my hand up by the wrist, drew it toward his rib cage. "Put your thumb in the hole, Dave. That's the exit wound. Emil caught me 4 times through the back." "I apologize, sonny. I let you down." "Lose the guilt. I knew the score when I smoked Emil's brother. We should have kept you in lockdown. You'd be alive now." "Who says I'm not?" "Stay on that old-time R&B streak. Don't stray where angels fear to tread." "Hey, that's just a joke." "Wait," I said. When I reached out to touch him, my eyes opened, as though I'd been slapped. I was standing in front of the window fan, whose blades were spinning in the mist that blew in the room. My hand was extended, lifeless, as though it were suspended in water. The yard was empty, the trees swollen with wind. The sheriff had dreamed of star shells popping above the frozen white hills of North Korea. I had lied and sought to dispel his fear, as we always do when we see death painted on someone's face. Now I tried to dispel my own. At my foot was a solitary strand of brown seaweed. Chapter 29. I slept until 7, then showered, dressed, and ate breakfast in the kitchen. I could feel the day slowly come into focus. The predictable world of blue skies and wind blowing through the screens, and of voices on the dock gradually becoming more real than the experience of the night before. I told myself the gargoyles don't do well in sunlight. Vanity. Vanity. Involuntarily, I kept touching my wrist, as though I could still feel Sonny's damp fingers clapped around it. "Were you walking around last night?" Bootsy said. A little touch of the mosquito. "You have anxiety about going back, Dave?" "No. It's going to be just fine." She leaned over the back of my chair, folded her arms under my neck, and kissed me behind the ear. Her shampoo smelled like strawberries. "Try to come home early this afternoon," she said. "What's up?" "I never can tell," she said. Then she pressed her cheek against mine and patted her hand on my chest. A half hour later, Cleet Purcell sat across from me in my office at the department. "A strand of seaweed?" he said. "Yep." "Dave, you were out on the Gulf yesterday. You tracked it into the house." "Yeah, that's probably what happened," I said, and averted my eyes. "I don't like this voodoo stuff, Mon. We keep the lines simple. You got your shield back. It's time to stick it to Pogue and the grease balls. Are you listening? The problem's not coming from outside. It was already here. This guy Bertrand again? He's the linchpin, Cleet. If he hadn't provided the opportunity, none of these other guys would be here. He's a marshmallow. I saw him in the grocery the other day. His old lady was talking to him like he was a bag boy. That doesn't sound right. Maybe he has a secret life as a human poodle. Anyway, I got a DD. Just keep gliding on that old-time R&B, nobleman. What did you say? Oh, that's just something Sonny Boy was always saying down in Guatemala, he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss that guy. What's wrong? I spent the next 2 hours doing paperwork and trying to update my case files, half of which I had to recover from Rufus Arsenault's office. I got no hard feelings, he said as I was about to go back out the door. Neither do I, Rufus, I said. We gonna work that double homicide at Cade together? He said. No, I said, and closed his door behind me. I cleared off my desk, then covered it with all the case material I had on Johnny Giacono, Patsy D'Appolito, Sweet Pea Chasson, Emile Pogue, Sonny Boy Marsalis, the man named Jack, whose decapitated body we pulled out of the slough, even Luke Fontenot. Faxes, mugshots, crime scene photographs, National Crime Information Center printouts, and the one on D'Appolito was my favorite. While in federal custody at Marion, he had tried to bite the nose off the prison psychologist. What was missing? A file on Moline Bertrand. It existed somewhere, in the Pentagon or at Langley, Virginia, but I would never have access to it. Neither, in all probability, would the FBI. But there was another clerical conduit into the Bertrand home, a case file I should have looked at a long time ago. Julia Bertrand's. Helen Swallow and I spent the next hour sorting through manila folders and string-tied brown envelopes in a storage room that was stacked from the floor to the ceiling with cardboard boxes. Many were water-damaged and tore loose at the bottom when you picked them up. But we found it. Halloween of 1983 on a dirt road between two cane fields out in Cade. 3 black children, dressed in costumes, carrying trick-or-treat bags and jack-o'-lanterns, are walking with their grandfather toward the next house on the road. A blue Buick turns off the highway, fishtails in the dirt, scours a cloud of dust into the air. The grandfather hears the engine roar, dry clouds of dirt rattling like rocks under the fenders, the tires throbbing across the baked roots. The headlights spear through him and the children, flare into the cattails in the ditches. The grandfather believes the driver will slow, surely pull wide toward the other side of the road, somehow abort what can't be happening. Instead, the driver accelerates even faster. The Buick flies by in a suck of air, a mushrooming cloud of sound and dust and exhaust fumes. The grandfather tries to close his ears as his grandchild disappears under the Buick's bumper, sees a still lighted and grinning jack-o'-lantern tumble crazily into the darkness. I worked through lunch, read and reread the file and all the spiral notebook pages penciled by the original investigator. Helen came back from lunch at 1 p.m. She leaned on her knuckles on top of my desk and stared at the glossy black-and-white photos taken at the scene. "Poor kid," she said. The original accident report was brown and stiff on the edges from water seepage, the ink almost illegible, but you could still make out the name of the deputy who had signed it. "Check it out," I said, and inverted the page so Helen could read it. "Rufus?" "It gets more interesting," I said, turning through the pages. A plainclothes named Mitchell was assigned the investigation. The grandfather remembered 3 numbers off the license plate, and the plainclothes made a match with Julia's Buick. Julia admitted she was driving her car out by Cade on Halloween night, but there was no apparent physical damage to link the car to the accident scene. The real hitch is in the old man's statement, though. "What?" "He said the driver was a man." She rubbed the corner of her mouth with one finger, her eyes narrowing. The investigator, this guy Mitchell, was confused too, I said. "His last note says something sucks about this." "Mitchell was a good cop. I remember it was about 83 when he went to work for the feds," she said. "Guess who replaced him on the case?" I said. She studied my face. "You're kidding," she said. "Our man Rufus again. Tell me, why would a cop who investigated a woman for hit-and-run vehicular homicide end up as her friend and confidant inside the department? Dave, this really stinks. That's not all. Later, the grandfather said he didn't have on his glasses and wasn't sure about the numbers on the license plate. End of investigation. You want to haul that sumbitch in here? Which one? I said. Rufus. Who'd you think I meant? Moline Bertrand. He wasn't at his office. I drove to his home on Bayou Teche. A crew of black yardmen were mowing the huge lawn in front, raking leaves under the oaks, pruning back the banana trees until they were virtual stubs. I parked by the side garage and knocked. No one seemed to be inside. The speedboat was in the boathouse, snugged down under a tarp, wobbling in the bladed gold light off the water's surface. "If you looking for Mr. Moline, he's out at Cade," one of the black men said. "Where's Miss Julia?" I asked. "Ain't seen her." "Y'all look like you're working hard." "Mr. Moline say do it right. He ain't gonna be around for a while." I took the old highway out to Spanish Lake, past the restored antebellum homes on the shore and the enormous moss-strung oak trees that rippled in the breeze off the water. Then I turned down the corrugated dirt lane under the rusted iron trellis into the Bertrand plantation. Whoever Moline's business partners were, they'd been busy. Bulldozers had cut swaths through the sugar cane, flattened old corn cribs and stables, splintered wild persimmon trees into torn root systems that lay exposed like pink tubers in the graded soil. I saw Moline on horseback by the tree line, watching a group of land surveyors drive wood stakes and flagged laths in what appeared to be a roadway that led toward the train tracks. I drove across the field through the flattened cane and got out of my truck. The sun was white in the sky, the air layered with dust. Moline wore riding pants and boots and military spurs, a blue polo shirt, a bandana knotted wetly around his neck, a short-brimmed straw hat with a tropical band. His right hand was curled around a quirt, his face dilated in the heat that rose from the ground. "A hot day for it," I said. "I hadn't noticed," he said. A man operating a bulldozer shifted into reverse, made a turn by the tree line, and snapped a hackberry off at ground level like a celery stalk. "I hate looking up at a man on horseback, Mooney," I said. "How about just saying what's on your mind? After all these years, I finally figured you out. With you, it always has to be an unpleasant moment. Why is that, sir?" he said, dismounting. He led his horse into the shade of the trees, turned to face me, a line of clear sweat sliding down his temple. Behind him in the shadows was the corn crib, strung with the scales of dead morning-glory vines, where he and Ruthie Jean had begun their love affair years ago. "I think Julia took your weight, Moline." He looked back at me, uncomprehending. "When the child was run down on Halloween night in '83, you were the driver, not she." "I think you've lost your sanity, my friend." "It was a slick scam," I said. "A successful lie always has an element of truth in it. In that way, the other side can never figure out what's true and what's deception. Julia admitted to having driven the car that night, but y'all knew the witness said the driver was a man. So what appeared to be her honesty threw his account into question. I think you need counseling. I genuinely mean that, Dave. Then you got to Rufus Arsenault, and he twisted some screws on the witness. That's why you've never dumped your wife. She could get you disbarred, even set up the road. His eyebrows were heavy with sweat, his knuckles white as slivers of ice on the quirt. I don't believe I can find adequate words to express my feelings about a man like you, he said. Clean the peanut brittle out of your mouth. That child's death is on your soul. Your problem is your own, sir. You don't respect the class you were born into. You look in the mirror and always see what you came from. I feel sorry for you. He waited, the quirt poised at his side. You're not worth punching out, Moline, I said. I turned and walked back out into the field toward my truck, into the hot sunlight and the smell of diesel and the drift of dust from the machines that were chewing up the Bertrand plantation. My ears were ringing, my throat constricted, as though someone had spit in my mouth. I heard Moline's saddle creak as he mounted his horse. He sawed the reins and used his spurs hard at the same time, wheeling his horse and cantering toward the survey crew. I couldn't let it go. I walked after him through the destroyed cane, laced my hand inside the horse's bridle, felt it try to rear against my weight. The survey crew, men whose skin was as dark as chewing tobacco, paused in their work with chaining pins and transit and metal tapes, grinning good-naturedly, unsure of what was taking place. Moline wasn't prepared for an audience. If you're planning on a trip, I hope it's with Ruthie Jean, I said. He tried to jerk the horse's head free. I tightened my fingers inside the leather. Cops don't prevent crimes. They solve them after the fact, I said. In this case, I'm creating an exception. Don't take either her or Luc Fontenot for granted because they're black. The person who kills you is the one at your throat before you ever know it. He raised his quirt. I flung the bridle from my hand, slapped his horse, and spooked it sideways among the surveyors. I glanced back at him before I got into my truck. He was reining and soothing his horse, turning in a circle, his skin filmed with sweat and the dust that rose around him like a vortex, his face dark with shame and embarrassment. But it was no victory. I was convinced Moline had sold us out, was bringing some new form of evil into our lives, and there was nothing I could do about it. An hour later, I was in the Iberia Parish Building Permit Office. All the applications for construction permits on Moline's property had been filed by Jason Darbon. The blueprints had the clean, rectangular lines that you associate with a high school drafting class, but they were also general in nature, and the interior seemed to be nothing more than a huge concrete pad, an empty shell, a question mark without function or purpose. "What's the name of the company?" I asked the engineer. "Blue Sky Electric," he said. "What do they do?" "They work on electrical transformers or something," he answered. In small letters, in one corner of the blueprint, was the word incinerator. These plans have all the specifics of a blimp hangar, I said. He shrugged his shoulders. What's the problem? He said. I wish I knew. Late that evening, Bootsy looked out the kitchen screen into the backyard. Clete Purcell's sitting at our picnic table, she said. I went out the back door. Clete sat with his back to the house, hunched over a six-pack of Budweiser, an opened can in one hand, a Lucky Strike in the other. He wore elastic-waisted white tennis shorts, flip-flops, and a starched short-sleeved print shirt. And by his foot was a cardboard box with tape across the top. The sun had dropped below my neighbor's tree line, and the sugar-cane field behind my house was covered with a purple haze. What are you doing out here? I asked. Figuring out how I should tell you something. I sat down across from him. His green eyes were filled with an indolent alcoholic shine. My foot accidentally hit the cardboard box under the table. You look like you made an early pit stop today, I said. You remember those two geeks I put on the bus? The brander and the child rapist? I called Nig to see if they got there all right. Guess what? The brander's back in custody. He got to the victim and beat the living shit out of her. Of course, he asked Nig to write another bond for him. Nig tells him the guy's passed his envelope. The guy's a flight risk. He's going down for show this time, and besides, even Nig can't stomach this barf bag any longer. So the barf bag gets cute. Tells Nig, write the bond. I'll give up the guy's gonna do Purcell's buddy, what's-his-face, Robichaud. Nig asks the barf bag who put him inside a whack on a cop, and the barf bag says, get this, for low-life class distinction, Patsy Dapp used to piece off $500 hits to him in the projects because Patsy thinks it's beneath him to do colored dope dealers. Clete drank from his beer can, looked at me over the tops of his fingers. Patsy's working for Johnny Corp again, I said. It makes sense, Mom. Patsy's a stir-bug. Johnny puts Patsy back in the jar and takes you out at the same time. They don't hit cops. Dave, you rubbed shit in John Giacono's face in front of everybody he respects. You broke his nose and 4 of his ribs. A paramedic had to pry his bridge out of his throat. I didn't tell you everything the barf book had said, either. The word is, Johnny wants it in pieces, like the Giaconos did it to Tommy Figg, remember? They processed him into pork roasts and strung him from the ceiling fan in his own butcher shop. Then had a big eggnog party while Tommy went spinning around in the air. Except Johnny wants it to go down even worse. Longer. On videotape. With an audio. Clete collapsed the aluminum beer can slowly in his huge hand, his eyes glancing away from mine uncertainly. Look, I need to be off the record here, he said. About what? Now, I'm serious, Streak. When you operate with your shield, you think too much like these rotary cocksuckers. Excuse my language. Will you just say it, Cleet? He lifted the cardboard box from under the table, tore the tape, reached down inside the flaps. This afternoon, I creeped the dump Patsy rents out on the Jeanneret Road, he said. Don't worry, he was in a motel with his chippy at Four Corners in Lafayette. Dig this, big one. A Tech-9, ventilated barrel, 25-round 9mm magazine, courtesy of an arms dealer in Miami who can provide 'em on the spot so the Jamaicans and the Cuban crazies don't have to wait on the mailman. He worked the action, snapped the firing pin on the empty chamber. It's got a hell trigger these guys out in Colorado make. You can fire bursts with it almost as fast as a machine gun. Fits neatly under a raincoat. Great for schoolyards and late-night convenience store visits. Here's a set of Smith & Wesson handcuffs, state-of-the-art, solid steel, spring-loaded. Aren't you glad to know a guy like Patsy can buy these at any police supply store? He put his hand back in the box, and I saw his face change. His mouth form a seamed, crooked line. The scar through his eyebrow tightened against the bone. His hand was fitted through the handle of a stubby, cylindrical metal object shaped like a coffee pot. The receipt was stuck to the bottom, Dave. He bought it yesterday. Patsy Bones with a blowtorch. Put yourself inside his head. Through the kitchen window I could see Bootsy and Alifair washing dishes, talking to each other, the breeze from the attic fan blowing the curtains by the sides of their lighted faces. Cleet scratched his cheek with 4 fingers, like a zoo creature in a cage, his eyes waiting. Chapter 30. It was mid-morning, the sun hazy through the oak trees that shaded the cluster of trailers and cottages where Patsy Dappolito lived east of town. Helen and I were parked in my truck behind a tin shed that had already started to creak with heat, watching Patsy shoot baskets in a dirt clearing by the side of a garage. His sockless ankles and white legs were layered with scar tissue and filmed with dust, his gym shorts knotted around his genitals like a drenched swimsuit, his T-shirt contoured against his hard body like wet Kleenex. He whanged one more shot off the hoop, then dribbled the ball, bing, 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 toward the door to his cottage. I got out of the truck, moved in fast behind him, and pushed him hard through the door. When he turned around, his mouth looked like a cornered predator's. My .45 was pointed in the middle of his face. "Oh, you again," he said. I shoved him into a wood chair. My hand came away damp from his T-shirt. The floor was littered with movie and wrestling and UFO magazines, hamburger containers, empty Kentucky Fried Chicken buckets, dozens of beer and soda cans. Helen came through the door with Cleet's cardboard box hanging from her hand. She looked around the room. "I think it needs a trough inset in the floor," she said. "This might get out of Shitsville roust," he said. Helen gathered up his basketball, bounced it on the linoleum floor twice, bing, bing, then two-handed it off his forehead and caught the rebound between her palms. His head jerked, as though a thin wire had snapped behind his eyes. Then he stared at her, with that bemused, inverted grin, the mouth turned downward at the corners, the teeth barely showing in a wet line above the lip. "Your place got creeped, Patsy. We're returning your goods," I said. I replaced my .45 in my clip-on holster and one at a time removed the Tech-9, the handcuffs, and the blowtorch from the cardboard box and set them on his breakfast table. He fingered the half-moon scars and divots on his face, watched me as though I were a strange shadow moving about on a surreal landscape that only he saw. "The contract you took from Johnny is already sour, Patsy," I said. "There's a guy willing to give you up." "Must have been Lord-ass that got in my place. Helped himself to the beer and potato salad in my icebox," Patsy said. There was a red spot like a small apple in the middle of his forehead. "You going to do me?" I said. He picked at the calluses on his palm, looked up at me, breathed over the top of his teeth, his eyes smiling. Helen caromed the ball off his head again. "Hey," he said, swatting the air, his face nodding. "Lay off that." I reached back down in the cardboard box and retrieved a manila folder that was almost 3 inches thick. I pulled out a chair and sat in it, spread the folder on one thigh. "You did a nickel on Camp J. You've gone out max time twice. We're not going to insult you by treating you like a fish. I'm talking about the consequences of harming a police officer," I said. He crinkled his nose, looked at a spot 3 inches in front of his eyes. The shape of his head reminded me of a darning sock. "But there's some weird stuff in your jacket, Patsy," I said. "You got picked up in a porno theater in New York once. The owner was connected to a child prostitution ring. You remember that gig?" His eyes lifted into mine. "When you were 38, you went down for statutory rape. She was 14, Patsy. Then, way back here," I turned to the front of the folder, looked down at a page. "It says here, you got busted for abducting a little girl from a playground. The father wouldn't stand up, so you walked. You see a pattern here?" His hands shifted into his lap, his fingers netting together. Helen and I stared at him silently. His eyes blinked, looked back and forth between us, his nostrils whitening as though he were breathing air off a block of ice. "What?" he said. "What?" "You're a button man, all right. But you're a pedophile first," I said. He churned the edges of his tennis shoes on the floor, his ankles bent sideways, his shoulders pinched forward, his neck hunched. I could hear him breathing, smell an odor like soiled cat litter that rose from his armpits. He started to speak. "Here's the rest of it, Patsy. Your mother set fire to you in your crib," I said. His pale eyes stared back at me as though they had no lids. His mouth looked like a deformed keyhole in his face. "You try to do me. All this becomes public knowledge," I said. "Any time you're around Four Corners, you'll be picked up as a sex predator. We'll put you with every open molestation case we have. We'll make sure NOPD Vice gets in on it, too." "They'll have your picture in the T&A joints on Bourbon, Patsy," Helen said. "They made that up about my mother." "There was a fire in the project," he said. "Yeah, she said it. That's why she died in the insane asylum," I said. "The message is, you're a geek. You start some shit, we'll finish it. You still think this is just a roust in bumfuck?" Helen said, stepping toward him, her arms pumped. When we left him, he was still seated in the chair, his head canted to one side, his mouth indented like a collapsed football bladder, his ankles folded almost flat with the floor, his eyes staring into tunnels and secret rooms that only Patsy Dapolito knew about. "Smoke 'em or bust 'em. Make their puds shrivel up and hide," Cleet used to say. But how do you take pride in wrapping razor wire around the soul of a man who in all probability was detested before he left the womb? It rained after sunset, and the mist floated like smoke out of the cypress in the swamp. The air was cool when I closed up the bait shop, and I could hear bass flopping back in the bays. Through the screen I saw Eliphaz walking tripod on his chain down the dock, while his nose sniffed at the dried blood and fish scales baked into the planks. She came through the door, eased it back on the spring so it wouldn't slam, sat on a counter stool and lifted tripod into her lap. She'd put on a fresh pair of blue jeans, a flowered cowboy shirt, and had tied her hair in back with a blue ribbon. But her face looked empty, her brown eyes remote with thoughts she couldn't resolve. "What's the trouble, Alf?" I said. "It's going to make you mad." "Let's find out." "A bunch of us were up by the bar, Gula's, the other side of the drawbridge." "A bunch of you?" "We were in Danny Bordelon's pickup truck. They wanted to get some beer." She watched my face. "Danny had his brother's ID card. He went inside the bar and got it." "I see. They were going to drink it down the road." "What happened?" "Are you going to be mad at Danny?" "Well, you shouldn't be buying beer for you guys." "I got out of the truck and walked. I was scared. They were mixing it with something called Everclear. It's like pure grain alcohol or something." "Danny didn't try to take you home?" "No." She dropped her eyes to the floor. "So, we leave Danny alone in the future. You did the right thing, Eliphaz." "That's not all that happened, Dave. It started to rain, and the wind was blowing real hard out of the swamp. A car came up the road with its lights on. The man who got tripod out of the coulee, the man you handcuffed, he rolled down his window and said he'd take me home." "Did you get in?" "No. The way he looked at me was sickening. His eyes went all over me like they were full of dirty thoughts, and he didn't care if I knew it or not." I sat on the stool next to her, put my hand on her back. "Tell me what happened, Alf," I said. "Well, I told him I didn't want to ride. I kept walking toward the house. The rain was stinging my face, and he kept backing up with me, telling me to get in. He was a friend of yours. I was going to catch cold if I didn't get in." "You didn't do anything wrong, Alf. Do you understand me?" "He started to open his door, Dave. Then this other man came out of nowhere. He had red hair and a black rain hat on with rain pouring off it, and he walked like he was hurt. He said, 'I don't want it to go down in front of a kid, Emil. Time for you to boogie.' The man in the car turned white, Dave. He stepped on the gas and threw mud and water all over us. You could see sparks gashing off his bumper when he crossed the drawbridge. I looked out the window into the darkness, tried to clear an obstruction like a fishbone in my throat. Have you ever seen the man in the raincoat before? I said. It was hard to see his face in the rain. It was pale, like it didn't have any blood. He said, "You shouldn't be out here by yourself." He walked with me till we could see the lights on the dock. And then I turned around, and he was gone. I took tripod out of her lap and set him on the counter, then bent over her and hugged her against my chest, pressed my cheek against the top of her head. "You're not mad?" she said. "Of course not." Her eyes crinkled at the corners when she looked up at me. I smiled emptily, lest she sensed the fear that hovered like a vapor around my heart. The next morning, the sun rose yellow and hot into a bone-white sky. There was no wind, and the trees and flowers in my yard were coated with humidity. At 9 a.m., I glanced through my office window and saw Luke Fontenot park his car on the street and walk toward the entrance of the sheriff's department, his rose-colored shirt peppered with sweat. Just before he went through the door, he rubbed his mouth unconsciously. When he sat down in the metal chair in front of my desk, he kept glancing sideways through the glass at the uniformed deputies who passed in the corridor. "It's all right, Luke," I said. "I've been in custody here for killing a white man back when things was a little different. You believe in the gree-gree, Mr. Dave?" "No." "Aunt Birdie do. She put the gree-gree on Moline Bertrand. Now she says she can't get it off. Well, that stuff's superstition, partner. Come out to the cafe where she works. Birdie can take care of herself." "I ain't worried about that old woman. It's Ruthie Jean. So ain't it time you listen a little bit to what black folks got to say?" Bertie Fontenot worked off and on in a black-owned clapboard cafe up Bayou Teche in Laurelville. She sat under a tarp extended on poles behind the building, next to a work table and two stainless steel cauldrons that bubbled on a portable butane burner. The surrounding fields were glazed with sunlight, the shade under the tarp as stifling as a wool blanket on your skin. Through the back screen I could hear the jukebox playing. "I searched for you all night in vain, baby, but you was hid out with another man." "Tell him," Luke said. "What for?" "Some people always know what they know," she said. She lifted her mammoth weight out of the chair and poured a wood basket filled with artichokes, whole onions, corn on the cob, and peeled potatoes into the cauldrons. Then she began feeding links of sausage into the steam, her eyes watering in the evaporation of salt and cayenne pepper. Stacked on the table were 3 swollen gunny sacks that moved and creaked with live crawfish. "Ain't Brady. He took off from his work to come up here," Luke said. She wiped the perspiration off her neck with a tiny handkerchief and walked to her pickup truck, which was parked by an abandoned and partially collapsed privy, and came back into the shade with an old leather handbag drawn together at the top by a leather bootlace. She put a hand inside and removed a clutch of pig bones. They looked like long pieces of animal teeth against her coppery palm. "It don't matter when or where I throwed 'em. They come up the same," she said. "I ain't got no power over what's going to happen. I gone along with Ruthie Jean, even though I knowed it was wrong. Now I can't undo any of it." She cast the bones from her hand onto the plank table. They seemed to bounce off the wood as lightly as sewing needles. "See? All the sharp points is at the center," she said. "Moline Bertrand dragging a chain I can't take off for something he done right here. It's got to do with a child out on the dirt road in the dark when Moline was drunk. There's a bunch of other spirits following them around, too. Soldiers in uniforms that ain't nothing but rags now. Every morning he wake up, they sitting all round his room." "You told me you were worried about Ruthie Jean," I said to Luke. "She's in a rooming house in New Orleans, off Magazine by the river, waiting for Moline to get his business things together, take her to the islands," he said. "Some people give their heart one time. Keep believing when they ain't supposed to believe no more," Bertie said. She unfolded the curved blade of a banana knife from its case, pulled a gunny sack filled with crawfish across the table toward her. "Moline gonna die, except there's 2 bones in the middle of the circle. Somebody going with him." "Maybe Moline thinks New Orleans is a better place for her right now. Maybe he's going to keep his word," I said. "He wasn't listening, Mr. Dave," Luke said. "We ain't told you Moline Bertrand sent her to New Orleans. It was a police officer. He come down here at night, carried her on down to the airport in Lafayette." "Excuse me?" I said. "You got him right down the hall from you. Mr. White Trash himself, Rufus Arsenault. Same man run errands for Julia Bertrand," she said. She ripped the sack along the seam with her banana knife, then shucked it empty into the cauldron, where the crawfish stiffened with shock, as though they'd been struck with electricity, and then roiled up dead in the churning froth. That night, the air was breathless, moonlit, filled with birds, stale with dust and the heat of the day that lingered in the baked wood and tin roofing of the house. It was long after midnight when the phone rang in the kitchen. "You got the wrong signal, Ace," the voice said. "Pogue?" "Your little girl misunderstood." "No, you did. I told you not to come through the wrong man's perimeter." "I was there to help. They got a mechanic on you. Come anywhere near my house, I'm going to take you off at the neck. Don't hang up." I could hear his breath rise and fall against the receiver. "The Dutchie don't let me alone. I think I got only one way out. I cool out the hitter. I don't let nobody hurt your family. The problem is, I got no idea who they sent in. I need time, man. That's what you fucking don't hear." Do you know what roid-induced psychosis is? I said. No. Too many injections in the butt. Then you drink a few beers and the snakes put on a special floor show. Don't call here again. You got cement round your head. I ain't a bad guy. We went into Laos twice to get your friend back. You know anybody else who gave a shit about him? You frightened my daughter. One way or another, that's going to get squared, Emil. Me? Marcellus was there. She didn't tell you? Your wheelman, Jerry Jeff Hooker, is in custody. He gave you up. Come in and maybe we can get you into a federal hospital. I could smell Marcellus's breath. It was like the stank when you pop a body bag. The Dutchie turned him loose on me. Laos, Guatemala, colored town out there on the highway. It's all part of the same geography. Hell don't have boundaries, man. Don't you understand that? The phone was silent a long time. In the moonlight, I saw an owl sink its razored beak into a wood rabbit in my neighbor's field. Then Emil Pogue quietly hung up. Chapter 31. The sheriff had been moved out of intensive care into an ordinary room at Iberia General, one that was filled with flowers and slatted sunlight. But his new environment was a deception. His whiskers were white against his flaccid skin, and his eyes had a peculiar cast in them, what we used to call the 1,000-yard stare, as though he couldn't quite detach himself from old events that were still a-borning for him on frozen hilltops that rang with bugles. "Can you hand me my orange juice, please?" he said. I lifted the glass straw to his lips, watched him draw the juice and melting ice into his mouth. I dreamed about roses under the snow, but then I saw they weren't roses. They were drops of blood where we marched out of the Chosin. It's funny how your dreams mix up things, he said. It's better to let old wars go, Skipper. New Iberia is a good place. Sure is. We need to get those bastards out of here, Dave, he said. We will. Your daughter ID'd Marcellus from his mugshot? I shouldn't have told you that story, I said. They couldn't pull him across the sticks. That's a good story to hear. Dave? Yes? I never told this to anyone except a Marine chaplain. I sent 3 North Korean POWs to the rear once with a BAR man who escorted them as far as One Hill. In my heart I knew better, because the BAR man was one of those rare guys who enjoyed what he did. I tried to interrupt, but he raised 2 fingers off the sheet to silence me. That's why I always sit on you. Always try to keep the net over all of us, so we don't take people off behind the hill. That's a good way to be, I said. You don't understand. It's the rules get us killed sometimes. You got too many bad people circling you. His voice became weaker, and I saw the light in his eyes change, his chest swell as he breathed more deeply. I better go now. I'll see you tomorrow, I said. Don't leave yet. His hand moved across my wrist. I don't want to fall asleep. And during the day I dream about trench rats. It was 20 below and they'd eat their way inside the dead. That's how they live, Dave. By eating their way inside us. I went home for lunch, then walked down to the dock to talk to Alifair, who had just gotten out of school for the summer. Sitting under an umbrella at one of the spool tables was Terry Serrett, Cleet's secretary. She wore pale blue shorts and a halter, and her skin looked as white as a fish's belly. She read a magazine behind a pair of dark glasses while she idly rubbed suntan lotion on her thighs. And when she heard my footsteps, she looked up at me and smiled. Her cheeks were rouged with orange circles like makeup on a circus clown. Hey, you're not working today? I said. Well, there's not much to do, I'm afraid. Looks like Cleet is going to move back to New Orleans in a couple of weeks. Hey, can I bring you something? Well, no, but can you sit down a moment? Sure. The wind was warm off the water, and I was sweating inside my shirt, even in the umbrella's shade. Cleet told me a little bit about this man, Sonny Marsalis, she said. Is it true he knows something about POWs in Southeast Asia? Well, it's hard to say, Miss Serrett. It's Terry. We think my brother got left behind in Cambodia, but the government denies he's even there. Well, Sonny was never in the service. Anything he knew was conjecture, probably. Oh, I got the impression he had evidence of some kind. Her sunglasses were tinted almost black, and the rest of her face was like an orange and white mask. I'm sorry about your brother, I said. Well, I hope I haven't bothered you, she said, and touched my elbow softly. No, not at all. I guess I better go before I burn up in this sun. It's a hot one, I said. I watched her walk up the dock on her flats toward a car, a drawstring beach bag hanging from her wrist. The line of soft fat that protruded from her waistband was already pink with sunburn. I went inside the bait shop. Alifair was stocking lunch meat and cold drinks in the wall cooler. Hi, Dave, she said. Who's that lady? Cleet's secretary. She made a face. What's wrong? I said. She looked out the window screen. Where's Baptiste? She said. Out on the ramp. She was sitting inside half hour ago, smoking one cigarette after another, smelling the whole place up. Baptiste gave me his Pepsi 'cause he had to go put some man's boat in. After he went out, she said, better bring that over here, honey. I didn't know what she meant. I walked over to the table, and she took the can out of my hand and got a bunch of napkins out of the holder and started wiping the top. She said, you shouldn't drink after other people. Then she put it back in my hand and said, there, maybe now you won't have to scrub your gums with disinfectant. But I'd still pour it down the drain if I were you. What's she doing here, Dave? Rufus Arsenault lived in a wood-frame house on Bayou Teche just outside St. Martinville. He had a gas light in his front yard, a new aluminum boat shed under his oak trees, an electric bug killer that snapped and hissed off his gallery. He didn't resent his black neighbors because he considered himself superior to them and simply didn't recognize their existence. Nor did he envy the rich, as he believed them the recipients of luck passed out by a society that was meant to be inequitable and often blessed the bumbling and the effete. His wary eye, instead, was directed at his peers, and those among them who succeeded, he was sure, through stealth and design, and always at his expense. He brought back a Japanese wife from Okinawa, a small, shy woman with bad teeth, who worked briefly in a bakery and who lowered her eyes and covered her mouth when she grinned. One night the neighbors made a 911 call on Rufus's house, but the wife told the responding sheriff's deputies her television set had been turned too loud, and there was certainly no problem in the home. One morning she didn't report to work at the bakery. Rufus called the owner later and said she had mumps. When people saw her in town, her face was heavily made up, marbled with discolorations. She left town on a Greyhound bus the following year. A Catholic priest who worked with Vietnamese refugees drove her to the depot in Lafayette and refused to tell anyone her destination. For a while, Rufus lived with a topless dancer from Morgan City, then a woman who'd been fired from her position as a juvenile probation officer in Lake Charles. There were others, too, who came and went, all out of that seemingly endless supply of impaired or abused women who find temporary solace in the approval of a man who will eventually degrade and reject them. As an ex-NCO, Rufus wasn't one to argue with long-established systems. The only constants in Rufus's life were his 2 hunting dogs and his squared-away, freshly painted frame house. It was twilight when I drove up his dirt drive and parked my truck in the trees and walked behind his house. He was drinking bottled beer in his undershirt on the cement pad that served as a back porch, his knees crossed, a pork roast hissing on a rotisserie barbecue pit. Rufus's shoulders were as smooth as stone, olive with tan, a gold and red Marine Corps emblem tattooed on his right arm. At the foot of his sloping yard, a half-flooded pirogue lay in the shadows, its sides soft with green mold. As was his way, he was neither friendly nor unfriendly. My presence in his life, off the clock, had no more significance than the whir of cars out on the state highway. A brunette woman with unbrushed hair and cut-off blue jeans came outside, set a small table with wood salad bowls and plates, and never looked at me. Nor did he attempt to introduce her. He slid a metal chair toward me with his foot. "There's some cold drinks in the cooler," he said. "I understand you drove Ruthie Jean Fontenot to the airport." He put a cigarette in his mouth, worked his lighter out of the watch pocket of his Levi's. It had a bronze globe and anchors soldered on its side. "What's the problem on that, Dave?" he said. "Are you working for the Bertrands?" I tried to smile. "Not really." "I got you." "Just doing somebody a favor," he said. "I see. You think Ruthie Jean's getting set up?" "For what?" "The Bertrands have their own way of doing business." He drank from his beer, a slow, steady sip that showed neither need nor particular pleasure. He blew a cloud of cigarette smoke into the violet air. "We're going to eat in a minute," he said. "I'm going to try to reopen the vehicular homicide case on Julia and Moline." "Be my guest. They weren't involved." I looked at his rugged profile, the blonde crew cut, the lump of cartilage in the jaw, the green eyes that were often filled with the lights of envy, and felt the peculiar sensation I was looking at an innocent who had no awareness of the lines he'd stepped across. "Moline's mixed up with people who don't take prisoners, Ruth," I said. "Are you kidding? He's a needle dick. His wife slides up and down the banister all morning to keep his lunch warm." "See you around," I said. I woke early the next morning and drove out to the Bertrand plantation. Why? I really didn't know. The cement trucks, graders, and bulldozers were all idle and unattended now, sitting quietly among the swaths of destruction they'd cut from the highway back to the tree line. Why had a company called Blue Sky Electric chosen this spot for its location? Access to the railroad? That was part of it, obviously. But there were a lot of train tracks in the state of Louisiana. And maybe the answer lay in who lived here. They were by and large disenfranchised and uneducated, with no political or monetary power. You didn't have to be a long-time resident of Louisiana to understand their historical relationship to corporate industries. Those who worked at the canneries were laid off at the end of the season, then told at the state employment office that their unemployment claims were invalid because their trade was exclusively that of professional canners, and since the canneries were closed for the season, the workers weren't available for work, and hence ineligible for the benefits that had been paid into their fund. This was the Orwellian language used to people who had to sign their names with an X. And for years, the rice and sugar mills fired anyone who used the word union and paid minimum wage only because of their participation in interstate commerce. During the Civil Rights era, oilmen used to joke about having a jig on every rig, but the racial invective was secondary to the real logos, which was to ensure the availability of a huge labor pool, both black and white, that would work for any wage that was offered them. The stakes today, however, were geographical. The natural habitat's worst enemies, the chemical plants and oil refineries, had located themselves in a corridor along the Mississippi known as Toxic Alley, running from Baton Rouge down to St. Gabriel. Almost without exception, the adjacent communities were made up of blacks and poor whites. I drove down the dirt road and stopped in front of Luke Fontenot's house. I saw his face at the window, then he opened the screen and walked out on the gallery, shirtless, barefoot, a jelly glass full of hot coffee in his hand. "Something happened?" he said. "No, I was just killing time." "How you doing, Luke?" "Ain't doing bad." "You just driving around?" "That's about it." He inserted a thumbnail in his teeth, then folded his fingers and looked at the tops of his nails. "I need legal advice about something." "Go ahead." "Got to have your promise it ain't going nowhere." "I'm a police officer, Luke." "You're a police officer when you feel like being one, Mr. Dave." I'd better get to the office. He craned out over the railing, looked down the dirt road, measured the sun's height in the sky. "Come on out back," he said. I followed him around the side of the house. He paused by the back porch, slipped a pair of toeless canvas shoes over his feet, and pulled a cane sickle out of a tree stump where chickens had been butchered. "See where the coulee go? Out back of the old privy," he said, walking ahead of me. "Yesterday, there's running the grader along the edge of the coulee. The bank started caving, and the guy turned the grader out in the field and didn't do no more work here. Last night the moon was up, and I seen something bright in the dirt." The coulee ran like a ragged wound in the earth to the edge of a cane field, where it had been filled in years ago so the cultivated acreage wouldn't be dissected by water drainage. The sides were eaten and scrolled with crawfish holes, the bottom thick with cattails and reeds, webs of dead algae, cane husks, and through the cattails a chain of stagnant pools that trembled with insects. Luke looked back over his shoulder at the dirt road, then slid down the side of the coulee and stepped across a pool to the opposite bank. "See where the machine crushed down the dirt?" he said. "It looked like a bottom lip hanging down, don't it?" He smiled up at me. "Mr. Dave, you gonna tell this to somebody?" I squatted down on my haunches and didn't answer. He smiled again, blew out his breath as though he were making an irrevocable commitment for both of us, then began working the tip of the sickle into the bank, scaling it away, watching each dirt clod that rolled down to his feet. "What I found last night, I stuck back in them holes," he said. He sliced at the bank, and a curtain of dirt cascaded across his canvas shoes. "Look at there," he said, his fingers grabbing at 3 dull pieces of metal that toppled and bounced into the water. He stooped, his knees splayed wide, shoved his wrists into the reeds and the water that was clouding with gray puffs of mud, worked his fingers deeper into the silt, then held up an oblong, coin-like piece of silver and dropped it into my palm. "What you call that?" he said. I rubbed my thumb across the slick surface, the embossed cross and archaic numbers and lettering on it. "It's Spanish or Portuguese, Luke. I think these were minted in Latin America, then shipped back to Europe," I said. "Ain't Bertie been right all along? Jean Lafitte buried his treasure here." "Somebody did. What was the advice you wanted?" "The wall of this coulee is probably full of them coins. But we talked Aunt Bertie into giving up a claim." "Well, this whole area is going to be covered with cement and buildings," I said. "The guys doing it don't care about the dead people buried here. Why should they care about the coins?" "That's what I've been thinking. No point bothering them." I couldn't argue with that. "How about I buy you some breakfast up on the highway, Luke?" "I'd like that real fine." "Yes, I was fixing to ask you the same thing." Cleet came into the office right after lunch. He wore a pair of seersucker slacks low on his hips and a dark blue short-sleeved silk shirt. He kept glancing back toward the glass partition into the hallway. "Do I need a passport to get into this place?" he said. He got up, opened the door, and looked into a uniformed deputy's face. "Can I help you with something?" He returned to his chair, looked hard at the glass again, his face flushed. "Ease up, Cleet," I said. "I don't like people staring at me." The soles of his loafers tapped up and down on the floor. "You want to tell me what it is?" "Emil Pogue's trying to set you up." "Oh?" "You're going to step right into it, too." He paced in front of my desk and kept snapping his fingers and hitting his hands together. "I shouldn't have come in here." "Just tell me what happened." "He called my office. He said he wants to give himself up." "Why didn't he call me?" "He thinks you're tapped." "Where is he, Clete?" "I knew it." Chapter 32. It was late afternoon when we put my boat into the Atchafalaya River and headed east into the basin and the huge network of bayous, bays, sandbars, and flooded stands of trees that constitute the alluvial system of the river. The sun was hot and blood-red above the willow islands behind us, and you could see gray sheets of rain curving out of the sky in the south and waves starting to cap in the bay. I opened up both engines full throttle and felt the water split across the bow, hiss along the hull like wet string, then flatten behind us in a long bronze trough dimpled with flying fish that glided on the wind like birds. Cleet sat on a cushioned locker behind me, his Marine Corps utility cap on the back of his head, pressing rounds from a box of .223 ammunition into a second magazine from my AR-15. Then he inverted the magazine and jungle-clipped it with electrician's tape to one that was already in the rifle. He saw me watching him. "Lose the attitude, Big Mon. You blank on this dude, and he'll take your eyes out," he said, above the engine's noise. I cut back on the throttle on the east side of the bay and let the wake take us into a narrow bayou that snaked through a flooded woods. Cottonmouth moccasins lay coiled on top of dead logs and the lowest cypress branches along the banks, and ahead I saw a white crane lift from a tiny inlet matted with hyacinths and glide for a time above the bayou, then suddenly rise through a red-gold sunlit break in the canopy and disappear. Cleet was standing beside me now. There was no wind inside the trees, and I could smell mosquito dope running in his sweat. He wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand and swatted mosquitoes away from his hair. "It's like being up the Mekong." "It's got to be a set-up," he said. "I think he's scared." "My ass. This guy's been killing people all his life. We can go around a corner and he can chop us into horse meat." "That's not it. He's had too many other chances." Cleet pointed a finger at me, his eyes hard and big in his face, then went out of the cabin and worked his way forward to the bow, where he knelt on one knee with the AR-15 propped on his thigh, the sling wrapped around his forearm. The sun fell through the canopy and illuminated a sunken houseboat and the pale, bloated carcass of a wild hog that had wedged under the porch roof. The metallic green backs of alligator gars rolled against the surface, then their long jaws and files of needle-like teeth parted as they went deep into the pocket where the hog's stomach used to be. Up ahead was a blind corner. I began to believe Cleet had been right. Not only were the risks all ours, I'd allowed myself to be convinced that an amoral, pathological man was more human, more capable of remorse than he'd ever shown himself to be previously. This bayou, shut off from light, filled with insects and gars and poisonous snakes, vaguely scented with the smells of decay and death. A place Joseph Conrad would have well understood was Pogue's chosen environment, and so far we were operating on his terms. I cut the engines, and in the sudden quiet, I heard our wake sliding back across the sandbars into the woods, a crescendo of birds' wings flapping in the trees, a gator slapping its tail in water. But I didn't hear the St. Mary Parish Sheriff's boat with Helen Swallow on it that should have been closing the back door on Emil Pogue. I started to use the radio. Then I saw Cleet raise his hand in the air. Someone was running in the woods, crashing through brush, splashing across the slough. I felt the bow bite into a sandbar and the boat become motionless. I went forward with Cleet and tried to see through the tree trunks, the tangle of air vines, the leaves that tumbled out of the canopy, the pools of mauve shadow that seemed to take the shape of animals. Then we heard the roar of an airboat out on the next bay. "How you figure that?" Cleet said. "Maybe he wants another season to run." We dropped off the bow and worked our way along the bank and through the shallows to the corner. The back of Cleet's neck was oily with sweat, inflamed with insect bites. He put an unlit cigarette in his mouth, paused at the bend in the bayou, then stepped out in the open, his face blank, his eyes flicking from one object to the next. He pointed. An aluminum boat with an outboard engine was tied with a chain to a cypress knee on the bank, and beyond it a shack was set back in the willows on pilings. The screens were webbed with rust, dead insects, and dirt, and the tin roof had long ago taken on the colors of a woods in winter. The base of the pilings glistened with a sheen like petroleum waste from the pools of stagnant water they sat in. Cleet pressed a wadded handkerchief to his face. The dry ground behind the shack was blown with bottle flies and reeked of unburied excrement. I slipped my .45 from my holster, pulled back the slide on a hollow point round, and moved through the trees toward the rear of the shack, while Cleet approached the front. The water had receded only recently, and the sand was wet and curled over my tennis shoes like soft cement. I heard sound inside the shack, then realized a radio was playing. It was Ravel's Bolero, compelling and incessant, building like a painful obsession you can't let go of. I came out of the trees 10 feet from the rear of the shack and saw Cleet poised by the front entrance, his face waiting. I held up my hand, then brought it down, and we both went in at the same time. Except my foot punched through a plank on the back step that was as soft as rotted cork. I stumbled into the interior, still limping, my .45 pointed straight out with both hands. Cleet was silhouetted against the broken light beyond the front door, his rifle hanging from his right hand. He was looking at something on the floor. Then I saw him, amidst the litter of soiled clothes and fishing gear and barbells. He lay on his back by a small table with a shortwave radio on it, dressed in jeans, a sleeveless green T-shirt, suspenders, his bare feet like pale white blocks of wood. A dark pool shaped like a deformed 3-leaf clover swelled from the back of his neck. I knelt beside him. He opened his mouth and coughed on an obstruction deep in his throat. His tongue was red and bright as licorice. I started to turn him on his side. Don't do it, Chief, he whispered. He broke the shank off inside. Who did this to you, Emil? Never saw him. A pro. Maybe that cocksucker Marcellus. His eyes came together like BBs, then refocused on my face. We're going to put you on my boat, then get you out in the bay so a chopper can pick you up, I said. But he was already shaking his head before I finished my words. His eyes slid off my face onto my shirt. What is it? I said. Lean close. I lowered my ear toward his mouth, then realized that wasn't what he wanted. His hand lifted up and clenched around my religious medal and chain, knotted it across his knuckles, held me hovering above the shrunken pinpoints of his eyes. I ain't got the right words. Too many bad gigs, Chief. I apologize for the duchy, he whispered. When his hand fell from my chain, his breath mushroomed out of his mouth and struck against my face like a fist. A bottle fly crawled across his eyes. Cleet clicked off the dial on the shortwave set. The dead radio tubes crackled in the silence. Chapter 33. The next morning, Helen Swallow walked with me into Cleet's office on Main. The front and back doors were open, and the papers in Cleet's wire baskets lifted and ruffled in the breeze. Helen looked around the office. "Where's Avon's answer to the beast of Buchenwald?" she said. "What's the problem?" Cleet said from behind his desk, trying to smile. "They knew we were coming, that's the problem," she said. "Terry? Come on," he said. "Where is she?" Helen said. "Getting some stuff photocopied." "Does she have any scratches on her?" I said. "You want me to strip search my secretary?" "It's not funny, Cleet," I said. "She wasn't in the office when Pogue called," he said. "You're sure?" I said. "She was across the street at the donut place." "You didn't tell her about it?" I asked. "No." His eyes looked into space. "No, I'm sure of it. I never mentioned Pogue's name, never mentioned a place." Helen looked at me and made a sucking sound with her teeth. "Okay," she said, "maybe the hit was already on him. There's Marcellus to think about, too." "Not with a knife. We're talking about one of Pogue's buddies from the Phoenix program," Cleet said. He leaned over in his chair and clicked on a floor fan, clamped his hand on top of a yellow legal pad by his telephone. The pages blew and rattled in the gust of air. "Why would anyone try to take a guy like Pogue with a knife?" "Unless the killer knew we were in the vicinity," I said. Cleet scratched at the scar that ran through his eyebrow, rested his chin on his knuckles. "I guess you're right. You got a leak. How about that butt wipe who was in the crotch?" he said. "Rufus Arsenault?" Helen said. Cleet and I drove to New Orleans at dawn, turned off I-10 onto St. Charles Avenue, and went uptown toward the Garden District, past the lovely old Pontchartrain Hotel and rows of antebellum and early Victorian homes with their narrow pillared galleries and oak-canopied yards that stayed black with shadow even in summer. We turned left across the neutral ground and the streetcar tracks and crossed Britannia, the street where Lillian Hellman grew up, then headed up Magazine, the old line of disembarkation into the Irish Channel, toward the levee and a different New Orleans. One of late 19th century paintless frame houses with ventilated shutters and hard-pan dirt yards and tiny galleries propped up on bricks, clapboard corner bars that never closed or took down their Christmas lights, matchbox barbecue joints that smelled of hickory and ribs by 9 a.m., and graffiti-scrolled liquor stores whose windows were barred like jails. I parked in front of the address Luke Fontenot had given me. A thunder shower had just passed through the neighborhood, and the air was gray and wet, and steam rose from the roofs like smoke in winter. Cleet rolled down the window and squinted at the rows of almost identical, weathered, coffee-colored houses, a ramshackle tin-roofed juke joint overgrown with banana trees on the corner, an elderly black man in a frayed suit and sneakers and baseball cap riding a bicycle with fat tires aimlessly up and down the street. I could see shadows and lights in Cleet's face, like reflections that cling inside frost on a window. They say if you're ever black on Saturday night, you'll never want to be white again, he said. You usually hear white people say that after they short-change the yard man, I said. Our house was 1 block over. I waited for him to go on, but he didn't. You want to come in? I said. No, it's your show. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Something on your mind? He laughed down in his chest, rubbed a knuckle against his nose. My old man knocked me into next week because I dropped his bucket of beer in front of that juke joint. He was quite a guy. I was never big on nostalgia streak. I watched him walk toward the levee, his pork pie hat slanted on the crown of his head, his face lifted into the breeze off the river, his feelings walled up inside a private place where I never transgressed. Ruthie Jean's address was a 2-story house with a fire escape for an upstairs entrance, and wash strung across the veranda, and a single paint-blistered trellis that was spoked with red roses. A police cruiser with the NOPD crescent on the door, and a white cop in a sky-blue shirt behind the wheel, slowed by my pickup as I was locking the door behind me. "Can I help you?" he said. I opened my badge holder in my palm. "On the job," I said, and smiled. "Work on your tan if you're coming back after sunset," he said. "Thanks," I said, and felt conspiratorial and slightly ashamed at my own response. A moment later, Ruthie Jean opened the door at the head of the fire escape. She wore a pair of new blue jeans with a silver-tipped western belt and white tennis shoes and a burnt orange blouse and gold hoop earrings. This time there was no anger or recrimination in her face. In fact, I had the sense she expected me. "I need to talk to you about Moline," I said. "You surely don't give it up." "You don't have to talk to me, Ruthie Jean." "I know that. Come in if you like." The living room was airy and cool. the upholstered couch and chairs patterned with flowers and decorated with doilies. The curtains puffed and twisted in the breeze, and you could see the top of the levee and hear boats with horns out on the river. "Can I give you some coffee?" she said. "Well, that'd be nice." I sat in a deep chair while she fixed a tray in the kitchen. A steamer trunk lay opened by the couch. In a removable top compartment, which she'd set at an angle to the sides in order to pack the bottom, was a clear plastic bag with folded blue and pink baby clothes inside. A withered camellia was pressed between the fabric and the plastic. She limped into the living room with the tray. Her eyes followed mine to the trunk. She lowered the tray down on the coffee table, then reset the wood compartment inside the trunk and closed the lid. "Why you dislike Moline so much?" she said. "He thinks it's natural for other people to pay for his mistakes." "If you're talking about divorce, it was me went over to Texas. Moline didn't have anything to do with it." "Moline ran down and killed the little boy out by Cade, not his wife." "I don't believe that." I leaned forward with my forearms on my thighs and rubbed my palm idly on my knuckles. "I don't know how to tell you this," I said, "but I believe Julia Bertrand may try to do you grave injury. Maybe with Moline's consent. You can't forgive him for the world he comes from, Mr. Robichaud. It's not his fault who he was born." I was at a loss. "Do you have a gun?" I asked. "No." Her face made me think of a newly opened dark flower about to be burned by a severe light. "You're an admirable lady, Ruthie Jean. I hope you're going to be all right. Call me if I can ever help you in any way." "That's why you sent that other man?" "Excuse me?" "The one with red hair and the skin looked like milk? He was standing outside in the rain. I asked him what he was doing in this neighborhood at night. He said he was your friend, and you were worried about me." "He's your friend, isn't he?" "Yes, I think he probably is." "Think?" I started to explain, but I didn't. Then I simply said, "I'd better be going now." Her turquoise eyes, gold skin, the mole by her mouth, her thick black hair that curved on her cheek were framed as though in a lens by the curtains that puffed and danced behind her head. Her eyes moved up to meet mine. "You're a very good man," she said. "Goodbye, Ruthie Jean," I said, and took her hand in mine. It was small and dry, and I wanted to hold it a long time. I knew in a way that words couldn't explain that this was much more than a casual farewell. We pulled into the circle drive of the yacht club and parked not far from the practice green. The yacht club was sparkling white in the sunlight, with flagstone terraces and tinted glassed-in dining areas and fairways that looked like corridors of velvet between the oak trees. When we got out of the truck, Clayt pulled his shirt down over the front of his slacks, smoothed it with his fingers, adjusted his belt with his thumb, and looked down at his shirt again. "How does a prick like Johnny Corp get in a joint like this?" he said. They recognize a closet Republican when they see one. "How do I look?" he said. "Lean and mean. Not a bump on you." "You sure you want to do this?" "You got to do something for kicks," I said. "I'm starting to worry about you, Big Mon." We walked in the shade of the building toward the entrance. Sailboats were rocking in their slips out on Lake Pontchartrain. The maitre d' stopped us at the door to the dining room. "Do you gentlemen have reservations?" he said. His face and accent were European, his close-shaved cheeks ruddy with color. I opened my badge holder. "We're here to see Polly G," I said. He looked at me blankly. "That's Johnny Carp, John Giacono. His secretary said he's having lunch here." His facial skin tightened against the bone. His eyes involuntarily glanced at a glass-domed annex to the main dining room. He cleared his throat softly. "Is there going to be a problem, gentlemen?" "We'll let you know if there is. Bring me a double jack with a Dixie on the side and put it on Johnny's tab. He told me to tell you that," Cleet said. The domed annex was empty except for Johnny Carp and his crew, who were eating from gumbo appetizer bowls at a long linen-covered table set with flowers and pitchers of sangria. Johnny lowered his spoon from his mouth, his face dead. A scar, like a piece of black string, was crimped into his lip where I'd hit him. One of Johnny's crew, a $1,000-a-hit mechanic named Mingo Bloomberg, started to rise from his chair. He was a handsome copper-haired man with ice-blue eyes that were totally devoid of moral light. "The man with the badge has a pass. You don't, Purcell," he said. "Don't get up on my count," Cleet said. "A guy's got to try. It's nothing personal. Put your hand on me and you're going to wear a metal hook, Mingo." "So, we see how it shakes out," Mingo said and began to stand up. Cleet fitted his hand on Mingo's face and shoved him back down in his chair. Then he hit him twice with the flat of his hand like a man swinging a fielder's glove filled with cement. "You want another one?" he said. "Tell me now, Mingo." "Go ahead, open your mouth again." I cupped my palm around Cleet's bicep. It felt like a grapefruit. "I'm fed up with this shit. Somebody get security in here," Johnny said. "You're looking good, John," I said. "You're a lucky man, Dave." He pointed his fork at me. "You ought to burn a few candles at your church." "That's not quite how I see it, John," I said. "You don't want to queer your people's action in Iberia Parish by killing a police officer. But then again, you're not always predictable. That means I need to do something about you. Maybe squeeze Patsy Dapolito until he gives you up." "You think Patsy will give you up, John?" "What's to give? He don't work for me no more. He never really did." "Oh," I said. "That's right. He's a malignant geek, a short-eyes, a freak. You gonna nail me with the testimony of a child molester? You know what my lawyer would do with a guy like that on the stand? When he gets excited, he drools. Hey, you guys, picture star witness Patsy Bones drooling on the stand." Johnny stretched his face out of shape and let his tongue roll wetly in his mouth, while all his crew laughed. You two twerps, get out of here. It's always a pleasure, John, I said. Cleet picked up a breadstick, dipped it in a sangria pitcher, and snapped it off in his jaw, winking at me while he grinned outrageously. Outside in the parking lot, he pulled up his shirt and removed the tape recorder from under his belt, popped out the cassette, and flipped it in his palm. "Isn't life grand?" he said. Chapter 34. I was filling out my timesheet the next day when Helen Swallow knocked at my office door, then sat on the corner of the desk and looked me in the face, her eyes seeming to focus on words or sentences in her head that would never become the right ones to use. "Say it," I said. "I just got off the phone with Fort Barf and Itch in New Orleans. Marsalis is dead. They've got his body." I returned her stare and didn't answer. "Dave?" "Yeah." "Did you hear me?" "I heard you." "I don't believe it. The body never washed up because it was wedged in the pilings of that collapsed pier." I looked out the window. The sky was thick with lead-colored clouds, the trees filmed with dust, motionless in the trapped heat. The traffic on the street seemed to make no sound. "How'd they ID the body?" I said. "Dental records?" "What dental records?" I said, the irritation rising in my voice. Sonny grew up in a welfare project. He probably went to a dentist as often as he went to a gynecologist. "The agent says they're 100% sure it's Sonny. He worked for the feds. He was an embarrassment to them. They want his file closed." "Do you know what denial is?" "Yeah. With me, it has to do with booze, not dead people." "You want to go to lunch?" "No." "Where's the body?" "On its way to a mortuary in New Orleans. Leave it alone, Dave." She watched my face. "Water and fish and crabs do bad things." I rose from my desk and looked silently out the window until she was gone. Outside, a trustee from the parish lopped a dead banana stalk in half with a machete, revealing a swarm of fire ants that fed off the rotten pulp inside. "You sure you want to see it?" the mortician, a middle-aged black man, said. It was late, and he was tired. He wore a T-shirt and rumpled slacks without a belt, and there was stubble on his chin. "Okay, if that's what you want. You say he was a friend?" "Yes." He raised his eyebrows and opened the door to a back room where the temperature was 20 degrees lower than the front of the funeral home. It smelled of chemicals, stainless steel, the cool odor of scrubbed concrete. Over his shoulder I could see an elevated, flat-bottomed metal trough in the center of the room. "It's going to be in a closed coffin. His relatives will never see inside it," he said. He stepped aside, and I saw the bloodless, shrunken form stretched out inside the trough, glowing in a cone of electric light that shone from overhead. "The osmoticians won't work on these kinds," he said. "I got a government contract, though, so I do everything they send me." "That him?" "That's not a human form anymore." "Your friend had red hair?" I didn't reply. He waited. I heard him put on his glasses, fiddle with a fountain pen. "I'll show you the bullet wounds. There are 4, he said. He leaned over the trough, pointing with the pen. 2 through the chest, 1 in the groin, 1 through the side. And they look like dimples in oatmeal now." "There weren't any rounds?" I said. "Believe me, Mr. Robichaud, those are exit wounds. I worked in the mortuary at Chu Lai, Republic of South Vietnam. I took guys out of body bags, been in there a long time, get my drift? Look, the government doesn't make the kind of mistake you're thinking about." "Then how'd we all end up in Vietnam?" I asked. He walked to the door and put his hand on the wall switch. "I'm turning off the lights now. You coming?" he said. I dreamed all night, then got up just before dawn and fixed coffee in the kitchen and drank it on the back steps. The sun was still below the tree line in the swamp, and the air was moist and cool and smelled of milkweed and the cattle in my neighbor's field. I kept seeing Sonny's bloodless face and sightless eyes and red hair, like the head of John the Baptist on a metal tray. I flung my coffee into the flower bed and drove to Cleet's apartment off East Main. "You're starting the day like a thunderstorm streak," he said, yawning in his jockey underwear, pulling a shirt over his wide shoulders. Alifer and Pogue both saw him. So did Ruthie Jean Fontenot. "People see Elvis Presley. How about James Dean or Adolf Hitler, for God's sakes?" "This is different." "You won't go crazy? Keep living inside your head like that." He slid a carton of chocolate milk and a box of jelly donuts out of the icebox and started eating. "You want some?" he asked. "I want to jumpstart Patsy Dapp." "How are you going to feel if he takes down Johnny Carp?" "I won't feel anything," I said. "Yeah, I bet." "I won't ever believe Sonny's dead," I said. "Don't talk to me about this stuff anymore." "One way or another, Sonny's out there, Cleet." "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it," he said, walking into the bathroom, working one hand into his shorts. We drove in my truck out to Patsy Dapolito's rented cottage on the edge of town, but no one answered the door. Cleet shielded the sun's glare from his eyes and squinted through the blinds on the side window. "Look at the litter in there. I bet this guy takes a shit inside his clothes," he said. "I'll check with the landlord." "Patsy's in a trick pad in Lafayette." "How do you know?" "A guy I wrote a bond on said he's got a couple of chippies at Four Corners who aren't too selective." "Well, that doesn't mean he's there." "When your name is Patsy Dapp, you're either thinking about getting laid or blowing out somebody's light. I'm seldom wrong about these guys. That bothers me sometimes." I looked at him strangely. "Be happy you got your badge straight. Means you get to walk on the curb instead of in the gutter," he said. A half hour later, we walked into the office of a motel at Four Corners in Lafayette. Raindrops were tinkling on the air conditioner inset in the window. I shoved my badge and a picture of Patsy Dapp to the motel operator. "Do you know this man?" I asked. He crinkled his nose under his glasses, looked vague, shook his head. "A lot of people come through here," he said. "You want to get your whole place tossed?" I said. "Room 6, he replied. "Give us the key." "Thanks. We're putting you down for a Good Citizen Award," Cleet said. We walked down to Dapolito's room as the rain blew underneath the overhang. I tapped with one knuckle on the door. "It's Dave Robichaud. Open up, Patsy," I said. It was quiet a moment. Then he spoke in a phlegmy, twisted voice. "Leave me alone, unless you got a warrant." I turned the key in the lock, nudged the door open with my foot, my hand on my .45. "Whoops," Cleet said, peering over my shoulder. "You guys get out of here," Patsy said from the bed. Cleet pushed the door back slowly with the flat of his hand, sniffed at the air as we both stepped inside. "You paying for your broads to smoke China White?" "High-grade stuff, my man," Cleet said. She wasn't over 16, blonde and beautiful in a rough way, with thick arms and shoulders, a heart-shaped face that wore no makeup, hands that could have been a farm girl's. She gathered the top sheet around her body. I pulled the bedspread off the foot of the bed, wrapped it around her, then handed her her clothes. "Dress in the bathroom while we talk to this man," I said. "We're not going to arrest you." Her eyes were disjointed, one pupil larger than the other, glazed with fear and oriental smack. "Listen, this man kills people for a living, but if he didn't get paid, he'd do it for free. Don't ever come here again," I said. "Why the rouse this time?" Patsy said. He sat with his back against the headboard, his hard, compact body as white as the skin on a toadstool, one hand kneading the sheet that covered his loins. A bluebird was tattooed above each of his nipples. "I think you might still want to pop me, Patsy. Earn some points with Polly G," I said. "You're wrong. I'm going on a trip all over the world, places I ain't ever got to visit." "Really?" I said. "Yeah. I got an itinerary, everything. Japanese travel service put it together. They even give you a booklet tells you how to get along with everybody, what things to watch for. Don't get on elevators with Iranians 'cause of the BO they got. Don't shake hands with Arabs 'cause they wipe their ass with their bare hand." "Sounds great, except I don't believe you," I said. I saw the girl go past the corner of my vision out the door. "Click on the tape, Cleet." Cleet set the portable tape player on the desk and snapped the play button. Patsy's scarred face looked confused at first as he heard Mingo Bloomberg's voice, then Cleet's, and Johnny Carp's, and mine. "What is this?" he said. "I'll start it again. We don't want you to miss any of this, and particularly when they start laughing at you," Cleet said. As Patsy listened, the skin on one side of his face seemed to crinkle like the surface of paint in a bucket. He lit a cigarette, one eye watering with the heat of the flame. "You gonna do hits for a guy like that?" Cleet said. Patsy's teeth protruded above his bottom lip like a ridge of bone. He huffed smoke out of the corner of his mouth. "I don't want you thinking about whacking out Johnny either. If Johnny gets capped, this tape goes to NOPD," I said. "I can hurt Johnny in ways you ain't thought about. You're stupid, Robichaud. That's why you're a cop," he said. Cleet and I walked outside and closed the door behind us. The rain was swirling in the wind. "What do you think he meant?" Cleet said. "Who knows?" "Dave, you gonna be okay? You don't look too good." "I'm fine," I said. But I wasn't. I'd no sooner closed the door to the pickup's cab when I had to open it again and vomit on the concrete. My face was cold with sweat. I felt Cleet's big hand on my neck. "What is it, Drake?" he said. "The tattoo. On Fuckhead in there?" "On Sonny's shoulder. A Madonna figure. I saw it in the mortuary." Chapter 35. Later, I drove north of town to the sheriff's house on Bayou Teche and walked around his dripping live oaks to the gallery, where he sat in a straw chair with his pipe and a glass of lemonade. His house was painted yellow and gray, and petals from his hydrangeas were scattered like pink confetti in the grass. I could see the rain dimpling on the bayou. He listened while I talked, never interrupting, snuffing down in his nose sometimes, clicking his pipe on his teeth. "Do like Purcell and Helen tell you, Dave. Let Marsalis go," he said. "I feel to blame." "That's vain as hell, if you ask me." "Sir?" "You're a gambler, Dave. Marsalis faded the back line and bet against himself a long time ago." I looked at the rain rings out on the bayou, at a black man in a pirogue under a cypress overhang who was tossing a hand line and baited treble hook into the current. "And as far as this supernatural stuff is concerned, I think Marsalis is alive only in your head," he said. "People have seen him." "Maybe they see what you want them to see." "Wrong, Skipper," I thought, but this time I kept my own counsel. "Somebody knew we were coming for Pogue," I said. "Maybe we got a leak in the department." "Who?" "How about Rufus Arsenault?" He thought for a moment, adjusted his shirt collar with his thumb. "Rufus would probably do almost anything, Dave, as long as he thought he was in control of it. He'd be out of his depth on this one." "How'd they know we were coming?" "Maybe it was just coincidence. We don't solve every crime. This might be one of them. They're wiping their feet on us, Sheriff." He ran a pipe cleaner through the stem of his pipe and watched it emerge brown and wet from the metal air hole. "You're lucky you don't smoke," he said. After work, I went home and put on my gym shorts and running shoes and worked out with my weight set in the backyard. It had stopped raining, and the sky was rippled with purple and crimson clouds and loud with the droning of tree frogs. Then I went inside and showered and put on a fresh pair of khakis and began poking through the clothes hangers in the closet. Boots sat on the bed and watched me. "Where's my old charcoal shirt?" I asked. "I put it in your trunk. It's almost cheesecloth." "That's why I wear it. It's comfortable." The trunk was in the back of the closet. I unlocked it and saw the shirt folded next to my AR-15 and the holstered 9mm Beretta I'd taught Alifair how to shoot. I removed the shirt, locked the trunk, and dropped the key in a dresser drawer. "You still thinking about Sonny?" she said. "No, not really." "Dave?" "It's not my job to explain what's unexplainable. St. Paul said there might be angels living among us, so we should be careful how we treat one another." Maybe he knew something. "You haven't said this to anybody else, have you?" "Who cares?" I started to button my shirt, but she got off the bed and began buttoning it for me. "You're too much, Drake," she said, nudging my leg with her knee. In the morning, I called a half-dozen licensing agencies in Baton Rouge for any background I could get on Blue Sky Electric Company. No one seemed to know much about them, other than the fact they'd acquired every permit they needed to begin construction on their current site by Cade. What was their history? No one seemed to know that either. Where had they been in business previously? Eastern Washington and briefly in Missoula, Montana. I called a friend in the chemistry department at the University of Southwestern Louisiana in Lafayette, then met him for lunch in the student center, which looked out upon a cypress-filled lake on the side of old Burke Hall. He was an elderly, wizened man who didn't suffer fools and was notorious for his classroom histrionics, namely kicking his shoes across the lecture room the first day of class and gracefully flipping the text over his shoulder into a wastebasket. "What do these guys make?" he said. "Nobody seems to know." "What do they unmake?" "I beg your pardon?" "It's not a profound concept, Dave. If they don't make things, they dispose of things. You said they had an incinerator? Who besides Satan needs an incinerator in a climate like this?" "They do something with electrical transformers," I said. His eyes looked like slits, his skin webbed like dry clay. "If they're incinerating the oil in the transformers, they're probably emitting PCBs into the environment. PCBs not only go into the air, they go into the food chain. Anticipate a change in local cancer statistics," he said. Back at my office, I called the EPA in Washington, D.C., then newspapers and wire services in Seattle and Helena, Montana. Blue Sky Electric had changed its corporate name at least 7 times and had been kicked out of or refused admission to 13 states. Each time it departed an area, it left behind a Superfund cleanup that ran into millions of dollars. The great irony was that the cleanup was contracted by the same corporation that owned the non-union railroad that transported the transformers to Blue Sky Electric. The last place they'd tried to set up business was in Missoula, where they'd been driven out of town by a virtual lynch mob. Now they'd found a new home with the Bertrand family, I thought. "What you gonna do?" Helen said. "Spit in the punch bowl." I called the Daily Iberian, the Baton Rouge Morning Advocate, the New Orleans Times-Picayune, the Sierra Club, an ACLU lawyer who delighted in filing class action suits on behalf of minorities against polluters, and a RICO prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney General's office. After work, Rufus Arsenault stopped me on the way to my truck in the parking lot. His armpits were dark with sweat rings, his breath as rank as an ashtray. "I need to talk with you," he said. "Do it on the clock. This private. I got no deep involvement with the Bertrands. I did a little security for 'em, that's all." "Why are you telling me, Ruf?" "Any kind of shit coming down on their head. Problems with the grease balls, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm out. Understand what I'm saying?" "No." I could smell the fear in his sweat. He walked away from me, his GI haircut as slick as a peeled onion against the late sun. That evening, I helped Baptiste bail and chain-lock our rental boats and close up the bait shop. The air was dry and hot, the sky empty of clouds and filled with a dull white light like a reflection off tin. My hands, my chest seemed to burn with an energy I couldn't free myself from. "What's got your burner on, Streak?" Bootsy said in the living room. "Rufus Arsenault's trying to disassociate himself from the Bertrands. He knows something's about to hit the fan." "I don't she began. "Cleet and I shook up Patsy D'Appolito. He said he could hurt Johnny Carp in ways I hadn't thought about. that psychopath is after Julia and Moline? I don't know, I said. I went into the bedroom, picked up my .45 in its holster, and drove into New Iberia. It was dusk when I turned into Moline's drive and parked by his glassed-in back porch. Every light was on in the house, but I saw Moline out on his sloping lawn, raking pine needles into a pile under a tree. Behind him, a shrimp boat with green and red running lights on was headed down Bayou Teche toward the Gulf. "Is there some reason I should have been expecting you?" he said. "Patsy Dapp." "Who?" "I kicked a 2x4 up his butt yesterday. I think he might try to square beef with Johnny by going through you." "You have problems with your conscience, sir?" "Not over you. A matter of principle, that sort of thing." "I've said what I had to say. You loathed us long before any of this began. Your friends murdered Sonny Boy Marsalis. Either you or Julia ran down and killed a child. One of these days the bill's going to come due, Moline." I walked back toward my truck. Through the lighted windows I could see Julia in a yellow dress, a drink in her hand, talking brightly on the phone. I heard Moline behind me, felt his hand bite into my arm with surprising strength. "Do you think I wanted any of this to happen? Do you know what it's like to wake up every morning with your whole—" He waved his arm vaguely at the air as a drunk man might. Then he blanched as though he were watching himself from outside his own skin. "I don't think you're well, Moline. Get some help. Go into the witness protection program." "What do you suggest about Ruthie Jean?" "If that's her choice, she can go with you." "You have no idea how naive you are, sir," he said. He wore a stained white shirt and a pair of baggy seersucker slacks with no belt. For just a moment in the deepening shadows, with the splayed cane rake propped in his hand, a drop of sweat hanging on his chin, he no longer looked like the man whom I had resented most of my life. "Is there anything I can do?" I said. "No. But thank you anyway, Dave. Good night." I held out my business card. He hesitated, then took it, smiling wanly, and inserted it in his watch pocket. "Good night, Moline," I said. I woke early Saturday morning and went to Red's gym in Lafayette and worked out hard on the speed and heavy bag, did 3 miles on the outdoor track, then drove back home and helped Alifair and Baptiste fix lunch for the fishermen who returned to the dock during the midday heat. But I couldn't rid myself of a nameless, undefined red-black energy that made my palms ring, the pulse beat in my wrists. The only feeling I'd had like it was on benders of years ago when my whiskey supply was cut off, or in Vietnam when we were moved into a free fire zone only to learn that the enemy had gone. I called Moline's house. "I'm afraid you've missed him," Julia said. "Would you have him call me when he gets back?" "I've just hired an auctioneer to get rid of his things." "Oh, I'm sorry." Would you like to come out before the sale and pick up a bargain or two? There's a New Orleans greaseball in town named Patsy D'Appolito. Well, I'm supposed to be on the first tee by 1 o'clock. Otherwise, I'd love to chat. You're always so interesting, Dave. We can put a cruiser by your house. There's still time for alternatives, Julia. You're such a dear. Bye-bye now. Later, Alifair went to a picture show in town, and Bootsy and I fixed deviled eggs and ham and onion sandwiches and ate them on the kitchen table in front of the floor fan. You want to go to Mass this afternoon instead of in the morning? She said. Sure. She swallowed a small bite from her sandwich and fixed her eyes on my face. Her hair moved in the breeze from the fan. She started to speak. I've made my peace about Sonny, I said. He was brave. He was stand-up. He never compromised his principles. That's not a bad recommendation to take into the next world. You're special, Streak. So are you, kiddo. After we did the dishes, she walked down to the vegetable garden at the end of the coulee with the portable phone in her hand in case I was down at the dock when Alifair called from the show. A blue Plymouth turned into the drive, and a moment later I saw Terry Serrett walk across the grass toward the gallery. She was dressed in loose-fitting pink-striped shorts, a white blouse, and red sandals. Her drawstring beach bag swung against her thigh. Before she mounted the steps, she paused, looked back at the road and down at the dock. I came to the screen door before she knocked. Her sunglasses were black in the shade. Her mouth, which was bright red with lipstick, opened in surprise. "Oh, there you are," she said. "Can I help you?" "Maybe, if I could come in a minute." I looked at my watch and tried to smile. "What's up?" I said, but I didn't open the screen. She looked awkward, uncomfortable, her shoulders stiffening, an embarrassed grin breaking on the corner of her mouth. "I'm sorry to ask you this, but I have to use your restroom." I opened the door and she walked past me into the living room, her eyes seeming to adjust to focus behind her glasses as though she were examining the furniture in the room, or perhaps in the hallway or in the kitchen. "It's down the hall," I said. A moment later I heard the toilet flush and the water in the lavatory running. She walked back into the living room. "That's better," she said. She examined the room, listening. "It's so quiet. Are you Saturday house-sitting?" "Oh, I'll be going down to work at the dock in a little while." She was absolutely immobile, as though she were caught between two antithetical thoughts, her thickly made-up face as white and as impossible to penetrate as a kabuki mask. The phone rang on the table by the couch. "Excuse me a minute," I said, and sat down and picked up the receiver from the hook. Through the front screen I saw Baptiste walking from the dock up the slope toward the house. "Dave?" the voice said through the receiver. "Hey, Cleet, what's happening?" I said. "You remember Helen gave me a Xerox of Sonny's diary? All this time I had it under my car seat. This morning I brought it in and told Terry to stick it in the safe. A little while later I check. Guess what? It's gone, and so's she. I'm sitting at the desk by the safe feeling like a stupid fuck, and I look down at the notepad there. You know, the one I took directions to Pogue's place on? And I realize the top sheet's clean. I'm sure I haven't used that pad since Poe called. Somebody tore off the page that had my pencil impressions on it. You there? Chapter 36. She pointed the Ruger .22 caliber automatic at my stomach. So, you're Charlie, I said. She didn't answer. Her body was framed against the light through the window, as though crystal splinters were breaking over her shoulders. She looked out the window at Baptiste walking through the shade trees toward the gallery. Tell him you're busy. You'll be down at the dock later, she said. He used those exact words. None of this serves your cause. She picked up a pillow from a stuffed chair. You need to get rid of the black man, she said. I rose to my feet. She backed against the front wall, the pillow folded across the top of the Ruger. Her mouth was parted slightly as though she used air only in teaspoons. I stood in the door and called through the screen. I'll be down at the dock later, Baptiste. The air pump going out on the shiner tank, he said. I hesitated, opened and closed my hands at my sides, felt the trees, the yard, the fractured blue of the sky almost pulling me through the screen. The woman named Terry raised the Ruger level with the side of my head, whispered dryly, He won't make 3 steps after I do you. Give me a few minutes, I called. One of us got to go in town. Yeah, I know that, partner. Long as you know, he said, and walked back down the slope. I could hear the wood in the floor creak under my feet, the wind scudding leaves across the gallery. Back away from the door, the woman said. We've still got the original manuscript, I said. Nobody else cares about it. Back away from the door and sit in the stuffed chair. Fuck you, Terry, or whatever your name is. Her face was as opaque as plaster. She closed the ends of the pillow around the Ruger, brought the barrel's tip upward until it was aimed at my throat. I felt my eyes water and go out of focus. Outside, Tripod raced on his chain up and down the clothesline. Her face jerked at the sound, then she shifted her weight, glanced quickly at the side window, an incisor tooth biting down on her lip, inadvertently moved the barrel's aim 2 inches to the side of my throat. Bootsy fired from the hallway. The Beretta pointed in front of her with both hands. The first round hit the woman high up in the right arm. Her blouse jumped and colored as though a small rose had been painted in the cloth by an invisible brush. But she swallowed the sound that tried to rise from her throat and turned toward the hallway with the Ruger still in her hand. Bootsy fired again, and the second round snapped a brittle hole through the left lens of the black-tinted sunglasses worn by the woman named Terry. Her fingers splayed stiffly at odd angles from one another, as though all of her nerve connections had been severed. Then her face seemed to melt like wax held to a flame as she slipped down between the wall and the stuffed chair, a vertical red line streaking the wallpaper. My hands were shaking when I set the safety on the Beretta and removed it from Bootsy's grasp, pulled the magazine, and ejected the round from the chamber. I squeezed her against me, rubbed my hands over her hair and back, kissed her eyes and the sweat on her neck. She started toward the woman on the floor. "No," I said, and turned her toward the kitchen, the light pouring through the western windows, the trees outside swelling with wind. "We have to go back," she said. "No. Maybe she's still... Maybe she needs..." "No." I made her sit down on the redwood picnic bench while I walked to the garden by the coulee and found the portable phone where she'd dropped it in the grass, the transmission button still on. But before I could punch in 911, I heard the sirens in the distance and saw Baptiste come out the back door with a dog-leg 20-gauge in his hand. "It's okay," I said. "Send the deputies inside." His eyes went from me to Bootsy. "We're fine here, Baptiste," I said. He nodded, cracked open the barrel of the shotgun, and walked down the drive, the open breech crooked over his forearm, peeling the cellophane off a cigar with his thumbnail. I put my palm on Bootsy's neck, felt the wetness of her hair, her skin that was as hot as a lampshade. "It's going to pass," I said. "What?" She looked at me blankly. "You didn't have a choice. If you hadn't picked up Cleet's call, I'd be dead." "Cleet? Cleet didn't. The phone rang out in the garden, and he said, 'Dave's in trouble. I can't help him. It's too far to come now. You have to do it.'" "Who?" "I can't handle this. You said you saw his tattoo on the remains in the morgue. You swore you did. But I know that voice, Dave. My God." But she didn't finish. She pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes and began to weep. Chapter 37. I believe Moline Bertrand was like many of my generation with whom I grew up along Bayou Teche. We found ourselves caught inside a historical envelope that we never understood, borne along on wind currents that marked our ending, not our beginning, first as provincial remnants of a dying Acadian culture, later as part of that excoriated neo-colonial army who would go off to a war whose origins were as arcane to us as the economics of French poppy growers. When we finally made a plan for ourselves, it was to tear a hole in the middle of our lives. I don't know why Moline chose to do it in an apartment off Rampart, near the edge of the quarter, not far from the one-time quadroon brothels of Storyville and the Iberville project where Sonny Boy grew up. Perhaps it was because of the ambiance of palm fronds, rusting grill work, and garish pastels that tried to cover the cracked plaster and crumbling brick that was ultimately the signature of Moline's world. Jaded, alluring in its decay, seemingly reborn daily amidst tropical flowers and Gulf rainstorms, inextricably linked to a corrupt past that we secretly admired. At 5 a.m, I got the call from an alcoholic ex-homicide partner at 1st District Headquarters. "And the coroner won't be able to bag it up till after 8. "In case you won't come down and check it out," he said. "How'd you know to call me?" I said. "Your business card was on his nightstand. That and his driver's license were about all he had on him. And the place got creeped before we arrived." He yawned into the phone. "What was he? Pimp?" The flight in the department's single-engine plane was only a half hour, but the day was already warm, the streets dense with humidity, when Helen Swallow and I walked through the brick-paved courtyard of the building into the small apartment whose walls were painted an arterial red and hung with black velvet curtains that covered no windows. Moline and Ruthie Jean lay fully clothed on top of the double bed, their heads wrapped in clear plastic bags. A crime scene photographer was taking their picture from several angles. Each time his flash went off, their faces seemed to leap to life inside the folds of the plastic. "He was a lawyer, huh?" "Who was the broad?" my ex-partner said. He wore a hat and was drinking coffee from a styrofoam cup. "Just a farm girl," I said. "Some farm girl." "She did both of them." "She did what?" I said. "His bag was tied from behind, hers in front." "I hope she is a good piece of ass," he said. "Shut up," Helen said. "You hear me? Just shut the fuck up." Later, Helen and I turned down an offer of a ride to the airport and instead walked up the canal to catch a cab. The street was loud with traffic and car horns, the air stifling, the muted sun as unrelenting and eye-watering as a hangover. The crowds of people on the sidewalks moved through the heat, their faces expressionless, the gaze in their eyes introspective and dead, preset on destinations that held neither joy nor pain, neither loss nor victory. "What are you doing, Strake?" Helen said. I took her by the hand and crossed to the neutral ground, drew her with me into the belly of the great iron streetcar from the year 1910 that creaked on curved tracks past the Pearl with its scrolled black colonnade on the corner of Canal and St. Charles, where Sonny Boy used to put together deals under a wood-bladed fan. On up the avenue, clattering past sidewalks cracked by oak roots as thick as swollen fire hoses, into a long tunnel of trees and heliographic light that was like tumbling through the bottom of a green well to a place where, perhaps, the confines of reason and predictability had little application. Epilogue. Late fall is a strange time of year in southern Louisiana. After first frost, robins fill the trees along the bayou, and camellias that seem fashioned from crepe paper bloom with the colors of spring, even though winter is at hand. The sky is absolutely blue and cloudless, without an imperfection in it, but at evening the sunlight hardens and grows cold, as it might in a metaphysical poem. The back roads are choked with cane wagons on their way to the mill, and the stubble fires on the fields drench the air with an acrid, sweet smell like syrup scorched on a wood stove. Bootsy and I took Alifair to the LSU Ole Miss game that year, and later stopped for crawfish at Possum's on the St. Martinville Road. It had been a wonderful day, the kind that memory will never need to improve upon, and when we got home, we lighted Alifair's jack-o'-lanterns on the gallery and fixed hand-crank ice cream and frozen blackberries in the kitchen. Maybe it was the nature of the season, or the fact that quail and dove freckled the red sun in my neighbor's field, but I knew there was something I had to do that evening, or I would have no rest. And like some pagan of old, weighing down spirits in the ground with tablets of stone, I cut a bucket full of chrysanthemums and drove out to the Bertrand plantation, down the dirt road past the tenant houses, to the grove of gum trees that had once been a cemetery for slaves. When I got out of the truck, the air was damp and cold and smelled like dust and rain. Curlicues of sparks fanned out of the ash in the fields, and I could hear leaves swirling dryly across the concrete pad abandoned by the construction company. I put on my raincoat and hat and walked across the field to the tree line and the collapsed corn crib where Ruthie Jean and Moline had begun their affair, where they'd been spied on by the overseer whom Luke Fontenot would later kill, where they'd reenacted that old Southern black-white confession of need and dependence that, in its peculiar way, was a recognition of the simple biological fact of our brotherhood. And for that reason only, I told myself, I stuck the flowers by their stems in what was left of the crib's doorway, then began walking back toward my truck just as the first raindrop clicked against the brim of my hat. But I knew better. All our stories began here. Mine, Moline's, the Fontenot family's, even Sonny's. Born to the griff, pool halls, and small-time prize rings, he somehow stepped across an unseen line and became someone whom even he didn't recognize. The scars on his body became lesions on our consciences. If I learned anything from my association with Moline and Ruthie Jean and Sonny Boy, it's the fact that we seldom know each other and can only guess at the lives that wait to be lived in every human being. And if you should ever doubt the proximity of the past, I thought to myself, you only had to look over your shoulder at the rain slanting on the fields like now, the smoke rising in wet plumes out of the stubble, the mist blowing off the lake, and you can see and hear with the clarity of a dream the columns marching four abreast out of the trees, barefoot, emaciated as scarecrows, their perforated, sun-faded colors popping above them in the wind, their officers cantering their horses in the field, everyone dressing it up now, the clatter of muskets shifting in unison to the right shoulder. Yes, just a careless wink of the eye. Just that quick, and you're among them, wending your way with liege lord and serf and angel, in step with the great armies of the dead.
The End. You've been listening to Burning Angel by James Lee Burke, narrated by Mark Hammer. In the summer of 1995, as Burning Angel was just being released in the bookstores, James Lee Burke came to the New York studios of Recorded Books to talk about writing the series.
Well, in all truth, in all honesty, I'm not very good at plots, and I oftentimes begin a story with a classical myth in mind, and in this instance I began with Beowulf. and quickly departed into other areas. But I started with Beowulf, and I ended up with St. Paul's discourse upon the possibility of angels living in our midst. And of course, one of the characters whom we meet, Sonny Boy Marsalis, Dave believes may have metaphysical properties. But that's the origin, the genesis of the plot. It's a story about recovery and redemption. Good ultimately vanquishes evil. And we discover in the books, as Dave has, that people are basically good. And for me, that was a lesson a long time in learning. Without a doubt, classical mythology contains many stories within one legend. And there's a great deal of mythology in the work of William Faulkner, for instance, but he was never conscious of it, according to his own statement, and I believe him. But the elements of myth will always appear in any good writing that tells the human contest between good and evil, the human struggle over good and evil. Those elements of classical legend, myth, or fable are going to be there. I wrote quite a few novels during a period when I couldn't publish anything. There were 13 years when I couldn't sell any more books in hardback. After our early initial success, I had published 3 books in New York. And during that long period of failure, so to speak, I wrote, I forget how many novels and stories that today remain unpublished, but all of them became part of the series. I had one book about the search for the Holy Grail in modern times, another one that dealt with John Bell Hood, another about a young Golden Gloves prize fighter in New Iberia in the 1950s, and that character became Dave Robichaux. He was like an old friend, and I thought I had met someone new, but he actually was someone who had been a Borning a long time. So out of the failure was something larger that I never saw. But I've learned, maybe with a little age, and that there's no such thing as failure. You just bear down on the batter 1 pitch at a time. You don't keep score, and the arithmetic always looks good at the bottom of the 9th. In the Electric Mist with Confederate Dead was based on the Mort d'Arthur by Thomas Malory, or it was my attempt at basing a novel on the Mort d'Arthur, the story of King Arthur, the chivalric knight, whose legend is also associated with the quest for the Grail. Except in the Electric Mist, I chose to use John Bell Hood, the legendary Confederate cavalry officer, as the knight-errant. But the characters live in the unconscious. In truth, I don't know where they come from. I believe the talent that any artist possesses comes from outside of himself. It's not intrinsic. It's given to him for a reason by some power outside of himself. And I hope the books make other people feel as good about the story in them as the story has made me feel. I'm working on a novel now that I like very much that is heavily based on Greek mythology, on the story of Eurydice and Persephone and Hades. The Greeks knew some pretty good ones. I used to go into therapy, and instead today I just write books.
That was author James Lee Burke in conversation about his Dave Robichaux series. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.